Biden he's like got that old man courage now where you just say whatever. I'm just waiting for him to just completely go off script one day. Just not give a crap. He kind of looks like the old grandma from Beverly Hills Billies.
To Wellspring's point, I
love how in Colorado they're already calling this for Polis, even though there's like 0%.
0% in. Yeah.
There's 0% is in, and they're already calling it for him. They're just like, yeah, just give it to him.
They're not even putting the Republican up there.
Yeah, they're just like, forget it. That's funny.
Oh, that's
all right.
Good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm
Guess
not
it's
gonna lie.
not such a two-party system now after all, huh?
All right, boys, ladies and gentlemen, tonight is going to be a night with a lot of bathroom breaks. Why is tonight going to be a lot of bathroom breaks? Well, that's because I'm going to be drinking tonight, so fuck it. And I already end up having to take quite a few bathroom breaks during the stream. Every time I do a debate, everyone just sits there for 4 hours. I'm like, how are you not having to take a piss? I'll be there in 10 minutes sorting out my table. Yeah, fair enough, Casper. BBF DM'd me some shit and was like, we got to do this on StreamYards. I'm like, what? This is too last minute. I've invited people.
Now he's gone. Oh, but Chad almost moved out today.
Wait, what? What did I do?
You're just gaslighting the shit out of me.
What are you talking about? No, hold on. No, hold on.
No.
You gaslighting ass motherfucker.
No, you did. You gaslit me.
I did not gaslit you. You said queso. You said the cheese is called queso. And then you slowly just started saying queso. Sorry. No, you said queso.
I never said queso.
And then you started slowly changing it to queso. And you're like, it's not queso.
It never changed.
Queso.
Hey, I never changed it. I only said it one way the entire time. It's queso.
So First of all, it's queso. It's not fucking queso. I don't know what fucking olale, fucking weird ass lavadio, fucking weird slang way of saying Spanish you're speaking.
It's literally "k" in every other situation except for queso. ¿Qué pasa? No. Or sorry, I guess for you it'd be.
Yeah, the one example you use is another example where it's K and not K.
No, it's ¿qué pasa?
No, we're not.
You didn't take Spanish. You took French. You wouldn't know.
You took French, and you didn't take Spanish.
I
took another Romance language. I took Latin in college. I worked in McAllister's fucking deli too. I've worked with fucking a lot of Guatemalans. Hey,
not the same.
Jose, papaki. It's fucking. That's for here, bitch.
That's
Don't
Guatemalan.
serve that to go.
That's Guatemalan. That's not where queso comes from, man.
Where fucking queso comes from. You might be right, but I still am at the end of the day, it's not queso, all right? This bitch is over here fucking
right, it's not queso. Or Kesha or whatever shit you thought you lied to me saying I said.
No, I made fun of you because I said it was one fucking letter off from Kesha. Because you said queso.
I said queso.
Queso's
Yes.
still wrong.
It's not.
I don't know what you're talking about. This man don't know his cheese. This I like how fucking Andrew's like, hey man, if you want to do this right, you have to be on StreamYards, and then just hasn't hit me back up. Like it's the start of the stream. This bitch
and he's
is
just like,
here.
I'm not coming on until you get StreamYards.
I wore a fucking flannel, all right? No, he's not, he'll fucking come on Discord. He knows how to use Discord. I mean, if he makes a good argument, maybe. Red Wave, fuck the libs. I mean, look, I'm happy the Republicans are doing well in some regards, but if a rhino wins, it's the same thing as a Democrat winning. There's
it's gonna be Venus blue.
There's no difference between an unbased Republican and a Democrat. They have the exact same policy. There's no difference in a full-blown communist and Mitch McConnell. The difference is that Mitch McConnell won't admit that he's a full-blown communist or that he accepts that shit. I don't know who I even voted for. I voted red down ballot. You're the problem.
Sounds about right.
You're the reason why conservatives have lost for the last 100 years. Is because you're just like, oh, you got the R next to your name. You must be a good candidate. And then that's how you have a bunch of establishment corporatist dumb fucks.
Dude, fuck yeah. DeSantis lost. That means he can cleanly run for the presidency in 2024.
Yeah. Polls have been closed for 12 minutes in Florida. Polls have been closed wait. Polls should be 8 o'clock for everything, right? You're not allowed to use that word? What fucking word?
I don't know. I was just thinking of money making Mitch.
Did you just say that I can't say retarded on stream? Which you absolutely can. You just can't use it as a derogatory insult towards a specific individual. And then
you.
And then you put the word that you think you're not allowed to say on Twitch in chat.
I'm just going to remind chat to verify your sources before you trust what they say.
You think the Republicans are keeping the governor in New Hampshire? The polling data makes it seem like
the Libertarians
Democrats
definitely
points
were.
ahead. Well,
The Libertarians were.
Carolyn Borisenko is doing so bad because she's such a piece of shit monster, and just a toxic fucking narcissist that like can't campaign worth a shit. She's doing
that's
so
why her
bad.
name is Karen Boring Shitpost. You know,
They won't even round it to 1%. Like at least Jeremy Kaufman's getting 1 to 2%, right?
for now.
They ran another libertarian against her. Well, no, they ran an independent.
Probably another
Independent has
watermelon.
2%. Yeah, it's not quite a libertarian. Yo, what the fuck is Andrew doing? He's just like not responding.
He's probably smoking another cigarette.
He's on that. He's got that do not disturb shit on his Discord too.
You should disturb him.
Right. Well, it just means that like
if you look at my browser history, he get disturbed. You give me 15 minutes with Andrew Wilson, I can probably upset him.
I mean,
I just need one website.
Well, the thing is that like a libertarian getting 1 or 2% in New Hampshire is pretty bad, actually. I mean, like,
yeah, the flagship
Jeremy
state
Kaufman,
of liberty.
Yeah,
Free
Jeremy
State Project.
Kaufman. Jeremy Kaufman should be pulling 3 to 4% at least. Like if he was running a good campaign, and I think he's done a lot, but he's alienated most libertarians that aren't like hardcore based libs and like paleo libs.
Hilarious advertisements, though. Hilarious.
His ads are some of the best advertisements there are. Hey, what's up, Stardust? We don't do all that woke shit. Yes, you do. You're just not smart enough to see it. Woodsman, I love you. I do. But yeah, you do. You do all the woke shit. You just say you don't. Hey, let's go.
Much obliged.
We have been sorely behind on subs. It has been
August, Leo, and Pisco getting a sub.
How did Pisco get a sub? Has Pisco been like lurking lately?
No, I mean he follows the channel. I think I saw him pop in. Yeah, he popped in last time. I think when LCTR fan was on. I got to stop calling him that. It's just lecture fan. He told us what the abbreviation is, and it's faster to say lecture.
It is faster to say lecture. Had jury duty today, and classes have been canceled for the rest of the week. Oh, is that so that people can mourn the loss of Republican victories in the House of Representatives, while Democrats somehow magically do really well against the polls in the Senate? Because sometime tonight we're gonna have a surge in those mail-in ballots in the cities. Oh shit!
Thank you. Hey, Deflux, nice.
Deflux, there you go.
And Tiberius getting one. I feel like Based Egghead has spoken in the last month too. The other two I don't recognize.
Yeah, but the hurricane is like category 1, and it just turned into one. It just became like a tropical storm. Like it's gonna reach landfall with like 65-mile-an-hour winds. Like there's.
Is this because of Irene though?
One count.
Is this because of Irene though? Like Irene came and kind of smacked them up pretty hard. Now they're still recovering. It's like, yeah, it's still pretty shit.
That doesn't really matter that much. The only thing that really matters is like how wet the ground is. And that has to do with rainfall last week.
Well, also, have you been to Florida? I'm sure you have. Do you know what the soil there is like? It's sandy and wet.
And swampy. I get it. But what I mean is like that, nevertheless, like how devastating a hurricane is usually depends upon how much additional water the terrain is capable of soaking up. And that changes from recent rainfall.
Yeah. How much water do you think it could dump?
I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, of course they already called Florida. You guys want to look at it? Is that what you want? You want celebration? I mean, I think DeSantis is all right. Like, obviously, you know, he's not like my first pick or anything. But I think DeSantis is pretty decent.
He's one of the less shitty ones. How about that?
Yeah, he is. So let's look at
God, this Vienna lager is fantastic, though.
It is.
I can definitely. This is one of the first ones where they're like. It's one of the first beers I've ever had where it's like, we have hints of malt and caramel. And I was like, yeah, I can actually taste that in there.
Oh, fuck off. All right, so what do we got right now? We got So they're calling Rubio. What is this, Senate? Let's look at governor. So they're already calling DeSantis victory. They have 188 votes in for the Republican. They're like, and the Republican won.
Wait, Stacey Abrams won Georgia?
No, I think it's are they saying that already? There's no way they're saying that already. 30.5% of vote counted, but they've already got 77.8% in Florida. That's why he's at a 1. She's just in the lead.
Gotcha.
So, but they're calling with 188 votes. They're calling Alabama for KIV. How much did he win by? I mean, we don't know yet. We only have 77.8. And
whoa, hang on. Go back to Alabama. Because I'm having to watch it delayed on the stream. So, wow, James Burke, Libertarian, pulling 3% in Alabama. Not bad.
James Blake. Yeah. Let me share.
Yeah, I can't. You know, it's tiny.
We gotta wait on this. We gotta wait. Do. Where the fuck is BPF?
Oh,
BPF gonna like quit tonight and then just be like, you didn't do StreamYards.
Yeah, was that what he was trying to tell you? Is like, if you don't do this on StreamYards, I'm not doing it.
He said, hey man, I'm ready at 7:59. But if you want this streamed on money for a bigger audience, you will have to pull it up on StreamYard. Is that okay? And I responded at 8:01. He just hasn't gotten back to me in 21 minutes. Like, what are you doing?
You know, I rely on no one. No, it's not being dual streamed to the Crucible. Although, actually, that might be why he wanted it on StreamYards. Maybe there's a way
he's supposed to dual stream it on the Crucible. He said he was going to do his coverage like on the Crucible and then come hang out with us. And do like, I don't know what he's doing. Is the Crucible live right now?
Dog, I don't know what's going on.
Okay, all right. Well, saying whoa, I don't know. That's not helpful. The Crucible is.
Way to make me sound more lower IQ than it really was.
Andrew loves his StreamYards, right? I don't understand what the fetish is for StreamYards. Sorry, I wasn't even aware there was a libertarian running for governor in my state. That's terrible. All right, let's see. And they're already calling Illinois with 2.8% of the votes in for Pritzker. Let's see. They're calling Massachusetts for the Democrat. Westmore. What is this white? Oh, these are the states they don't know.
Can fears of abortion bans keep Pennsylvania blue? Find out tonight at 9.
All right. Let's see what we got. What we got for the House right now. Yo, Florida is kicking ass with getting all their stuff in. Like right off dick, Florida is already kind of
You're
like,
usually one of the problem states.
right? 66% reporting, 64, 92%, 82%. Oh, this is going to be a fun night, boys.
Yeah, interesting what's going on with Cary Lake already. Or what was it, Maricopa County? The machines just shut down across the whole county.
Yeah. We got a whole bunch of thing to talk about it in the group chat. All of that stuff. I'm just trying not to like blow through all the juicy bits before Andrew gets in here. Assuming Andrew doesn't just completely flake out.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Huh? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him. I'm gonna DM him on Twitter.
Yeah, Razorfish. I mean, Razorfish just gonna have a fun time. Oh my god! Thank you again. I was more laughing at who got the sub. Fucking BX Bullet.
I DM'd him on Twitter to be like, "Yo, you there? Yo, you did another 5 bomb? Oh my god, thank you so much."
Who the fuck is Crackle Fat? And how have we never seen that name?
Sounds like your mom.
Cool.
I'm sorry, I had to. You and BX friends again, Scott? I mean, she unblocked me and she DM'd me and was just like talking about other shit that's been going on. So, I mean, I guess we don't have beef. So there's that. Let's see. We got a bunch of seats up. This is the cool thing about being in Virginia is I get to just be like a little like when midterms come up, I get to just sit back and be like, "Oh, you guys are voting? Is that what you guys are doing?"
Quiet here.
Yeah, it's like I was supposed to vote for my congressman, and like both of my congressmen were fucking low. Both the candidates, so it was so fucking stupid. Scott's sliding in the DMs, you know it. Oh, you mean with BX Bullet? I DM a lot of streamers. There's nothing sexual going on.
Scott doesn't really slide.
Yeah, 3 house seats flipped in Florida. Well, I mean, so I mean, are they called already? The ones that were like kind of in question? There was where are they? Oh fuck, where's the polling data I had for some of the Florida ones? Let me see if I can pull this up. If I can find the ones that were like in question. I'm really interested in seeing what happens with New York tonight. I think that's really like the interesting thing, at least in terms of like a cultural perspective. You know, of like the shift. Like if we get some Republican victories in New York, like that's a red wave.
You think New York might become the next purple state?
No.
I don't know. Out around Fort Drum, there's a lot of no safe acts going on.
I mean, sure.
There's a lot, man. You never went to Christie's house, though. Like, you didn't go out in the backwoods.
Yeah, but, like, the whole fucking state combined doesn't make New York City. So, like, yeah, sure, there's a lot of people in, like, the country suburbs of Syracuse and Utica and Watertown and stuff like that. But, like, they don't even make up one borough of New York.
You think New York City has hit the point where maybe it should be considered its own, like, DC, basically? Well, just like they don't get statehood, but they're kind of their own thing.
Hold on, let's check it out. Florida seats flip.
Anna Paulina Luna. I gotta say, I like that name.
You said that they've already flipped. Right? Like, which ones are we like, where are you getting your data from? Hold on. Let me find the other free one.
I'm
So
just
this
looking
is
at
this one Andrew put up. See what we have here.
Oh, it's this lady.
Oh, this is just like graphs. I don't know. Maybe he can look at this better. I don't know what the fuck this is. Still 1.5 hours to vote here. Yeah, East Coast polls are closing. 4 minutes till more polls close. Utah's. Yeah, some of the polls close at 8:30. Like there's some like halfway. That approval rating chart is a chart crime. Okay. Still haven't helped me out.
I think it's hilarious that Utah is a blue state, considering it's still run by the Mormons, and they
Actually, Zeldin.
don't consider the LGBT community people still. At least not people who can convert to their religion. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, we don't have any poll closures in New York yet.
Although apparently on Joseph Smith Day, or maybe it's Brigham Young Day, there's a counter festival called Beer and Pie Day. Because Mormons can't have that, apparently. And it's just a big festival of beer and pie.
Wait, who said Mormons can't have pie?
I just said it was a counter festival. I didn't say they couldn't have it. I was like, I guess, I don't know if they can't have pie, but I think they can't have beer.
Apparently, so...
Yeah, I tangentially found out about it because of some fundamentalist Mormons who went full sovereign citizen and then, like, murdered a couple people.
Dude, what the fuck happened to Andrew? Does Andrew need a welfare check? Someone need to call Andrew?
Someone dial in a red flag call. That'll get the cops out there quickly. We can make sure he's up and running. Don't actually do that.
Please do not. All right, we are not suggesting that you actually do that. Carrie
But
went
if you
off
did-
on the media today. What did Carrie say today? Carrie gave a press conference today. Is it because of what's going on? Oh my god, I'm really ready to watch that.
Yeah, didn't Casimir say he was going to be ready soon too? And he's just like,
Yeah, Casimir was like, I'll be there in 10 minutes, 20 minutes ago.
unreliable ass motherfuckers.
Really are.
But you know what? We don't need them.
We're gonna work.
You
We
got
want to
the
make
Bruce
sure
and
that we have
Twosome.
secure elections.
Oh no, she's live right now. Jesus Christ, Carrie. What the fuck is she saying?
We have a
What's
voting
Carrie- what's Carrie
system
like?
and a vote counting system that is fair and can't be hacked and the software can't be hacked. We'll work together. We'll find some solutions. There was a lot of good legislation last go around that didn't get passed. What we want is for every Democrat, Republican, and independent voter alike to know that our system is fair. We want to make sure that our voter rolls are
Every
cleaned
Democrat,
up, that
Republican,
people who
and
have moved
everyone
are not
else.
on them, that people who have died are
Everyone
not on
everyone
them. Real
except for
basic stuff.
libertarians
It's
that
not
know
brain
that our
science,
system
it's not
isn't
rocket
fair. But
science.
I get
It's
what you're
real
saying.
easy. Okay. Anybody else who didn't get a question? Anybody
One more
who
question.
didn't get a question? Are you with an organization? What is it?
I didn't get a question.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. We just heard from one of our sources that ASU had something to do with it, and we're trying to figure out who made the choice to go around and make a backroom deal with the Katie Hobbs campaign to give her her own special carve-out of a half an hour of airtime when she's denied to show up for the debate. It's wrong, and I think all of you can understand. Hopefully I've explained why it's wrong. And again, what we want
You
people
think
to
you
do...
think they're gonna take?
What we
You think
want
they're gonna
people
like
to do is
play
to make
enough
sure that
funny
they call
business to make sure
ASU.
Carrie Lake
We
doesn't
want
win?
people all around Arizona is to call ASU, call the School of Journalism, call PBS, call Michael Crow.
I
and
don't
explain
know
to them that
what's
this
going
is
on
not
right
the
now.
way you handle things. This is not the way you handle things. So if you can take a look at that, those are the numbers. Broadcast those and be
Oh my god, you people. Yes, I would.
great to put it out.
Why does everyone assume that like a Twitch streamer hasn't seen anything? They're like, you don't fucking know. Yeah, I know. Like you don't.
Thank you so
know.
much. Appreciate it.
You have no
guys.
idea what you're talking about. Like you just, I mean, it's wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's pretty sus. But like we already said that we're like waiting for BPF to get in here before we watch this shit together. What's going on with the Dominion voting machines already in Arizona? Oh, there we go. I got a DM. He says, "Yeah, I'm coming."
Wow.
Fucking weirdo. I want him to tell me why we need to do this on stream. Like, what is shenanigans? Oh, it's always Maricopa County. It's always Maricopa County and Broward County in Florida. These are like the two places that, like, look, there's been a lot of funny business in all of like in a lot of liberal cities and shit, but Maricopa County and Broward County, Florida, are always just a fucking problem. Like over and over and over again. They're just.
What about Miami-Dade?
Yeah, I mean, of course. There are some honorable mentions. Hey, what's with you and StreamYards? What's your StreamYards fetish? Tell me what's going on.
How much stock do you have in them?
Right?
So,
are you like someone that sits on the CDC vaccine schedule that's just real fucking happy because they know that they have stock in
God, you hate
Pfizer?
that rotavirus, dude.
So when I use OBS, I don't use a restream. The restreaming software that I use is StreamYard. So if I wanted to stream to my channel and Comfy Stream and all these different places, I would need to pull you into that stream on StreamYard while you guys are using Discord. Otherwise, I can only stream to YouTube using OBS because I don't use Restream, and Restream is the OBS kind of.
Okay, well,
you see what I'm saying?
next time we plan something, we'll do it a little earlier, and I will 100% do that. But I've already sent people like Discord links for people that might show up throughout the night. And
Well, that's fine. I can still join
them.
Yeah, I can still join via Discord. You know what I mean? And I can restream it via OBS. It'll just only be going to YouTube is all.
Right. I'm just saying next time we plan it, I will 100 like next time we do something together anytime.
Yeah.
I will know to do that ahead of time and be like, and like that way we can send people out StreamYard links. But I don't want to like DM them people. Actually, go here. Hope they get it. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, what we're gonna do instead is I'm gonna ask Zen Shapiro if he will just restream your stream to my via my StreamYard right now.
hell yeah, dude. Why have I not met Zen Shapiro? Right? Like all I've seen is him saying spicy shit and getting banned. That is all I know about Zen Shapiro. Like that's the only because like you know like you get filtered through the lefty streamers I'm following. Twitter, you know what I mean? Like I don't really know the guy, so I'm like I'm not gonna fucking have an opinion about somebody I've never fucking met. Except for Bill Clinton, I have a lot of opinions about him. I've never met him.
Well, Bill Clinton's a fucking piece of shit. Are you live right now, by the way?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so.
But imagine the fun stories he could tell you.
No, I don't want to ever imagine anything a Clinton would tell me about anything ever.
Not even the aliens? He's the one president who might tell you about aliens.
I don't think so.
I
think
No,
he married
pause.
one.
I
Don't
think-
you remember back in the day they were like, what was that guy's name? Ian? No, Ivan. Fuck, I can't remember the. You know the lizard guy. What's his name? The British.
David
British.
Icke?
David Icke. That's him.
David Icke
Yeah,
recently
David Icke.
got banned from Europe because of that.
Really?
I'm not shitting you. David Icke recently got banned from Europe because like
If you just swap out the
EU,
word alien for Jew, it's awfully similar.
yes, that's basically
Well,
what they were saying is that
it's
like
funny.
he's such a vile anti-Semite, and so he's banned from most European
He
countries.
he seems to genuinely get upset when he's accused of that. Though. He's like, no, I'm talking about lizard people. I love the Jews.
Well, I was like 16 or 17, I think. Maybe I was younger than that. And my dad was at like a book fair. Remember when they used to have book fairs, right? And people would actually go to them. We don't do that anymore because of the internet. But anyway, he brought home a David Icke book. It was called like World's Greatest Secrets or something. And in the book, he explains that Hillary Clinton is a member of the Anunnaki and a lizard shapeshifter.
Oh my
And
God.
you know, just like a whole bunch of other shit. But the Clintons
Look,
were
here it is.
definitely Anunnaki shapeshifters.
Look at this from Euronews Netherlands. David Icke, UK conspiracy theorist, banned from dozens of European countries. British conspiracist David Icke has been banned from entering dozens of European countries for 2 years because he, quote, poses a threat to public order, end quote.
Oh, no, that is nice that they mentioned that he used to be a football player. Soccer for you heathens.
Was restrictions from a planned demonstration in Amsterdam because of football player, far-right Dutch politicians. Oh my God, dude, Dutch, can the Dutch just give up on their language and culture? Can we, like, you can keep your culture, but do you have to keep your language? Because that's
Well, as an Irishman,
a crazy fucking language.
As an Irishman who's married to a Dutch woman, I am doing my best to breed them out. Like, I'm trying. I'm doing the best that I possibly can. Like, you know,
Gaelic is a pretty language.
A lot on me, Fabian.
Gaelic is a pretty language. You know what I mean? Like, Dutch is like, she's slacking, right? And then you hear someone speaking Gaelic, and you're like, oh, I understand, like, where Tolkien came up with Eldritch from. This is beautiful.
That's not fair, though. Like, you don't ever get to hear someone, like a hot chick with a sultry voice speaking German to you, like, softly. It's always just some fat, angry, loud person screaming about the traffic or schnitzel or I don't know, something that fat people get upset about.
Hold on.
Did you say schnitzel?
Hold on. We're gonna fix this real quick. Am I sharing? Okay, I'm sharing. Longest city name. Okay. It's not Dutch. But this one is Welsh, all right? And this is, all right? Like, there's some words that just need to go away. Are you ready for this, Andrew?
Have you ever seen that weather guy, like, have to do the weather report, and he gets, like, 4 different hard names, and then he has to do this one, he just, like, oh, it's great.
Listen to this one, Andrew.
All right.
Okay,
Here we go.
where are we?
We are in Tau Mata Whakatangi Hanga.
I don't hear
Ko au o tamatea.
You can't hear it.
Ka
I got nothing,
Scott.
man.
Okay, I got it. You can't hear it for some reason. I don't know why. Hold on. Let me see.
I hear
Let
it.
me just redo it.
But
Oh, dude. Hey, what's up, Casimir? All right, try this again.
Casimir knew that it was a good time to come on if I was on here, you know.
Yeah, of course. You know, you guys are have a completely heterosexual relationship.
Where are we?
We are in Tau Mata.
What the fuck was that? What kind of fucking shit was that? He just throws that in something about a completely what the fuck? Like there's an inference that there's a possibility. What the fuck is wrong with you, Faye? What's wrong with you?
he's still saying the name of the city.
I dress up in this nice camo sweatshirt, do myself
Dude,
up for the stream.
I wore a flannel for you. Okay? I specifically was like, where's one of my like 3 flannels that I own? All right? And I found
So you're going to be a BPF impersonator?
No. I've got better takes.
No. But good enough. You're going to be. That's what Zen says. He says anybody wearing a flannel is a BPF impersonator. So.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
So apparently Florida has already been called for DeSantis, as well as Rubio.
Yeah, nobody thought that was really up for grabs, though.
Yeah, nobody did either. I think the demographic shift plus COVID has pretty decidedly made Florida red at this point.
I don't know. Did you guys see that debate? It looked pretty strong for that Democrat. Constantly asking if he was going to run for president or not.
Dude, he really was really concerned about that. Yeah, no, I think at this point we can just accept that Florida's a red state for the foreseeable future.
Well, you got to be
Thank God
careful.
for the flotilla.
Like, you got to be careful about that because Florida has some pretty major swing districts, especially the they have a huge Hispanic population. The Hispanic population is moving a little bit more right, but I don't know what these fucking Zoomers are gonna do in the next 10 years, man. They might go totally left. You know what I mean?
Well, that's also the thing too, is that like when you look at 3rd generation immigrants, right? You know, most of the culture is pretty much gone by 3rd generation. I like how he has his camera from underneath so you can see his, just so you can really see the fact that he's got it nice and trimmed,
What's that?
Yeah,
Oh. But I just...
It's absolutely the boss move. You have to have the camera below yourself so that you look down at the audience.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the way I've traditionally done it, and I do look
God
down.
Emperor BPF over here.
I do look down on my audience. It's true, right? But only because I'm better than them. That's the only reason, If it were as good as I was, then I wouldn't.
You'd
look
be
down
doing
on
this.
Yeah, but you gotta do what the good Lord, what the tools He gives you. Now I'm looking at the coverage map. They were predicting a bunch of these. A bunch of these were going to be called by 7 o'clock. Have you gone over any of those yet?
No. I'm not. Do you have a link that calls them in real time, when they're called? Because right now I'm just looking at the coverage map, and it's especially when you look at the house, it's just a fucking mishmash. Is it the New Yorker one? And I'm just on the wrong portion of it. Looking at?
Yeah. So there's actually. If you just go into Google and you type in live election results, you'll actually see the map. I think it's from the Associated Press, and they're calling them in real time. It looks like.
Okay, all right. So let's see what we got here. Let me move this over just a little bit. There we go. All right. So what we have as of right now, in terms of the calls, we got 38 to 37. And we kept Rand, which not that anybody was questioning whether or not we would keep Rand, but from a libertarian perspective. Okay, Andrew, you got white noise picking up.
Do you just have a fan directly at your microphone?
No, that's my heater just kicked on. It'll kick off in a second. I'll mute myself.
I have another site for you. I'll toss it in the group chat.
Yeah. Let's check that out. But so let's see what we got. CNBC and NCSC. We want the AP. Is that if I just click it, will it go to it? Oh fuck! I'll accept cookies from the AP. I'll accept that. That's fair. Counting votes, calling
I would
races.
love some cookies right now.
So I got my eye on the Michigan race. Whitmer, the fucking stupid bitch that she is going to win. I'm 100% confident of that, but I want to see how close it is, because if it's really close, that's not good for Democrats at all.
Yeah,
They're already having a huge struggle. I think
the thing that's going to go into the night that we might see, because we're already seeing funny business with Arizona. Arizona's been a shit show all day. But I think one of the ones that might come down to the wire, I'm hoping, if we see the quote unquote red wave, right? The polling data is favoring the Democrats still. I'm thinking we might see some Republican votes in New York.
I don't know. It looks like right now the map is showing that Dems have picked up 2 seats, and so the GOP has lost 2 seats. But a lot of these races look really, really, really close as I'm going through this map here.
Which map are you? Give me the link for the specific one you're using.
I'm looking at the AP map, man.
Okay, all right. So seats 1. All right, let's see. All right, we have
You should check
Democrats
out the
won
map.
4, Republicans have won 8 so far. God damn it, fucking! It's like cancer to the audience. I'm sorry I didn't do this on StreamYards. I feel bad. Let me see. Which one did you have? Predict U.S. elections markets. Is this one you're talking about? What is this?
Yeah, the predicted is interesting. The bottom link.
Is this the betting right now?
Yes.
The Vegas
it's the betting
odds?
that's live.
Okay.
So you can see smallest margin as an interesting one when it opens up.
Okay. Let's check this out. All right, so we have. Let's look at Arizona right now. Which party will win the AZ race? 60 cents for the Democrats, 46 for the Republicans. So
yeah,
they're-
but
they're-
you should have seen predicted though election night with Trump. It was like it 100% went for Trump, and well, maybe if there hadn't been something that rhymes with schmod going on, it would have been okay for everybody. But since there was a little bit of schmodding going on around,
just use the term fortification. Like while we're on
Yeah.
Twitch, just use the term fortification, because fortification is the term that was it the Washington Post used?
fortification.
Where they bragged about fortifying the elections to ensure that they, that the outcome that they wanted was done from like the FBI's perspective, and elections and Republicans working with Democrats, to change some of the rules, etc. They said that they fortified the elections. So I think that's the appropriate term to use, because major news media publications use it.
Okay. Fortifications. Sorry. Fortifications.
You've got no. I mean, use whatever you want. I'm just saying, like that's the word I tend to use. But yeah, no, I really hope that the shenanigans for the fortification doesn't keep a red wave. I really want Blake Masters, right? Like I think as a libertarian, that is someone we really want, because I think he represents a lot of our values. Maybe not all of them. But Blake Masters' seat in Arizona is I think would be a big win for liberty-minded individuals, less conservative, but more paleo-libertarian people like that. I think that would be a huge person to work in congruence with Massey, right? Like I think you could have a lot of communication and work with Massey and Paul, kind of forming their own little clique of like the paleo libertarians.
That'd be cool.
New York looks accurate, as if Zeldin ever had a shot. LOL.
No, he's totally gonna pull this out, bro. Totally gonna pull it out. Just wait.
Yeah, no, Zeldin. What is it? The Legend of Zeldin is what everybody keeps saying. Like that's not happening. But he could do a lot better, and I think that's kind of the thing, is that like if he does really well, a lot of it is the psychological hurdle that it's impossible to win. And so if he comes close in victory, that means a lot in terms of Republican turnout in 2024 for other elections, right? Like if he can pick up 46, 45%, then like all of a sudden they're like, if more of you would have came out, we would have won, right? Like if you guys would have came out in full force, we would have won this election. And I think that could decidedly change some House and Senate seats in 2024.
Yeah, I'm willing to fight people on this New York is a blue state thing. The governor before the Cuomos was, if I'm not mistaken, a Republican governor for 2 terms in a row. We've had a Republican city mayor in New York for 2 terms in a row as well, followed by 3 terms of a literal fascist in Bloomberg. So we had, in terms of economics, we had 5 terms of right-wingers in New York City. And so I don't understand where it became like blue, where we don't have to contest it. And if you listen to the communities, the reason why they're marked as blue isn't because they're voting blue. They're voting for whomever their community leaders are telling them to, generally. And the community leaders are saying, well, we can't go after Republicans. The Republicans don't invest in our city. So if we lose, we get punished by Democrats. So because it's not contested, it's not contestable. If you start contesting it, and you start winning some local elections there, and then, this was a complete surprise for the GOP, I think, the fact that Zeldin is even close.
Yo, are we doing a Mark ASMR right now? Well, I don't know that Andrew will stick around if we do a Mark ASMR.
Yes, it might be a little bit of a problem.
I don't know that Andrew can handle the ear cancer.
Who the fuck's bright idea was it to come hang out with a bunch of libertarians on election night? Fucking bunch of fucking degenerates, most of you,
Also, where are your drinks? What the fuck is going on?
Catfish.com.
Yo, stop it. Fucking meanwhile Casimir's over here sipping red wine.
Wild and wonderful world of sounding.
You really no, we're not looking into sounding, you sick fuck.
I'm just talking about loving the depths of the oceans.
I'm about to mute Mark, boys. Get your goddamn channel points back.
Listen.
Oh shit.
Think about this. So, most of the Orthodox Jewish community in New York is like red, sea of red. Staten Island is red. The Chinese community, if you look at their voting patterns, they vote them. But if you look at what they're voting for, they vote red. They vote for like red policies across the board. They're not into any of the blue stuff whatsoever. And they're victims of racism against them by the city constantly. So flipping them is probably the easiest. And then who else are we looking at?
I wonder how the like rise in Asian hate crimes, like, and the fact that like everyone in the Asian community, with the exception of J-Child, is like aware that it's the black community that's doing this to them, right? Like, I mean, obviously it's not the community itself, but it's not white supremacists running around. And I think you can sell that myth to like white liberals, and they will eat up this idea that like white supremacy and Trump has led to an increase in Asian hate crime, when I think the Asians in the community are fully aware that it has been lax crime policy and woke DAs that have destroyed any libertarian argument for like sensible reform in criminal justice. Like we're fucked for the next 10 or 15 years because of what Democrats have called criminal justice reform. That is nothing like what we want, right? And I think that probably is going to have a push towards the Asian community as well. Is like, I think a lot of Asians are willing to accept like more tough on crime Republicans here in the near future, because their community is literally under attack, and Democrats are like, no, it's the white Trump supporters that are doing this to you, and you're like, I just had to pick my grandmother up from the hospital who was nearly beat to death for the crime of being Asian near black people.
It's even worse. They had recent TV did that documentary, and I think they filmed people in New York, both the city and upstate, about the squatters issue and the lack of rent payments. Because their community the way they invest is they earn a lot of money for like 30 years, and then they invest in real estate to have something to give them back money in their old age. And then with the squatting laws in New York City, they're not getting anything back. Especially like they didn't get any payments for the entire pandemic for like a year. Those are working families that own real estate. So all of them voting for Democrats is completely insane. So no, I think that it's the entire city. Yes, it's blue. The city hall is blue. The state is somehow, the assembly, Albany, I'm told, is very blue. But I don't think that had to be the case.
Yeah, so we should have some more polls closing here in 5 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like, so Florida has already been called for DeSantis, like you said.
Yeah.
Georgia looks
and
like
Rubio.
Yeah, so Georgia has 45% reporting in right now, and they're looking. Yeah, it looks like Kemp may I don't know. He's got a pretty hefty lead right now. That could change, but he's got a pretty hefty lead. Arizona, a lot of these don't close till 9 o'clock, but Arkansas looks like that's been called already. I'm sure nobody's surprised about that. Called for the Republican. South Carolina called for the Republican. This is all governors, by the way. Michigan, Whitmer's ahead, but not as healthy of a lead as I'm sure that bitch wishes she had. They've only got pretty close to 7% of the vote tally in. And Whitmer is ahead. She's at 54% to 44%, but that's not that could easily be anybody's game. So if we replace that bitch Gretchen Whitmer, I'll be up drinking all night tonight and partying like a rock star.
Gretchen Whitmer is one of the worst human beings that was given power in our state during the COVID.
Well, she was a protege of another stupid bitch, and they did everything in their power to wreck this fine state. So I mean, they didn't project that Dixon would be able to do it, but you never can tell. Michigan's weird that way. New Hampshire's
Michigan also is one of the states a lot of people don't talk about. Where in Detroit, wagons of camera equipment get wagons and barrels of camera equipment get moved into polling centers at 4:00 in the morning behind closed doors, and election results change in Detroit, Michigan. So, Michigan might be one of those.
Now I'm on YouTube. I'm on YouTube right now, so we got to be very careful.
My bad.
There is no. We're not doing any.
I'm not insinuating anything
right?
in any way, shape, or form. Only,
of course.
Only what is claimed by the media, and the claims by the media is that camera equipment was moved into Detroit, Michigan voting places at 4:00 in the morning, and causation is not correlation. Just because it correlates with some things doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything. Now, in New Hampshire, it looks like that's 15% in.
Yes, snoo.
And that's anybody's. That's anybody's race right now, and the Republicans ahead slightly.
It's not Carolyn Borisenko's race. That's for goddamn sure. And I will cheer.
No,
it's the only time I will cheer to the libertarian losing.
Well, Borisenko has 1% for a whopping, I think, 493 votes counted so far. So I don't think Borisenko's going anywhere. A lot of it.
No,
again,
she's totally gonna pull it out.
Yeah, just right in the home stretch. Ohio's already been called. Republican governor there, DeWine.
So this up.
So
yeah,
I think so far it looks like it's going to be a good game. Republicans could very well still clean house pretty good. They still could clean house pretty good. Under the key house races, it looks like Indiana. Well, that's not good. I don't want that fucking idiot in there.
Who's that?
That's Mervyn or whatever. Frank Mervyn against Green. Looks like the Democrats pulling ahead there in the House, and then these are reporting in, but a lot of them are too close to call. Looks like in Ohio, a Democrat's going to take that. They've got 38%. Reporting in, 63% going to Captor, Marcy Captor. Gonna capture Ohio. That's kind of funny.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here in Ohio. So we've got.
I don't know. The Democrats right now, they're in the key house races. They seem like they're pulling ahead, but we still have a lot of polls to close. A lot of them don't close till 10 Eastern, and then. Looks like on the other side of this, in the Senate races, Democrats aren't doing so poorly yet either. So we'll have to see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, you usually expect more Republican victories early on, right? Because
well, no, I mean not always, because Democrats tend, or at least traditionally, they have done the early voting kind of en masse, and Republicans, the expectation is always that it's going to be day of. They're going to have higher turnouts. That's kind of traditional.
Yeah, for sure. I just mean like when you have. So the problem is that early voting used to be something we had immediately. The moment polls closed, we had that data because EVBs, early voting ballots, were a very, very, very small percentage of the vote. Right now that we've expanded early voting ballots because of COVID policies and things like that. To be more poll closes. Here we go.
Yeah, right in the key, the two of the key races. Marco Rubio got Florida. That's good for the Senate, and then Tim Scott got South Carolina. That's good too. So
South Carolina.
Republicans are looking good. They're looking good for the Senate. I don't know yet, but these numbers are looking like the Republicans might pull off the Senate. That's what we need more than anything. The control of the Senate. That's the that's kind of where everything goes to die. You know what I mean? Not nearly as many influencers. There's only 100 of them.
As a libertarian, I don't want anybody just with an R next to them. I don't think a rhino is any different than that.
One of my chatters is saying that Republicans are catching up in Georgia, so that's good.
Nice.
Ooh wee.
But I mean, but in terms of the Senate, I do have a certain, there is a symbolic, kind of Pyrrhic victory with, the idea of locking down the Senate, taking the Senate but not having filibuster, not having the 60 seats, is kind of a nice gridlock position of nothing happening. And as a libertarian, I love nothing happening. I love a bunch of angry people not being able to agree on a goddamn thing. And so the fucking leave it the fuck alone type situation. And so, like, I really do hope the Republicans take the Senate. I think what most of the predictions right now are like 51-49. Is that still kind of like what we're betting on?
Well, I don't know that we can make any bet this early, really.
No, I just mean like from the polling data, that seems to be where, the guesses are at.
Yeah. Well, so just real quick, because I got a bunch of super chats that came in. Just want to thank my audience for sending those in. I appreciate it. I am an evil capitalist, and I do very much enjoy those super chats. So thanks for coming in and hanging out with me in these fucking lulberts tonight as we go through all of this election coverage. I appreciate it very much. I can see your guys' chats. I can see everything. So I appreciate you coming in. We are streaming to YouTube and Comfy Stream. But I figured tonight I'd hang out with Fabian Scott. He invited me over. And why don't you guys grab some fucking beers and kick back and relax. We're going to be here for a little while going over this stuff.
I just saw that New Yorker just called another race, and I don't know who they called. Was it Gordon in Wyoming? That must be it. That surprises no one.
Yeah, no. That's no shock. What we're really trying to go for is a red wave. Even you libertarians probably prefer to have a red wave over these fucking Democrats. They're scum. The scum of the earth.
Depends on the type of red they are.
At this point, anything's better than a Democrat, dude.
Honestly, like if you want to know the truth, as someone, I hope that there is not too much fortification in Arizona, and that there's enough of a red wave so we can get Blake Masters. Like that's really who I'm hoping. Like that's really what I want to see. I want to see Blake Masters because I want to see someone that at least understands Austrian economics and understands libertarian philosophy, like making some of those arguments that we would make there in representing Arizona. And I mean, and if it happens to come with Kerry Lake, who just says wild base shit, I
love how in Colorado they're already calling this for Polis, even though there's like 0%.
0% in. Yeah.
There's 0% is in, and they're already calling it for him. They're just like, yeah, just give it to him.
They're not even putting the Republican up there.
They're just like, forget it. That's funny.
That's
all right.
Good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm
Guess it's not such a two-party system now after all, huh?
Which party will win PA Senate? So
what's funny though is that I don't think, other than Paul, you guys are going to get a single libertarian in office. So,
well, no, that's the thing. Is you think? I mean, if Blake Masters has a shot,
no,
no
shot.
Think he has a shot? No shot.
No shot.
Oh, come on, I can. But that's the only reason I want a red wave.
$20.
A big enough red wave. I'm not.
20,
I don't have any money.
$20. Oh,
I don't care about the candidates. Why would we care? It's about the policies. The policies should be shifting populist and freedom politics. Also, I like that super chat somebody noted about a boring Senko's campaign, and we have some content about that maybe.
Okay.
I have yet to see this.
Hang on, I gotta read this super chat because I have a guy in the chat who loves to do these fucking dad jokes. And this one's terrible. It's a terrible. Wicked Wally, he says, "Did you hear about Carlin's campaign for governor in my state? Apparently it Bori Senko. That's a fucking awful joke. You suck. You suck."
That was pretty bad.
It's
not as bad as Casimir's.
I do appreciate the super chat, and then Randy West sent in some money and said, "This is for Zen. Welcome to being a father." You know, Zen's wife's about to pop any day, so.
Right.
Romantic way to phrase that.
Okay, but before we view the cringe libertarian that is Carolyn Borisenko, from New Hampshire, there is another far more based libertarian. that I would like to showcase. All right, and that is
Also-
Jeremy Kaufman running for Senate.
Well, there is something else that we do need to go over. This has been
Go ahead.
kind of an ongoing thing in my chat, and I did want to get the Lolbert's opinion on this. Have you heard of the big cartography conspiracy that's been going on? That it's actually big cartography that has been behind most of the problems in the United States?
Is this like a spin-off of Flat Earth?
No, this is this is real stuff. Big cartography is a real thing.
I feel like I'm about to start learning about maritime law versus.
Hold on.
real-time law.
It's like this sounds like sovereign citizen shit. Hold on. I'm gonna go get another Vienna lager because I don't drink on stream, but it's election
Ooh,
night.
grab two.
I'm hanging out. Grab two. I will. I'm gonna have some beers tonight. I drink like maybe once a month. It should be fun and interesting.
You know, I feel like he just ran away from the great cartographer question of our
No,
time.
he can hear you.
And that's
What
what I
is
feel
that?
like he did. Okay? I feel like...
What is
I
the
feel
great
like-
cartography?
Okay, so, you know, these map makers, right? They drew up the maps this way so that they had complete and total control of the United States. That's what happened. Okay? And this is why everything... You like, if you ever look at a map of the U.S., you always notice how stupid everything looks. You know, all the lines are
yeah.
fucking retarded. That's because big cartography has been behind the scenes drawing these lines out so that they can specifically get their people in to control those small population demographics. It's big cartography is a significant problem.
Are they the ones behind
Yeah, I
gerrymandering
totally-
too?
What's that?
Yes. Before we go, show them the link I just linked in chat. The map. Scott, please.
Which chat?
It's a safe map. It's the group chat.
Okay, all right, hold on. Jesus Christ.
Oh. This is the congressional map of Brooklyn. I'm not sure if
Yeah.
I think it's
Now,
current.
are you going to try to tell me that
Look at
that's
this
not
shit.
a scam of big cartography? Of course it is. It's
I'm gonna be honest
drawn
with you.
out-
Hang on.
I
I didn't
I'm
hear.
sure we
I
can-
didn't
I'm
hear
sure
any
we
of
can
your
look into
arguments. I didn't hear any of your arguments because, despite him saying I could hear you, I'm charging my headphones
Well, then
Um,
how did you hear him saying he could hear you?
because we're in the same room.
Oh, is that...
Yeah, honestly, I
Sounds like
didn't
you're
realize he
part of
didn't have
big
his headphones on.
cartography and trying to cover your tracks is what it sounds like to me.
He's right there. Like,
Okay, it's fine that you don't know what's going on. Look at this map. Doesn't it look like a giant conspiracy to you, Scott?
I guarantee
Look at this
you,
shit.
if we
There is a
zoom in
split
on this,
dis-
I'm sure we can make sense of this.
No, there is a district to the south, and there's a part of that district to the north, and they're not connected.
okay.
Now,
okay.
wait. Jim Bob says, what about...
Isn't this just called gerrymandering? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, hang on. No, it's not
It's
gerrymandering.
big
Listen,
cartography.
like, Jim Bob lays this out really well, and he just laid out another point. Like, think about Jordan Peterson's maps of the mind. That's for sure part of that cartography conspiracy that we're talking about.
So you're saying
It is...
maps
his
of meaning
book.
is subtly bought off by big cartography?
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Maps
Oh,
of
okay.
meaning, maps of the
I've
mind,
read
whatever
it.
you... Yeah. Well, what it is they draw these little arbitrary lines, which are actually control grids. And they have certain demographics they fill into those control grids. That way they can perpetually stay in power.
Okay. Look, I don't think you'll
Look at
ever
that
be able-
map and tell me I'm
Listen
lying.
to me.
Go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Look
Listen
at
to me.
that.
Listen to me. I apologize. Yo, Share No Show, you just subbed for 12 months and got a gold coin. I appreciate you so much. But
Holy shit!
I'm about to say something that may come back to bite me in the ass, okay? And Aristocracy TV, I apologize if this turns into some form of harassment. I do not condone that in any way, shape, or form because I think this is a meme. But I do know that Aristocracy TV loves to collect old maps. That is a thing that
See?
she does.
You see?
Okay.
I fucking knew it.
I do know
I
that
knew
that's a
it.
past.
One of the largest.
She's
one
shown
the
me some of
largest-
them.
Yeah.
You know, and if you boys start mixing anti-Semitism with that, I will fucking report you in my channel. All right.
Okay,
But
first,
The map of the Middle
What
East
the
from
fuck?
1890.
where did anti-Semitism come from?
I don't,
Okay,
dude.
I
All of these fucking
understand.
conspiracy theories usually, eventually, somehow get to Jews. Every time. Don't even.
I'm just saying,
That's
can we
all.
get a map?
Okay, that's all you projecting your shit. Okay,
Can we
nobody
get a world
said.
map from 1890?
I love
Nobody
Jews.
said anything about Jews here.
I find Jews very attractive. All right.
We have a Jew on the panel with us. Like, what are you even talking about?
He's not a real Jew.
Yeah, you all get the.
And he believes in the cartographic conspiracy. Okay.
Cartographic conspiracy.
It's
No.
I have to look.
The cartographic
They erased
cartel. The cartographic
They
cartel is
erased-
what I'm calling it.
They erased an entire nation, an ethnicity out of the map. Just look up Tartaria. I mean, the whole Tartaria map is just, but it was cut off.
Yeah, it
And
was.
hold on.
Yeah.
Is that
yeah.
guy that showed up to an airport in Japan and was like, I'm from this country, and had like a fucking passport to the country, and like ended up arrested, and then he disappeared? It's like a big
No.
Japanese myth.
Tartaria was a real place. Okay, it was real, 100%. That's not a meme. Tartaria did exist. There was Tartarian currency and Tartarians running around. Right now, Kaz is right that big cartography did get together, and they eliminated the entire nation of Tartaria just by erasing the lines between Tartaria and its neighbors. It's the most insane
beef?
rabbit hole you've ever gone down. It's 1,000% true. No sarcasm at all, I promise.
Yeah, and they removed the
So-
letter.
Did these people
It
have
was Tartaria, and sorry.
I feel like I'm gonna get
No, go ahead.
banned off of Twitch for like election misinformation or something, and the reason is gonna be stated like big cartography conspiracy or something. I'll be like, it was a joke, and then like Andrew Wilson's be like, it was not a joke. When I like, what has happened?
I feel like there's gonna be some kind of like teeth.
Okay,
joke
hang on.
or
One of the
are.
one of the assholes in my chat's like, great coverage, right? Okay, well look, not every place has reported in yet, and we're just kind of fucking sitting around and talking about why we have this cartographic
you want us to be
conspiracy
CNN?
that has caused
Listen,
this to begin
You
with.
can go tune into CNN right now, right? And I'm not watching it, but if I just were to guess, right, what you're gonna get is you're gonna get a random fucking person that goes back to the touchscreen info map, saying shit that's irrelevant and being like, yeah, repeating himself, and then it's gonna go back to some pundit talking about how the red wave is actually just a white lash against black people in America and like racism. And if you want to
Don Lynn's
watch
gonna be
that,
crying
watch
somewhere
that.
in the background.
What's that?
Don Lynn will be crying somewhere in the background.
Peace crap.
Not-
Wow, those
not-
demographics
I mean,
are crazy. I love
not enough.
demographics.
Not enough.
Despite
Don
being
Lemon won't be
25%
crying
of the
enough.
panel, Scott has made 50% of the dumb jokes. Thanks for the
That was
bits.
worth. I hope that was worth 100 bits. That was good.
Yeah.
A deal at any price.
Looks like South Carolina's called for McMaster, another Republican. Again, not a big surprise to anybody. And it looks like they're calling New Hampshire for a Republican. Chris Sununu. That's Chris.
Such a fun name.
It's
Chris
Sununu.
Sununu.
Yeah, Chris Sununu. So Chris Sununu is
No, I said
is a rhino.
Sununu. Don't fucking correct me.
Chris Sununu is a rhino. And but I mean, I don't
Okay,
know.
well-
I don't know.
well, first-
Bolduc has ruined fucking a lot.
First of all,
a lot of
what-
shit. I'm still surprised Sununu won.
as long as it's a Republican, I'm happy.
I mean,
That's where I'm at in this election. As long as
vote
it's
red
a
or dead.
Republican,
Continue the failure of the Republican Party for the past 150 years.
you know what? I'll take the $2 gas prices, asshole. You know what I mean? I'll take the $2 gas prices. It's like
populism,
these-
not rhinos.
these fucking
Right?
Democrats. The rhinos fell in line and they got it done. And
Money
that
making
was
just wasn't falling in line with Trump.
yeah, a lot of them did fall in line exactly like they were supposed to. Democrats pulled a rabbit out of their fucking hat near the end of that whole fiasco, but yeah, I still want to see Republicans over Democrats. Democrats are the scum of the earth, the worst of the worst. They are literally just pieces of human garbage.
What
And
is
so
the difference?
anytime-
What's the difference between a fucking rhino and a Democrat? There is no difference.
Yeah, well, they can make a better voting bloc. That's the
But
difference.
they don't.
They do.
The rhinos have already proven that, like, what was it, 10 of them that are willing to impeach Donald Trump? They've already proven that when push comes to shove,
As
not only will
opposed
they
to
vote on the
100%
bullshit-
of the Democrats, you know, as opposed to the whole Democrat Party. Like,
Right.
I'll
but that-
take
what,
it.
What I'm saying
I'll
is the
take it.
rhinos. Right now, look, I'm very happy that out of those 10 Republicans, 8 were kicked out of the primary, right? And it does seem that the Republicans are getting more base, more MAGA people, more America First people, and more paleo-libertarian people. There are less rhinos on the ticket, right? And that because of that bullshit impeachment. 8 out of the 10 people that voted to impeach Donald Trump, right, lost. Liz Cheney, go fuck yourself, right? And, you know, kicked out. Nobody wants your ass. But I mean,
Okay.
but nevertheless, I'm just saying, like, I think a rhino compromises in such a way that, like, we don't actually get any change.
So I'm going to be here with you fucking lolberts for hours. Wife, you have got to go down to this corner and get me some beers. I can't deal with these I've got to have a couple of beers.
Why have I not? You know what?
Get you a nice stout.
Has
Got
you know, look, I'm not trying to do anything on stream. I'll DM you about it later. But like,
Yeah.
I got to get. I would love to talk. I would love for her to link up with a couple other people like Deb Philman and other libertarian and conservative women to talk about like education, critical theory, and shit like that in schools. Talk about CICUS, National Sex Education Standards, UNESCO, things like that. I gotta talk to your what is an appropriate thing about your wife? I'm just gonna say your wife. I think she'd be awesome.
What the fuck? How is there a different appropriate name to call her than my wife? She's my wife and we're married.
Well, because I almost said ball and chain, and then I realized that was just mean, so I went with wife.
Oh, that's awesome. But I just got a feeling that if you link Rachel up with these, libertarian women, that she's gonna, red pill the shit out of them and completely destroy their libertarian worldview. That's what I think. That's what I think, Scott.
I mean,
but
if you're
maybe.
confident
Or
if you're
perhaps the
confident
venom
in
of
that, right?
libertarianism will seep in.
If you're confident in that, you know what I mean? Like, all the more reason to link them up from your perspective.
She's gonna do my meta ethics on them. She's gonna meta ethics them, and that's gonna be it for them. She's gonna be like, "Where does your morality come from?" And they're gonna be like, "The non-aggression principle," and then all fucking hell's gonna break loose. I already know how this is gonna
Deb
go.
Philman's an objectivist, so like that's not gonna work with her.
Worse.
No, don't.
Worse.
Hey, don't spoil the party too
Like
soon.
you could ask her that, and then she's just gonna be like, "It comes from reality and rationality." We're like, well,
Yeah,
where does
but
that
that's
come
a-
from?
Yeah,
And
where
then
does
they're
that
gonna
come
be like,
from?
Let's spoil the
existence.
conversation before we get to her.
Right? And then you're gonna be like, "No, it has to be based in God." And they're like, "No, it doesn't. Existence in logic, and that is formulated from existence." Like,
Yeah,
isn't
but
that circular? She's gonna
but-
be like, "No."
Well, but logic has rules.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, like, why? Why should we use logic, Scott?
Because without it, we're just going blah 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 blah.
Wait, without so you think
Every
we ought-
statement that you make is meaningless unless you follow logic.
So
and
we
observable
should
reality.
use. So
It
we
doesn't
should
matter
just
who
use-
created that observable reality.
Yeah.
The
So we
observable
should.
reality is there. I don't need to ground it in God.
Yeah. So we should just use logic because it's logical.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, because logic comes from God, and you
Yes.
can just say,
Yes, 'cause logic comes from God. Right.
and then problem solved. You no longer have to debate Jay Dyer on stream. All you have to do, if you only say that logic comes from God, that's the end to the horror.
Yeah.
Just grant
I'm
it.
well aware. I'm well aware of like the Christians that are like, but what is that grounded in? And it's like, and then they force you to say God, to make sense with their ideology. But it's like, dog, like you don't know that either. Like,
Calling
Cool.
Doug.
Doesn't matter.
you take it.
Listen,
on
this quote is pretty.
I take
this
on
guy
faith that
writes,
logic is consistent. There we go.
This is the
Sin,
old
you and I are all
optics
in agreement
attitude.
now.
This is an old quote in chat. Mr. Knight Owl and Co. writes, "If my last name was McMaster, I wouldn't run anywhere in the Deep South."
That's fucking great.
Now, hang
Oh.
on. We got that followed up. One of my chatters, Risky Dave, he sent in a $5 super chat and he said, "Nothing which I don't know about you guys, but that really is my favorite kind of super chat. They just send you the cash. They don't say anything. You don't have to read anything.
On
it's
YouTube,
fucking perfect.
We need
Oh, seems risky to
47
me.
subscribers in order to hit the 1,000. So
Wait, you
we
don't have
don't get
1,000
super
subs?
chats. No, we're
don't
at
have a
40. We need 47 more. We're at 953.
Oh my god!
Our
Listen,
watch
listen.
hours are at like 10,000 watch hours.
Listen, everybody in chat right now. There's like 100. There's like 100 plus of you in chat or some shit. Roll over to Fabian Liberty's YouTube. Let's get him above the 1,000 marker so he can monetize his fucking channel if you don't mind. Why don't you DM me the link real quick and then I'll put it down in chat. But why don't go over there real quick and sub to his channel so we can jump it up. Where he might be a fucking lulbert, but you know he comes on the Crucible a lot. He engages with us evil Christ cons. Let's help the guy out.
Whoa, I never said that Christians were evil so long as they follow
I know
the
that's
non-aggression
that's the most base part about you guys is that
There's
you
nothing
don't think
evil.
Christians
There's
are
nothing evil about having faith or a belief. in
Rachel
God.
already got it. Rachel already got it down there, Fabian.
Yeah, there you go. Well,
You know?
we got the channel tag for at Fabian Liberty, so like now it's just youtube.com/@Fabian.
Gotcha. The wife's gonna go and get me beer. She already said so that I can fucking tolerate you people for
What happened to fucking
another
Casimir?
couple of hours. I don't know.
What a nice lady.
She is a nice lady. You should get yourself one, but you don't have one. So
Well,
I
mean,
get the
you know,
beer.
I've tried a couple times and it just doesn't work out. So it's just tripping.
Yeah.
Look,
well, I gotta tell you guys this
listen to
story.
me. I had my 30th birthday, right? 2 years ago. And on my 30th birthday,
Old ass man.
didn't have a midlife crisis or anything. You know why? Because I was engaged, I had a child, I had another child, coming. Stuff was great. Just trying to like solidify my family and my life. I was in grad school. And then the pandemic happened. And lockdowns occurred. And then I realized that I'd fucking been with a toxic fucking I won't use any choice
Someone
words.
has been drinking tonight.
Yeah, I was dealing with a toxic fucking person that treated me fucking horribly over and over again. And I tried for like a year to make that shit. But now I'm an every other weekend dad, right? So I live the life that every liberal wants.
You want to see what these
wants the
fucking
average American men to live, okay?
You want to see what these fucking cocksuckers do to me, dude? Okay, so in chat,
I didn't do it on purpose. Thanks to the follows, guys.
In chat, one of these fuckers, Seraphim Goose, he sends in $5 and he goes, Andrew, I need you to read this entire super chat. I don't have anything substantive to say. I know you don't want to, but I'm gonna fill the whole thing up with maximum characters. Well, fuck you, Seraphim. Thanks for that, you prick. Thanks for that, you prick. Like every chance they get to mess with me, they'll fucking mess with me. Now I'll tell you.
His name is Seraphim, right? So he's an angel.
I've got a funny.
He just didn't tell you what type of angel he was. Apparently, he's an angel of annoyance sent by God to fuck with you.
Well, I've got a funny story for you. Okay, so last night I did my Trash Talk Extravaganza, which is a very popular segment that people enjoy. And I don't know.
Some people.
I think, you love it too. I get your DMs about it afterwards too, where you're just like dying of laughter. But it's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine. You can
me.
front and pretend.
I was subtly shitting on some cowardly.
Let this man tell his story.
Anyway, so the whole thing was about these like two e-skanks who have been fighting with each other, and we're laughing at them. And I went into big pimpin' fascist mode last night, right, instead of big papa fascist. And I wanted to make them really mad, so we made sure that the channel raised like $330 or something in the first like 55 minutes. And I was like, these bitches are making me money. They don't even know it. You know what I mean? It was a great time. Everybody had a ball. Ton of fun, right? Well, this morning, one of those skanks did this like react to it. And was just, hoes were so mad, dude. They were so fucking mad. This chick and her simp were just going ham. All kinds of
I'm
upset.
on Twitch, so none of the S or T words.
I'm not saying any of that shit. Okay, I'm just telling you, okay, that they were going they were going crazy. All kinds of upset. And they were saying the most ridiculous shit. Now, the one thing that they said that was really ridiculous is they're like, "Can you believe this guy? This guy's not even funny. Now, mind you, these motherfuckers who are around Zoomers who screech at the top of their lungs, right? You know, the screech humor where they just, at the top of their fucking lungs anytime anything's going on, and that's supposed to get the laugh react. It cracks me up. But that was the biggest cope. They just stopped every few minutes, and it's like, well, somebody must think it's funny because I'm making hundreds and hundreds of dollars making fun of you, stupid broads, right? They get so mad, and that is what makes it all worth it. I have the best chat, by the way, on YouTube.
I wish I got more hate. Like, we got a lot of hate in the early days, and you know what we get now? We get everyone trying to pretend like we don't exist. That seems to be like the Twitch politics is like, they used to hate on me, and then I would crush them. And so now they all pretend like I'm non-existent in the Twitch politics space. Like, if they do a tier list, there'll be like 30 or 40 like people in there that I've never heard of. I'm like, oh, who's this? And I look them up, and they average like 9 viewers, right? And I'm just mysteriously absent. I don't exist, and they don't want to admit that I exist, because the moment that they admit that I exist, you know, then all of a sudden their audience is like, you should debate that guy. You should talk to that guy. And all of these pussies in Twitch politics can't fucking handle the smoke, right? Not So Erudite went on a panel with me, talked a bunch of shit about anarchism, won't talk to me ever since then, because I told her to put her money where her mouth is. And she can't fucking debate worth of shit. IRI, I'm really important, or I'm not really important, said he'd debate me on critical race theory, and was like all proud to hold up his, you know, his 3rd edition of Stefanik and Delgado's Introduction to Critical Race Theory. Then I started quoting the book to him, and all of a sudden he was like, oh, I don't want to do a debate with him. I never should have accepted that. I don't understand why you're talking about him. If you keep talking about him, I'll block you from my channel. Why? Because he's a pussy. All these fucking pussies know that they can't fucking handle it. But you know what? There's one place.
Pussies know you're gonna fuck them, right?
Right. It's exactly true. But there's one place, all right, where people either fucking nut up or shut up. And that's on The Crucible on YouTube. So if you're not following The Crucible on YouTube, you're not watching The Crucible with Andrew. Look, you know, there's a lot of right-wingers there. There's a couple of lefties there. And, you know,
Casimir shows up occasionally.
Politics, you know, be damned. It is a great fucking debate show, no matter where you are on the political spectrum, because people there fucking put up. And, you know, but then there are people in the Twitch politics space, like Not So Erudite, that says that, like, you know, the Crucible are the most bad faith interlocutors that in existence, and she won't go back on there because they're bad. Basically, it means she can't deal with sensible right-wing arguments from people that are actually strong. Instead, you got to prop up idiots that are drunk, like I currently am.
My favorite part
in the panels on Twitch. So
of all of that coping, right? I just want to point out some of the most ironic portion of these women who don't want to go back on the Crucible, right? Is that
why'd you gotta make it about women?
my argument has always been
it's a bit sexist
that most women are too stupid to do a debate, right? They're too stupid and they can't make arguments because they're half retarded, right? So that's my argument. What happens is
disavow. You can't. No.
Then what happens is these half-retarded women come on the Crucible and get crushed and then go, oh, we're not coming back ever. It's bad faith. And all the men, all the male leftists and all the male rightists and all the libertarians are like, when can you book the next debate, BPF? When can I get back in there? When can I face the music for everything that I believe? Except for these soft-ass women, right? They got to run the fuck away, much to my amusement, making my argument just that much better.
Do you hear the bigotry that is coming from Andrew that fails to recognize Synth's new gender identity? I just cannot believe that he would say that all women won't come back when there's one woman that keeps coming back.
I meant biologic, by birth females who come onto the Crucible to debate seem to want to run the other direction as fast as possible, because men go on and they say things to him like, what are you, some kind of stupid, retarded bitch, right? They go, oh, no, I'm super smart. I have hundreds of simps who think I'm smart.
I mean,
hundreds of simps.
Hold on.
To be fair to these women,
I would not come back
to women.
Experience is all of a sudden have someone tell you you're stupid.
Oh no, because that doesn't happen to men. Hey Fabian, you're fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid, Fabian. Like what?
Men are so weak and callous. Obviously, that's why they continue to go into these troglodyte debate spaces because of their frail demeanors.
That is a good point. That is a good point. Now,
you said something that I kind of want to touch on, which is like Gen Z humor. I think this is something that a lot of conservatives don't pay attention to, but I think is like a giant red flag for the problems in our society. And I don't mean just like Gen Z saying you're dumb and you're not funny, right? But I mean this if you look at their content and the content that they find funny. And what you'll find is that Gen Z humor is all like surrealist, anti-reality, anti-truth, right? And it's like just juxtapositions of random screeching noises, and it's an attack against reality that they find to be humorous. And I really do think that it shows like a cultural, I don't want to say degeneracy so much as like degradation, right?
Hang on, lacking. I gotta jump in on that because I have a lot to say about it. But before I do, I have a couple super chats got to get to. Risky Dave sends in $5 with no message at all because Risky Dave understands how this is supposed to be done. Risky Dave is awesome. Be like Risky fucking Dave. And then Tim asked my thoughts on Gavin McInnes. I like Gavin McInnes. I've always liked his content. I think he's hilarious. And yeah, I like Gavin.
Confirmed member of Proud Boys.
Oh God.
They buy breakfast cereals now.
Unbelievable. Don't say that shit. Don't say it.
I mean, you said you love Gavin McInnes. I mean, I don't know what to say.
I said I like his content. What can I say? But that ties in really well with the Gen Z humor thing. So I can find things funny even if they come from people that I hate. What I've noticed is that the Gen Z political sphere, they can't do that. They're just like, if they don't like you or you don't worship who they worship, there is nothing good you can do. There's just nothing. It doesn't matter what you do. You can cure cancer tomorrow and they'll be like, well, you're still a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just there's no winning with it. So,
well, I mean,
that's my take.
I don't think that's true. I think that the thing is that we live life online now, right? And they're sitting in their room and they find it funny and then they just lie about it. They lie about it on Twitter. They lie about it on the YouTube comments. They lie about it in Twitch chat, right? Even if they find it funny, right? All right, so now I'm going to get super philosophical here, or psychoanalytic, I should say.
Oh God! Before we do that, can we check the results and see if
let's check the results?
Here?
I'm sorry.
That's a good idea.
Mark's like, stop drinking. All right, I'm going to set my beer aside for a second.
Drink more. Drink more.
He'll talk more.
By the way, more diaper money coming into Dono chat for Zen's child is coming up. Not from, of course, these fucking hobo libertarians that I'm hanging out with right now, because they ain't got no cash. But from you good working class people, I'll make sure that Zen gets that diaper cash.
We do not have cash. All right, we need more than 2 subs from your community. All right, I know you guys can give us a sub.
They said a bunch of people. They said a bunch of people just went and subbed. Maybe refresh your page.
Oh, my OBS must have glitched out. I don't know. Let me check it out. If you guys get me to 1,000, I will not cry, but I will virtually hug you.
We're at 969.
Okay, do not get him to 1,000 subs if he's going to touch me anyway.
We're at 969. We only need 31 more. That's fucking amazing. I really do appreciate it.
We can get him up to 31 more. Go get Fabian up to 31 more. Pretty please. Pretty please with sugar on top, you know.
I just want you to admit you have a large contingent of crinklers in your audience.
Yeah, guys, come on, get all your YouTube logo down.
Now, hang on, Chase Haggard says when you say logic just is, he can't sub to your channel, bro. That's what Chase just said. He said if you just say that logic just is because it's logical, no way, he's not doing it.
Luckily for him, I didn't say that. I said that it's based off of observable reality.
We'll straw man if we want to. We're going to straw man if we want to, okay? Like, what are you going to do about it? You need our subs, okay?
Do you not remember what happened to the Children of the Corn?
Not really. Trevor Moore's Bullies is about
They won, actually.
about this anti-reality trend.
Casey Bear says that she only makes time for the Crucible because of how ridiculously handsome I am. How do you like that, Fabian? Does that make you feel bad? Because it should. It should.
I mean,
make
You know,
feel bad.
it does. It would.
Serial
Hold on,
killers,
it
like,
would.
It does make me upset that Casey Anthony doesn't support us.
Oh no.
It would, but here's the thing, right? I'm taller than you, so I'm okay with it.
I'm 6 foot. How tall are you?
6'5".
What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
he
6
puts the
foot
big
5?
and bigot.
Yeah. But the big and bigot, buddy.
But wait, that's when you're wearing your high heels and like putting on your woman suit, right? That's,
No. I'm like, can't put anything on the bottom shelf because of lower back pain. I'm like,
You do that with things that I use around the apartment too. You put them up on top of things, and then I lose track of shit.
I don't know what to tell you, man. My eye level for me is just like
we have
above
napkin
the
or
bridge.
tissues.
Like, I don't know. Like, that's just a habit for
Bury
me.
the tissues under trash.
Now I don't
Look-
know if this means anything, but I do want you guys to know that someone from my chat just sent me $9.11 super chat. And I'm not sure if he's trying to tell us something or not, but he did
That he's
send in
smart? Yes.
that very precise denomination.
I
And
think-
I think it's because
think-
he just didn't have $9.12. That's what I think.
I think maybe it could be that. It could be a dog whistle to big cartography, right?
It could be,
Obviously, New York's maps needed to be redrawn after the Twin Towers fell.
That's true. That's true. And when you think
No?
about it, how could it not really be a cartographic conspiracy when you start really putting it together? Like, they needed the space, right? The space, and then we know
Wisconsin's
space is
coming in.
fake, and since we know space is fake, and they needed the space, space has no lines, right? I mean, I could go on forever, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we could just discuss the differences between a map from 1890 and 1905.
That's
What are you
specific.
talking? Okay,
He
so,
does this shit all the time.
How do you
Man,
not
you
know?
guys really suck at being bigots.
How do you not know that the cartographic conspiracy didn't start until the 20s? How do you not know that? You're not even fucking hip to this shit, dude. You don't.
Yeah, because you don't even know the backstory to your own conspiracy theory that's been made up on the fly.
You know,
Obviously, adding to your lore and
maybe
arcana.
maybe that's fair. You know, maybe that's fair. I don't know. It's reasonable.
created in 1905 or 1915 based on a treaty.
Maybe that's fair.
This is why it's cool to hang out with Mark, because Mark is the king of trivia. Like he's real quiet, you know, and I do most of the talking, but then randomly he'll just bring up some fucking reference from like fucking the 1800s or something. He'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" You don't even know this.
Now, Redfish Bear did let me know that big cartography was indeed an inside job. I've got a feeling that that's true as well. And then Karma's Real sent in $5 and said, "One diaper on me, Zen." And it's true. With the amount that gas now costs, I think $5 will only buy one single diaper. That might be one of the more accurate.
My daughter is now fully potty trained, except for like car rides and stuff. And I'm gonna tell you, dude, it is fucking awesome. It is amazing.
I gotta give a shout out to a channel member just joined. Got a membership from the Crucible. Very expensive membership, I might add. His name is Creepy Crawler, and it says, "Welcome to the Crucible crew." Welcome to the Crucible crew. All of you belong here from Fabian Liberty's channel. Probably none of us belong on his, but go subscribe there anyway, okay? He really does have great content. He's going to start doing movie night over on Comfy where you can actually screen the fucking movie. I can't wait for that.
Can you screen the movie on Comfy?
Well, I don't know. He's gonna have to talk to the guy who owns the network. I wonder who that is.
I DM'd you and was like I need more details. Like, let me know. I'm a fucking boomer when it comes to this stuff.
Like, you're gonna have to talk to the network executive. I know the guy. He says it's cool. You can stream the movie there, bro. It's
all right. I'll have to DM you later about it and see if
no like porn or nudity of any kind. So you're kind of limited a little bit.
Well, like,
A
wait,
guy in
if it's
chat
an
was
R-rated
challenging-
movie with like a boob scene, like, is that a problem?
Can't do it.
Okay.
Can't do it. But if you want to like have somebody chainsawing off somebody else's head, then yeah, we can do that. That's
Right, gratuitous.
That's all good, you know.
Way to make sure that your streaming platform is the most American thing ever.
Yeah.
Gratuitous violence is okay, and there's nothing degenerate about chopping people's heads off. But lo and behold, somewhat like a little bit of an artistic nip slip occur, and all of a sudden the degeneracy is off the charts.
Okay, listen. I have to stay true to my
Fucking
values.
conservatives.
Not a single nipple. However, yes, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, excellent. I love it. Let's do more of that, right? Gratuitous use of violence in video games.
Billy.
Or
Billy.
you know?
Oh,
All right.
Billy.
No,
nipples?
I don't think so. I think Andrew is misleading you. I can tell you right now, there's going to be boobs on Comfy during the movie night, and he's going to want it to be there. I guarantee you, it's going to be there. It's going to happen.
2 points. One,
where in the
I'm
world?
the stream martyrs on Comfy, and 2, Scott. Would you entertain someone from the Crucible wanting to talk to you about libertarianism while we wait for more polls to come in?
Yeah,
Bring 'em in, man.
Fucking bring him in. I don't care.
Let's do this. Let's have a rumble while we're waiting for this fucking map to update. I want to see a rumble. All right, now I'm okay.
More like a whimper.
We're partnering up. You got 2 mods in here, and it's gonna be me and Baldy over here. We're gonna be fucking modding, and then let
White power
Fabian.
poster child, if you're gonna address me.
I send this guy the worst DMs on planet Earth, and it's just always tit for tat.
Why are you
Always
lying?
tit for tat.
You don't DM me. We occasionally add each other in the general section, and it's mostly me using GIFs. Because I don't respect anyone enough to give you my words.
Bullshit. I was DMing with Mark just the other day, and I was like, Mark, why are you gay? And he said something back like, why aren't you? Something like that.
Stock, it's hard not to be gay.
I'm definitely way gayer than Mark, just for the record.
That's not an achievement, bro. That's
right.
That's basically backing both of you right now.
I'm just saying.
I'm less gay than Sergeant Delgado, and he made all of his squad get in the X-ray machine so he could see the size of their dicks.
Hey, Mark, those are those things you keep to yourself.
Sondsol wants to come on and play. Bring Sondsol on.
Yeah, I don't care.
If he
Sondsol can
shows
come
up.
and chat.
Yeah. Go, Sondsol. Go to Fabian's Discord, and you can hop in.
Her name's Samariana is probably posting a link in the chat. So,
are we going to have a drunk argumentation ethics debate with Sondsol right now?
I'm not getting into argumentation ethics on election.
Do you think that Sondsol go to Sondsol? You fuck. Listen to what I'm saying to you. He's DMing me right now. Listen. Go to Fabian. Okay, send me the fucking link to your Discord real quick. Maybe Sonsol's not in there.
Yeah, it's because these little bitches like to come in for a little bit for drama and then leave. Oh, God damn it.
Send me the link to your Discord, the invite
I'm
link.
trying. All right, give me just a moment. There you go. It's in the group chat in Discord.
All right. I got it. There you go, Sonsoy.
Come on stream and it will be louder. What will be louder?
Your voice, because you keep talking off of the microphone and she can't hear you.
I cut down the Discord audio to the virtual audio cable so that like people could adjust their volume. I don't know what else to do. I can turn up the gain a little bit. I feel like the audio quality.
No, it's to Mariana. It's on stream.
Yeah, I do. That is true. I do have to play the Sondsol theme song. I do have to play the Sondsol theme song. Yes.
Well, while we wait,
I wrote a song for Sondsol. It's true.
There is an amazingly big. Check out the stream, the share screen. Okay, there is one person in that is running for the LP that is based as fuck, and I want you to hear what it is that he says to the Democrats that are living in New Hampshire and what he feels about them. Okay, it's 11 seconds. Let's go.
Far, I'm pretty happy about what Republican chances are looking like.
Yeah.
Actually, hang on.
All right.
Pause. Hang on. I think Sondsol needs to watch this too.
Oh, is Sondsol here?
Yeah, he's here.
All right, so hey,
I
Sondsol.
love that. You don't even let me say anything. You just outright deny what I'm saying. Like I don't have good ideas.
What? I didn't deny anything. I just said, is he here?
I literally said, hang on before you play this. Just no.
Because you keep fucking. Well, you won't let me play nothing. All right, Sondsol. Check this out. This is what Jeremy Kaufman thinks about Democrats.
Hope you leave the fucking state of New Hampshire, you disgusting monkeys. You disgusting monkeys. You evil, vile people. I hope you get out of New Hampshire. You are evil.
I fucking love it. He gives no fucks. Oh, there you go. There's your introduction to the stream, Sondsol.
Let's play. Can we play that again? Can we just keep that on repeat?
We can
for, like,
keep
the
that.
next
We can just
hour?
keep that on repeat for any liberals that show up, any leftists, anyone that dares vote Democrat.
You evil, vile people. I hope you get out of New Hampshire.
What's up, Sondsol?
Nothing much. I'm just popping around, talking to different people, seeing what they think of everything. So what's going on here? What do you guys
Why are you so quiet?
It looks. Yeah, you are a little bit quiet. You need to turn yourself up in Discord.
Let me see here.
I got you at 200%. It's not too bad now.
We're actively fortifying. That's what's going on.
I got
Yes,
you.
we're
Yeah,
actively
my
fortifying.
volume is all the way up in Discord, but yeah.
I got you 200%. It's not too bad now. But
Well,
I mean,
it's looking like Republican chances are pretty good, wouldn't you say, Sondsol?
Yeah, I've been saying that for about the past week.
Yeah.
I was keeping up with the midterms for a little bit about 2 months ago, and then I mostly focused on just like seeing what was going on in Texas. And then the next time I checked it, like 2 weeks later, it flipped from being like a 50-50 or like 80-20 for the Democrats to like 50-50, and now it's 60-40. So we'll just have to see.
well, I mean, I think exit polls show that like number one issue currently on the ballot is inflation, and number two is abortion. Right?
Yeah,
We can assume inflation is predominantly Republicans. We can assume abortion is, as they're calling it, their number one issue is predominantly left. Right? Obviously, some conservatives are going to say that like abortion, they're pro-life. That's their number one issue.
Well, it looks like
and vice versa,
the next polls are closing in about 50 minutes. And while they're closing, I got to ask you a couple of questions, Sondsol.
Yeah.
Can you readily admit now that Joe Biden fucking sucks and he blows, and the reason that in an election year where abortion was
That's not
outlawed,
a loaded question.
but that
at all.
in an election year,
Like there are
when-
things about him that I
hang
think
on.
are-
Let me finish. When abortion has been outlawed, and it's an election year on the tail end of it being outlawed, and you have all of the motivation in the world, you still can't get your fucking dirty carcasses over the finish line. Don't you think that that's a sad day for you, Sondsol?
Is it a sad day for me? I mean, not necessarily. I mean, for some of the things that I want to see happen, sure. But I think that I've routinely said that Joe Biden is a giga chad for some of the things that he's been able to get through, despite having a 50-50 Senate. Like the fact that he's been able to pass fucking anything at all is fucking crazy. And then, like, take into consideration that he didn't just pass one, presidentially defining bill. He's passed like 4 or 5.
What?
So that's, I mean, the infrastructure bill, the bill.
Yeah, the
Back
Inflation
Better
Reduction
bill,
Act is.
Oh,
these
yeah,
things are,
these-
like,
it's
huge
Yeah,
bills.
they're
horrible.
defining
But
his
it's-
failures. They're going to
they're-
define his presidency, all
How are they-
right.
how do you define passing a bill that was a part of your agenda as a failure?
Because you're talking about a presidential legacy. And just because you can
No,
get your
hold on. Just to be ultra clear, I'm saying
Mhm.
that the fact that they are the fact that the bills that we're talking about are so big, it is legacy defining. But I don't care about his legacy. The fact that he was able to get any of those through, let alone not just one but multiple, was like really, really impressive, right? Because he was really trying to.
I'm actually,
push the bipartisanship.
Sondsol, I want to back you up here, right?
So then
I
it
would
was
say-
super impressive when Trump was pushing his
Listen.
legislation through as well?
Oh yeah, it was impressive that he was pushing it, but he only got one thing passed, that fucking tax break bill.
That was
He got a
it.
ton of
Well, I
shit
mean,
passed.
Trump's-
He's the first.
other-
He's the
Trump
first
got a ton of
president.
shit
Piece of
passed. Not only that, hang on. Trump's legacy is golden. Biden.
Yeah, golden is
well, he's gonna if he runs
strong
again.
word.
If he runs again, he'll
Golden,
win.
also known as
Sondsol.
the color of his skin.
Sondsol. If he
yeah,
runs
so-
again, he's going to win.
No, I actually agree with Sondsol here, right? Because the two worst presidents in American history, as I would think, are probably FDR and
And Joe
Abraham
Biden.
Lincoln.
And Joe
Abraham
Biden.
Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln is obviously the worst president in American history, right?
He's pretty bad. I agree, but Joe Biden's pretty
Right?
bad
I mean,
too.
like you can't I there's like no argument that Abraham Lincoln isn't one of the worst presidents in American history. And
I mean, I
yet,
would argue, but
because Woodrow Wilson is close up there, right? And all of these presidents are highly successful at passing their agendas. And because they're highly successful at passing their agendas, the history books regard them fairly positive, regardless of whether or not you think those agendas are good for America, good for the Constitution, good for the people. If you get a fuck ton of stuff done, your legacy is secured, I think, as a successful president. And, you know, if it pushes it towards increased state power, then the history books are going to write you as a great president. I think it's right wing cope to think that the history books aren't going to say these.
Well, so
Andrew Jackson isn't like really looked upon positively, but like his big pieces of legislation.
Yes, he is.
The guy that like
Yeah,
did
he
the
was an
Trail of
American.
Tears?
He was literally an American hero until you fucking progressives denigrated him.
Sondsol, what did I say? What did I say? You didn't make an argument against me. I said
So,
that
no,
is
I'm-
good for the establishment. What did Andrew Jackson
Oh, good. I'm sorry.
say at
I
the
missed
death?
good for the establishment.
Right,
I
right.
missed
Like
that.
good for the growing the power of the state. Like his proudest achievement was defeating central banking. Of course, he's not looked good at by the history books because
Wait, his biggest thing that like people know him for is the war against the Indians and like pushing them
Right,
westward.
yeah,
Like,
that's you're
Yeah.
talking about the history books
He
and how
fought
people
a
remember
war
him.
and won.
I said what Andrew Jackson was most proud of, not what the
Oh.
history books remember him for. What Andrew
Sorry,
Jackson was most proud of was defeating central banking and saying, "Thank God we don't have we have I can't remember the exact quote off the top of my head.
He killed the bank.
Like,
He killed the bank.
Thank God we killed thank God we defeated the banks, right?
He hated more
Andrew,
than banks,
our Andrew, not the
banks and
president.
blacks.
Andrew Wilson, your mic is giving me fucking cancer. The fucking noise gate on
His
it.
fucking heater. I know.
I don't have the heater on now.
I know it's not that bad right now though.
It's a low level noise that every single time there's like a tiny little hit, we can hear.
Is that better? Is that better?
No, now you're just quieter. What you need to do is go into Discord, hit the user settings, go to voice and video, okay, and then turn off the automatically determined input sensitivity.
Okay, hang on.
This is why he likes StreamYard so goddamn. He's bullshitting about that restream shit. Yeah, what's up?
What am I turning off, Sondsol?
Look at me.
Automatic input sensitivity.
Is this the good Stardust?
Is this the good Stardust? No, this is not Stardust Crusader 89.
There, is that better?
I think
Is that,
so.
is that better
If
now?
I think it
This
is.
is the Wild Banana Stardust. What's up, Stardust?
She's banana mode now. So yeah, I think that I don't know why the fuck you hate Lincoln so much, but yeah, I
What?
think that
Well,
Because
generally
he's the worst president in American history.
Why do you like him so much?
Because he
Sondsol?
killed
because he loves black people.
because he
Right.
I just
because
love
he
how
loved
much he loves black
Because
people.
Sonsol's gonna
Well,
go.
no,
"Well,
hold on,
we
hold on,
freed the
hold on,
slaves,
hold on.
right? Just-
No. I just
because
like,
he
I
likely
need to
killed-
love
he
black
likely
people even
killed-
more. So living vicariously
Sondsol,
through him is how I do it.
He likely killed just under 1 million black slaves in the contraband camps when he maintained slavery for the Northern Empire. He made sure that he maintained war as much as possible and wanted war with his own people because he kidnapped journalists, threw them in Confederate uniforms and paraded them around and sold tickets to throw things at journalists because they happened to be anti-war protesters. He intentionally let Union soldiers starve and die from diseases, even though the South was like, we can't afford to feed these soldiers. Please take them. We will release soldiers back to you. And he said, no, they're your burden now. And I don't care if they die. Like, no. Abraham Lincoln was a fucking monster and a warmonger. Just because it happens to be that the
Black
South was
people,
evil.
so I gotta like him, you know.
Well, he killed more fucking black people than would have died under the
He did
institution
it out of
of
love,
slavery.
okay? He did it
Yeah,
out of
no.
love.
Like if you know your history, you know that Abraham Lincoln is a fucking war criminal and a monster. That doesn't make the South good.
I don't know anything about this part. Okay, like I sure. Okay, you win. All right. You love black people more than Abraham Lincoln because you have killed less of them. Congratulations. So
Kill more brown people though.
fuck, there was something I was gonna say, but like your schizotypal rant about fucking Abraham Lincoln has completely invaded my entire mind. I can't think about anything else.
You can't take
Hang
the
on,
L
'cause
and
Jim
then
Bob-
say it's a
Hang on,
schizotypal rant,
hang
right?
on,
You know what I
Jim
mean?
Bob-
Like, come on.
Jim Bob
I
makes
mean,
a good
anybody
point.
can do like a fucking crazy rant about a specific historical
Wait,
figure.
wait, but
you know,
Jim
I've
Bob-
heard a lot of fucking groypers go off about specific Jews in the world. So like,
Jim
All right,
Bob
so-
made a good point. He made a good point.
It's-
He
I
says
love you
that was just
dancing
the
around.
Rhetoric of the time. That was just the rhetoric of the time.
What was just the
Right.
rhetoric of the time?
It was just the rhetoric of the time. The Abraham Lincoln stuff, right? That was the rhetoric.
Okay, yeah. Look,
Gotcha.
look. You just take the L. It's okay. Abraham Lincoln shitty.
I just don't
like,
care about
it's
this.
all right.
Like, obviously, it's one of your like big things. You want to tell everyone how bad Abraham Lincoln was. He's not even my favorite president. So
No, I just said he was a shitty president, but he got a lot done, and therefore his legacy is secured. My argument
Gotcha.
hinged upon that. That's why we brought up Abraham Lincoln. And then you were like, I don't know why, and I'm like, fuck it, I'll tell you why. He's a monster.
yeah, but there was a bigger point that I was going to make, but it's completely gone now. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh, hush.
Real quick.
You'll be
Um,
fine.
So what were we talking about? We were talking about the fucking election. Oh yeah, Joe Biden. Yeah, Joe Biden's like pretty base for the way that he was able to pass things through. I've had criticisms of Biden in the past. Like I think like even since he took the presidency, he's kind of declined.
Andrew,
mentally.
mute your damn mic.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go on push to talk, brother. I don't know what the fuck you've done to your fucking audio settings. Holy shit.
Of course you're drinking fucking Miller Lite.
But yeah, so I think that
Maybe if you drank some Miller Lite yourself, you'd grow a little hair on the head. You know.
It's a disease. I can't help it.
Man, you made that really sad. Like,
yeah, I know. There's nothing
you know what I mean?
can follow that up with.
You didn't roll with
There
the
are
joke
three
or
things
anything.
that went through
You
my
were
head,
just
and I
like,
can't say any of them. I'm just gonna feel
you
like
just
an
like you
asshole.
just leaned real
I
in,
literally asked him to
like
call me the white power poster child 15 minutes ago. Like, it's not that serious.
Oh,
This is
gotcha.
a disease too.
Yeah, I'm feeling
feel
like
you,
there's a little bit
brother.
of cancer going on right here. Wait, hold on. Is the cancer the disease, or do you have alopecia?
You'll never know. But
yes,
Well,
stop it.
yeah, I
No,
need to know
no,
because
yes,
I just called
alopecia
this-
universalis. Yes.
Okay, thank
No,
God,
I
because
don't.
I just
No,
said this
no.
is cancer. I was gonna feel real bad.
look, so
Okay.
I come from a family that doesn't have facial hair, but
No,
as a
no,
young
no,
child, we went
no.
camping. You're really not gonna let me tell the story about the awful camping trip as a toddler?
I don't know. Now I'm even more scared.
Oh, that was Roland. I told Roland that. Never mind. You weren't there. The joke's over. Never mind. But no, I'm too fat to have cancer. And it's just a fact.
I just want to let you know. Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. That redfish bear
Hearing
sent
you
in-
has never been a problem. It's just
Yeah.
been hearing all of the other shit.
Oh, okay. Well, Redfish Bear sent in $2, and he wanted me to let you know, Sondsol, that you fucking suck. And I agree with that statement 100%. And also, Risky Dave sent in $5, and he said absolutely nothing, which is definitely my favorite kind of super chat. He's still training the chat how to do this. I don't actually care about their opinions. I just want their fucking money. I don't want them to say anything. I don't want to read anything. I just want them to send in the cash. I don't know why people don't get this. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense, Sondsol?
Yeah, I don't care about the opinions of my chat. They should just fall in line and give me money.
Yeah, that's right.
I learned that.
I
from
don't.
my
I'm
Democratic
sorry, guys.
overlords.
Like my. See, I've like cultivated so many fucking intellectual warriors in my chat that like I actually do respect my chat. Anytime
know-
a lefty comes in, they get driven
Fucking
away.
chatters.
You know,
Do you know-
I'm
do
telling
you-
you, dude. My chat is
you-
fucking. My
So
chat's
you guys
basic
don't.
as fuck.
You guys don't get the joke, but I'm essentially making fun of e-girls, just so you know. That's the joke, basically.
Well, most of us
right?
don't think about e-girls all the fucking time, Andrew. So
Right?
that's probably why we didn't.
You know
make
what's
the
not a
fucking- we
joke?
didn't get the
Some of
joke.
their bank accounts.
Yeah, that's not. It's not a joke.
True.
That's true.
True. There are a lot of children that have used mommy and daddy's credit card to fund these girls, and they are laughing all the way to the bank.
Damn, more.
Almost as hard as Albertfish left.
Pennsylvania just updated.
So I don't get it though, Sondsol, because I've heard this argument a lot. If you make fun of e-girls, this means you must desire e-girls. Is that correct? Is that the argument?
No, I was just trying to fuck with you, but
yeah,
I would say,
yeah, just making a stupid take again, as usual.
Well, I think the argument.
I think because it's so easy.
The argument.
This is what I would say. I think that if like you have like 3 or 4 like big issues and one of them is e-girls, that might point towards a problem with you.
Yeah, so Sonsol's really bad at making arguments for the left.
Oh,
so
yeah, wait.
I thought, wait, hold on. I'm trying to
so,
respect
like-
you, Fabian, because when we first got in here, you said that you didn't want to get into arguments on your panel. So I'm trying to just joke everything off. If you want me to fucking sit here and debate shit, I can do that. But I'm trying to be respectful to you.
No, I said I don't want to get into argumentation ethics.
I'm just
right?
not
That's a separate
egalitarian.
thing. Argumentation ethics is the philosophical foundation from for libertarian ethos and the non-aggression principle, and it takes an hour to explain it to someone.
Yeah, okay,
that's
I don't
good
care
for
about that. Yeah.
No, I know you don't care.
I just didn't want to.
I know. Like, you don't want to be principled. I got it, Roger. Anyways.
No,
what I'm
I
saying
just didn't
is
want to
that
be disrespectful.
The
to
better
you,
argument is that if you randomly bring up e-girls, right, then it does tend to show that maybe they're living rent-free in your head, right? Like if you just happen to interject e-girls into a conversation where it's not really important to what we're discussing, kind of hints towards the fact that I don't know, man, maybe you're thinking about them a little too often. Maybe you're thinking about them with 2 brains instead of 1.
I feel like what it really is that the progressives would feel better if I was a little more even-handed in running down other streamers. They just don't seem to realize that I do run down other streamers, like Sondsol, for instance, all the time and every chance I get. But the thing about the Eastgates is that they're all drama baiters. They're all drama baiters.
Is that you think about e-girls a lot, which would make people think that maybe this guy is maybe he's thinking about e-girls so much. He might
Classic
be looking at their Twitters, and then you're also thinking about me so much because you like to fuck with me so much. So maybe you're a little bit attracted to me, which, to be fair, the hair is really nice. I do use conditioner, so maybe that's why you're thinking about me rent free all the fucking time. But
you know when Sondsol turns around, I sometimes mistake him for a lady too. I'm like, what's up? Good looking,
it's childbirthing hips, but it's all muscle underneath. All right.
Well, so I just gotta get.
Stardust, I'm glad that you have bad taste.
I gotta follow up and make sure everybody knows I'm not gay. One second.
No, you are.
What'd you say?
For sure you
about
are.
Me, Fabian, you bitch.
Oh wow, did you just know me?
No, you said you kissed.
I just said you have bad taste in women.
Yeah. If you kiss dudes, you're gay. That's the way that works.
Yeah. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
You never had a bromance before, bro?
You know what? Don't answer that. We all know the Italians are gay. Maybe Spaniards.
You never had a bromance?
They do that.
No? Little chow?
It's not gay if it's on a 3-way.
Come on.
You're rolling around with, you're doing, oh shit, there goes
Where did
Stardust
go?
Is that really all she had? Came in and leech off of other people's conversation?
To be fair, the conversation was a little bit was a little stale by the time we started talking about gay stuff, so.
No, I mean, you started it.
I figured she would have screamed about her dad's dick.
Oh, yeah,
right?
She used to do that a lot, didn't she?
She did. She did.
Anyways.
It's the only time she ever comes and hangs out.
Because these e-girls are always causing all these problems. See what I mean? See?
I mean, if you scream about your dad's dick and you have those daddy issues,
How the fuck do I bring this up and say all these e-girls are a problem, and the second I say it, one of them causes a fucking problem, just like that.
Is Stardust an e-girl?
Sondsol, clearly I'm joking.
Oh, okay. I was about to say
That might be the greatest. That might be the greatest insult Sondsol has ever accidentally said about her. Just go. Wait, what? Stardust is an e-girl?
Because it's basically
she doesn't look like an e-girl. You accidentally told on yourself hardcore there, brother. You were like, she's an e-girl. That's clearly not why dudes are there. Not to look at her.
I thought that an e-girl had a specific kind of makeup that they wear and shit.
Hang on. I got a super chat. I got to read for Sondsol. It's for $5, and it says, Sonsol's forearms are way too dangly for him to be that self-confident and smug. He should be a little bit more self-conscious.
I gotta be honest. I don't see that one. Like I'm fine with like
I
a
don't know
good
what they
insult,
mean
but
by
like it's just not.
dangly.
It's weird. Yeah.
Oh, fuck, that's messed up. This isn't a super chat, but I'm going to read it anyway. Right? And it's all in good fun.
He's so
Stardust.
mad that I made fun of him about his
It's all in
e-girl
good
stuff,
fun.
so
This
now
isn't
he's like
about
going
you.
through- he's looking for other people's insults.
This isn't
for
about
me.
you. It's not about you.
Okay, I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
So anyway, this was funny, but Stardust left. Otherwise, I would have read it to her so she could have like gone on one of her like Indian fucking where her face gets red and shit. But he says Stardust looks like Hoggle.
Even
from
as a
Labyrinth.
libertarian, that just feels racist.
He says Stardust looks like Hoggle from Labyrinth, and I'll never stop repeating that.
Yo, hold on, pause real quick before we welcome in Rob Noerr. I just have one quick question, you Sondsol. If being an e-girl is a specific type of makeup, right?
Yeah, I thought it was like.
Does
an
that
aesthetic
mean that
thing.
Michaela Peterson is 100% an e-girl?
I don't know what kind of like.
Yo, Michaela
Send me a
Peterson.
picture.
Yo, just go look. Like every single time, she's got the blush on the nose and like the
Oh,
little
yeah,
extra
yeah, the
dots
blush,
here.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, the fucking
she
fake
has
freckles,
that
yeah, she's-
makeup.
yeah, she's
100%. Like
Yeah, she's an e-girl
100%
then.
e-girl. All right, you heard it here, folks. It is official. Michaela Peterson is an e-girl, and I'm okay with it. What's up, Rob?
This will be our first e-girl interview.
How you feeling about this coming red wave? This tepid red wave that might happen. We'll see how fortified
It looks like
things
it's
are.
gonna happen.
It looks like it's gonna happen, but let's not be Chink Uger here, and melt down into the night.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be as much as a wave as people were predicting. I think you're going to see 51, 52 in the Senate for the Republicans. I don't know, 230 in the House. I'm still, my prediction was 245. I'm still holding on to it. But yeah, I mean, to me, the lesson, I'll just say real quick, the lesson of the night is Florida that showed that conservatives that pushed anti-woke shit with like the sort of mutilation of children and indoctrination of children, and we're anti-lockdown, so pro-freedom, that's the mark forward. But the prick McConnell people will try to get in the ear of DeSantis and say, the reason you did so well is you're not Trump. So don't be as offensive. Don't be as aggressive. So that'll be the battle going forward, I think. Do we take the lesson as Republicans that you should be more pro-freedom and more anti-woke? Or do we take the lesson you should just be anti-Trump? We'll see.
So like I probably agree with you. I would say that the lockdowns probably contributed more. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I think the lockdowns might have contributed more, not because it's a stronger issue, but because so many people moved. Right.
Okay. I do have to interject just for a quick second. I'm sorry. This is for Sondsol though. It's the same chatter he followed up, and he said, by the way,
really?
Sonsol's going to be thinking about his weak arms. It's all about the slow game, Crucible. Okay, it's all about the slow game. So you're fucked, Sondsol. You planted the seed. It's over for you. That's all you're going to be thinking about is your weak spindling arms.
When you say he planted his seed, are you thinking about the gay sex that he's going to be having with you, where you're the bottom and he's planting the seed?
Why does everything come back to gay sex with you?
Why do you
I don't know,
always
man. You're
cover
the
up
one
your
talking about
forearms?
Sonsol's, body and e-girls.
I read a chat, dude.
You're reading the chat, and you're only
you
picking
choose
up the
which
ones that are
chats
talking about
to
my
read.
body.
Well, they pay me to read them, you fuck. I know that you don't have that problem, but I have that problem.
I know. I only need a few more subs on YouTube. We're so close.
We're close. I'm getting them over there.
We only need like 20 more, and then we get monetized.
Yeah. You got to get over there. Okay,
monetization.
Ciority says sending love to everybody on this panel and sends me $10.
100%. Ciority,
right? Sending love to everybody on this
girl.
panel. But she did follow up. She didn't really, but I think that she meant to follow up and say that Sondsol sucks. That's what I think she meant to say also.
But back to actual
Why are you
election night
mad
shit,
at me?
right?
Holy shit.
Looking at Florida, right? I do think that you're right, that anti-woke stuff is going to be a winner. And the reason I say that that's going to be a winner is all of the evidence that clearly shows that it is, right? Loudoun County, Virginia, the Moms for Liberty movement, like being able to engage suburban women into the voting populace because, and the way that your children are being gone out. The thing that I worry about as a libertarian, right? And this is kind of like a tepid thing. The thing I worry about is kind of a couple of things. Number one, I worry about it pushing conservatives towards school choice. which is really, really bad because it is the way to interject wokeness into schools, not get rid of wokeness. I can hook you up with a lot of people and documents on that, Rob. I won't go too far.
Hook me up with those because I've been trying so hard. I actually work in education now, and I've worked in education in the past, and looking at the difference from like 2017 when I worked in education, looking at it now, I always ask people for some kind of fucking proof that there's like, this like gender ideology being injected into the fucking
it's
children.
real quick. It's real easy. It's really easy.
I never see it. I don't see it in my personal
Second
life,
Steps program of social emotional learning. That's in 34% of all elementary schools, and they boast about it. Teaching 16.5 million children in elementary a year, right? Yeah, that would be a problem.
So,
right? Second Step.
So what kind of like crazy stuff do they say in there?
Right. So Second Step programs is social emotional learning. Are you aware of social emotional learning?
No, hit me with it.
Well, it's a very, very large portion of the the critical pedagogy that's currently being pushed. And so transformative social emotional learning, which you'll see, I can send you like teachers conferences and leadership courses where they teach this and research on TSEL, right? But the idea behind social emotional learning is social emotional learning was originally adopted for conduct disorder and oppositional defiant disorder by like counselors. Great. Awesome. Then they moved it into schools.
Who fucking cares, Fabian?
I know
like,
you
I'm
just
sitting
want
here
to shit on
listening to
Sondsol.
this, and I'm like, who the
this
fuck
is the
cares?
number one like issue. So like I'm
this
curious.
this is a huge issue, right? And so social emotional learning
Mark made me do it.
Like especially Second Step is designed to, they're utilizing programs to target children to define who they think don't have enough emotional learning skills and who these individuals and they explicitly state that they want to be anti-individualism and anti-capitalism, and that we need to target children at a young age to crush the idea that they have an individualist bias so that we can create a critical democracy moving forward. Like, this is their own literature and their own goals in academia. And it gets promulgated with these programs of social emotional learning.
Sure, I'll have to look at this because like when I
like you just
started
like
at this
look
most
at
recent
Casel,
school,
yeah.
When I started this most recent school, like I've been a little bit I've changed my opinion on a lot of like woke stuff, and especially around like critical theory and there's this really cool Ryan Chapman maybe on YouTube. I don't fucking know if I have the
Ryan
name
Chapman.
right, but
Ryan Chapman does good work. I'd say he's like center left. And like, so I disagree with some of his opinions, but you should if you're critically underrated channel, Ryan Chapman.
I think that he was like very even-handed with it, which is why I even gave it a second glance, because holy shit, you're either going to get like hype or you're going to 100% agree with this, and everyone that disagrees with it is very stupid, or this is literally the devil and they're trying to turn everyone fucking trans, and it's very fucking stupid. So after listening to his stuff and going into education a little bit and seeing what they're teaching there, I literally see fucking nothing there, right? Like, I see some of the ways that they like talk to kids about like conflict resolution or about like, feelings and shit like that, which is where I would have assumed they would have put some of this woke shit in there. And I just like see nothing there.
Yeah, I mean,
hang on, guys, I got to cut in with a super chat. I'm sorry. Do you mind if I do that real quick? It'll only take a second.
Yeah, is it about my arms?
No. This was for Zen, whose baby's coming soon, and it just is for $5.
I'll show you something, right?
Hopefully, this will be enough to buy baby Zen Shapiro Jr. one whole diaper, which I hope so, because Biden's economy sucks, Sondsol. Just letting you know, fucking sucks.
So I was able.
That he is in fact a crinkler.
So I just want to point out. So like just an example. Right? And so obviously this is anecdotal evidence, but there's varying degrees of how woke this shit is. This is something that I was able to get from a whistleblower in our Catholic schools in Michigan, actually, right? In Minnesota. I apologize. Right? So in our Catholic schools in Minnesota, under the idea of like teaching critical pedagogy to kids in university, right? We're teaching middle schoolers that, for example, complete full-blown gender ideology. But if we just go through this, we can find, where is it at? A divine queering of sex. Jesus is a male born of no male matter, and Jesus as dissolving the boundaries of the divine society and identity. And they want to teach children that Jesus is actually non-binary and that they don't exist as a male that this is proof that like non-binary and transgender people are like made in God's image to not be male or female, and
Wait,
that
did they talk about this in? Wait, you said Catholic school?
Yeah, in Catholic middle school. Like it's far beyond.
Is this
like
a
just
one school, or is this like a system?
This
Like a
is,
school
I mean,
system?
this is a program that goes to multiple schools in Minnesota, but I was only able to get the whistleblower to give me like from their school.
Okay.
Right, but I'm
yeah,
saying like,
I mean,
yeah,
like,
so
I'd
there are
be interested
varying
to read it.
degrees, right? Like there's the like Imago Dei, right? Like I think the Christians here know what Imago Dei really is, right? And you tell me if the image of God tells us that the church must let go of an inaccurate and unjust binary gender construct that does not allow room for a Christ himself who is also Christ herself. Does that have anything to do with Imago Dei in any way, shape, or form? No,
I don't.
No,
know,
it doesn't.
but-
Not even a little bit.
Heresy.
Yeah. I don't want to like take up the entire panel like talking about this, but like yeah, if you want to shoot me like a document that you have or something like that, I'd be interested.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
go
I can
through
shoot
it.
you a
No,
bunch.
no, no. Sondsol. Just say, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't
Just
know
say that.
Imago Dei. My
Yeah,
my
just-
dad was a pastor. I don't. But then again, we were dirty Protestants, so I don't know if that's a.
I have another name for you.
They didn't make
Here's
you learn
another
Imago
folder.
Dei? Like that's like, I don't know. That's
I
interesting.
don't remember it.
Weird.
There's a nice folder for you. Look up John Taylor Gatto, just all of his lectures. He goes a little bit crazy, a bit overboard, but the Prussian education
Sonsol's
system.
not going to do that.
John Taylor. Why? No, he's John
I don't
Taylor
wanna, like, sit there
Gatto.
and listen to like hyper partisan people because it's not going to actually inform.
No,
me on
no, he's
anything.
not. Okay, so John Taylor Gatto is one of the best school teachers from New York. I think he was in New York City actually, and then he was very successful. And then he quit at one point, and he started sort of criticizing the system and the reasons why he left. He wrote several interesting essays about it, and he has a lot of sort of documentaries where he's talking about the Prussian education system. I don't think he's talking about it from a partisan perspective. The reason why I say he's a little bit crazy is because.
Do we have any
Like,
poll closures at 10:30?
Yeah, we got some races to get into here, guys. Rob, where are we at?
Sorry, I apologize, Casimir. You should definitely check it out
No,
and look
it's
at this, that. It's just like I went on a CRT rant and then or critical gender theory rant, and then it got even further away. But yes, Rob,
No problem,
you are correct. You come after Republicans' kids, and they turn out to vote 110%.
Yeah. As the races go, I mean, it's tight. We still don't know what's going on in Nevada. Arizona, very little out there so far, but it looks like in early voting, Kelly's winning. It looks like Walker's.
I hate that so much.
Close.
Mark Kelly's
Wait,
the
are you
only fucking
talking-
person I care about.
Are we talking
Sorry,
governors,
like
senators, congressmen?
It's
Who are we
the
talking about right
Senate.
now?
This is
Senate.
all Senate right
Okay,
now.
all Senate.
So if you look now, this is all bullshit. It's New York Times prediction, right? Their predictor that they're looking at. So take it all with a grain of salt, but it's been reasonable. They're predicting basically a toss-up, either 51. They're basically predicting 51 seats in the Senate to 49, but it's super close. And so what it basically comes down to is right now is Walker, who's hanging on to a narrow lead in Georgia, going to be able to win. They're predicting in my state of Pennsylvania that Fetterman, a stroke victim who doesn't know where he's at, is going to beat Dr. Oz. I hope not, but that could happen. Hold
on, real quick. Look, I fucking hate Fetterman, and I can't believe anybody would be stupid enough to vote for him. But don't just be like Fetterman, a stroke victim who doesn't know where he is, versus Dr. Oz. Like, let's be a little bit more fair. Be like Fetterman, a stroke victim who doesn't know where he is, versus TV personality that like to sell weight loss pills.
Shit,
Dr.
fucking
Oz.
True.
Just so you know, too, I got another $10 super chat, but they didn't say anything because they're trained. They're trained well.
They're trained.
We get
But
it,
like,
you're making
please,
money.
I'm loving your breakdown, Rob Noerr. I just had to poke a little bit because Dr. Oz is a fucking character.
Well, yeah, I agree. I told Dr. Oz to his face I didn't like him. So,
You did. Yeah, you did do that. You said that.
yeah. So I mean, but yeah, it'll be tight in the House. It looks like they're predicting about 227 or something like that for the Republicans. It's not as strong as a wave as I think a lot of people thought. Now, who knows the fairness of the situation, shit we've seen in Arizona and stuff. But, in Pennsylvania, it's going to be an interesting narrative because Mastriano was the race I was most interested in. He was the governor. He was most Trumpian of like anyone that I was following closely. If he loses and Oz wins, in Pennsylvania, what will happen is they'll say, we need to go more of the Jeb Bush style, Dr. Oz style Republicans and less of the Trump style Republicans. And I don't think that that's fair. I think that what you saw was the Republicans are shitbags. Karl Rove was putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into getting Josh Shapiro governor. And Josh Shapiro, by the way, it's a name you guys will want to keep in mind because he will be running for president probably in 2024, but definitely in 2028. He is the attorney general right now in Pennsylvania. He's a shitbird, and he's got aspirations, and he's got the money and the right people behind him that he's going to make a run for president if he wins tonight, which it looks like he's going to win. So
interesting. Yeah, fair enough. I really want Blake to win, man. I'm so mad. I'm so mad that Arizona is having a lot of fucking issues with their machines all fucking day long.
I'm really sorry to cut in again, but Mr. Miner asked for some money. Sondsol, did you vote with those arms?
I sure did.
He said he did, Chad. I just like don't.
Actually,
what
Sonsol's
actually saying is like, look,
whipped my dick out, and I actually used my dick on the touch screen just to make sure that I was being
this is
extra
why
disgusting. For
EVBs
all the conservatives down here in Texas.
EVBs go predominantly towards
Jello too.
EVBs go predominantly towards the Democrats because some of these states you still have to pull levers, right, in order to vote. And the weak soy boy arms of the leftists is not able to pull the lever, so that they have to do it with a pen and paper.
It's like a voting slot machine. It's a voting slot machine.
It's really got
it. Also explains why Grandma's vote always goes in because she's used to hitting those slot machine levers.
That's the real issue that happened in.
That's why Florida goes Republican. That's why Florida goes Republican. All the old people, they're trained to hit the slot. Screw.
Right, you got it. Like they couldn't do the dimple chads, so they moved to the lever pulling, and it's still not enough.
Did you do computer touchscreen? Is that how you voted where you were at?
It was a computer touchscreen here in Texas.
Yeah, see, I knew it. Now wait. Now see, I noticed because any one of us, with average to above average size genitalia, we couldn't use ours for the computer touchscreen. We'd be hitting multiple candidates at once. But I'm glad that it worked out for you, and no doubt you made a very precise choice. So.
Also, Wicked Wally sent in. Hang on, Wicked Wally sent in $5.
Was your dick touching the whole? Like, did you get stung by a hornet? What?
Hang on, he says Sondsol, while voting with said sad arms, how many fractures or muscle tears did you experience?
This is why I'm so for universal health care, because I'm constantly breaking my arms. It's not my fault.
Cuckoo.
Wow, look at all these good-looking people in here. Everyone's got nice cameras. What's going on?
Cuckoo Nut TV. He's a abolitionist, voluntarist, anarchist. All of these wrapped up into one. And he's a little bit cuckoo. He's a streamer as well.
I just caused so much drama with Prime K's and them because I got invited to their panel thing. And when I was talking about voting, they thought I was quoting voting with slavery. I'm like, no, by voting, you're legitimizing the system which enacts, which partakes in the act of slavery. And they were going they were so mad. It was crazy. But they were really open-minded. I really
you mean they lied? They lied about your position? I'm shocked that a bunch of leftists would lie.
Never heard of a Prime K's panel like that
ago.
No, I don't.
The thing you just said 30 seconds ago, they lied about it? That's fucking impossible.
Dude, I just talked to fucking President Sunday earlier today. What a fucking waste of time. Holy shit.
Why would you do that? Are you not desperate for the clicks right now?
No, hang on, wait.
Hold on, guys. Everyone go follow Sondsol. Okay, if I'm not online, maybe give him some views because he's willing to talk to he's scraping the bottom of the fucking barrel. Talking to President Sunday.
It was fun, but it was so.
I do have to say this. I have to say this though, Fabian. So you're like, why would Sondsol talk to President?
My arms?
Well, no. Why would Sondsol talk to President Sunday? It's like, well, when you're the president of your own fucking weekend or weekday, he'll fucking talk to you, Fabian. Well, fucking prick. By the way, President Sunday, I saw an interview that he did with Mr. Girl where they were bitching about Destiny. I thought that was one of the most hilarious cry fest I'd ever seen in my life.
Dude, I don't really talk about Mr. Girl because he's a fucking creep, and like finally people are starting to realize that he's a creep. But like, even though the red flags were there obviously from the very beginning,
I talked to him.
But I won't talk to the guy, right? Like, it's just like I don't want to.
Well, it's not that people are like tired of or like realizing that he's a creep. It's that he was being a little bit of a crybaby on Destiny's stream all the fucking time, constantly, all the time, fucking demanding time and demanding space in the subreddit and all this stuff. It was a whole fucking thing. I talked to him about.
So you can be a creep, you just can't be a crybaby creep. All right, got it. The left doesn't care if you're a fucking disgusting pedo apologist and like to fucking jerk off.
Well, listen,
cuties,
I talk to creeps
like,
all the time on my platform. I've talked to Andrew so many fucking times. Okay, so
true.
Like, it's not the creeps that like put me off. But if they're like creeps and crybabies about it, that really sends me over the edge.
You guys were too harsh. You guys were too harsh on President Sunday. Listen, he debated Liquid Zulu about like philosophy stuff twice.
Who?
That takes guts.
That does take guts.
Yeah, well, all he did when I engaged with him was call me. We had like 2 lines of text, and he went, "You're a transphobe, and I hate you," and blocked me instantly.
Yeah, every time I see him, he's just losing his shit. I haven't even really watched his content.
He's like transphobe, fake Christian, because you're a transphobe. Bam, blocked, and I'm like, I'm not actually insulted by this at all.
To be fair, if I wasn't already an ANCAP, I would probably say the same thing about Liquid Zulu.
Zulu?
I've never
heard of nobody.
Sounds like he sounds like he's on an island. Like, I want to join him.
Hey guys, I'm gonna pop out. I'm gonna pop back in just a minute. All right.
Hey, you do that.
All right. Catch you in a little bit.
Oh,
I followed him. And I never got a thank you. Darn it.
Scott,
I'm gonna follow him. I'm gonna unfollow. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna.
Sonsol's
The quality of this panel just greatly increased, by the way.
We might tank it here real quick. Scott, do we want to let any of the people in the waiting room in?
Who's in the waiting room?
Could I follow you guys too?
I have no idea who Lush Future is, and no offense, but like, Peacecraft.
Oh, Lush,
no.
Lush Future's my friend Scott. He's really knowledgeable. Dude is like the techie of the tech. He works like for like I don't know, just saying like really stinking high tech.
I'm gonna try and keep this minimal. If he hangs out for a little while longer, I might bring him in. But my people trying to come in, it's like there's already 3 of my people in here. 4, really, kind of cuckoo. Cuckoo's on our team. We got 2 conservatives here. We don't need to overload with fucking objectivists and libertarians bitching about the idea of elections. Like, I love you guys. Peacecraft is just wild. I have to ban him out.
I missed that banana stripper though.
Also,
we're fun though. This stream is pretty fun. I'm just saying, compared to the other streams I saw.
Hold on, hush. Casimir, then Rob Noerr. What's up?
Sure.
Wait, did you just tell that guy to shut the fuck up, and then he moved over to your buddy? Is that what you just did?
No, what we had was a person, and then another interrupt, and another interrupt.
And then he says, "I'm his friend." Like, what is this guy? You know what I mean? Like,
I love you all. All right.
We came to an agreement with Peacecraft. The man is too poor to have a video camera, so if he runs over to his neighbor and grabs a web,
he makes $8 a day in dividends.
Exactly. He can show up on stream with the camera on, right? All he has to do is run to the nearest neighbor, like a good Christian boy, and ask for a webcam. It's not hard to do. Then he can come back, and maybe he'll replace me on stream. Okay.
All right, fair enough. What's up, Rob Noerr? What are you looking at? What are you seeing?
Hey, why don't you go buy Casimir a mic too? But a little choppy. No, I wanted to ask the libertarian folk. Let's say Republicans don't have a huge wave. Maybe it's 50-50 Senate and, they barely take the House. You think this is good for the Libertarian Party? You think that the message is, look, DeSantis acted more like a libertarian than the average Republican? And so it's clear that the Republicans are feckless, even in the face of Joe Biden's ineptitude?
So I think so in terms of any losses or any inability to do anything is good for the Libertarian Party. But I don't care about per se the Libertarian Party so much as I care about the liberty movement, right? And so what I think would be really good, honestly, is if some of the rhinos and the people that won't go against woke culture and won't fucking and had tepid fucking 15 days to slow the spread that they went along with for 6 months, if those people lose and base people like DeSantis come out winning with 6-point leads, I think that's good both for the Republican Party and for us, because ultimately there's not a real big difference in the midterms right now between like 51 and like, you're not going to get 60, but even then, like the presidency is still held by the Democrats. It's going to be gridlock. Like any victory is gridlock, be good or like tepid, you know? So a 50-50 is something that I would be actually really happy with if it meant that some of the rhinos were not able to carry, right? If it meant that some of those people that like, and some of the people that prove themselves America First, populist people, the MAGAs, paleo-lib people, what I'm really concerned about is some of the fortification that seems to maybe have been occurring with Dominion voting machines all day in Arizona, and the fact that, you know, Blake Masters looks like he might not have a shot when he's the one Republican I want to see win right
now. Yeah. I mean, I agree. To me, Kerry Lake and Blake Masters were two that I was most excited about outside of Pennsylvania. But
Kerry Lake kind of scares me. She's a little wild to me, you know?
Yeah, but boy, she talented. Like, regardless of what you think of her positions, like, damn, she talks just like you know, what a brilliant answer. It's the exact type of answer I would give, not to brag about myself. But when they were like, you know, Officer Sicknick's, the guy who died, the officer January 6th, his mom put out an ad about how you're responsible for her son's death. What do you say? And her gut response right out of the gate was to be like, what's her name? And they say the mom's name. She's like, I would never insult her. Her son died. So I don't think that I'm responsible, but I understand that pain. I hope I never go through it. It's like, that's such a fucking politics answer. Now, I'm not saying that, who gives a shit at the end of the day when we're talking about policy and governance, but she's talented. Like, that's someone that if she could do that shit going forward, she's going to win races. But yeah, I think Blake Masters is more impactful.
Just want to let you guys know that Risky Dave sent me yet another $5 and said nothing. Nothing. All right. You wish you had a fucking chat. Dude, you wish you had a chat like this. Wish.
Andrew. It kind of defeats the purpose if you keep interrupting conversations.
That's the point of the super chats.
That they said fucking nothing.
That's the whole point, dude. This guy. Why don't you get it yet?
You know what? I'm not monetized on YouTube just yet because we still need like, what was it, like 20 right now?
25.
And so 25. You know, so maybe if I get monetized and I start getting super chats, I'll understand. But as of right now, I just don't get it.
No fun, man. No fun.
25. As my grandmama used to say, I'm old enough to let my wants not hurt me.
Fabian, you're actually at like the same subscriber count as me on YouTube. That's wicked.
Pass your ass. Just you wait.
Cool.
Yeah, you're gonna pass quickly. You're live streaming all the time, man. You're dedicated 6 hours every day. I gotta give it to you. Like seriously, I used to live stream 6 hours like 3 times a week, and I would throw up and have wicked headaches. Because I put too much effort into it. You're laid back, you know. Like you're like for me, I was like, all right, let's go into the news. All right, let's do. And then I was like 6th hour, and I was doing debates, and like my brain was fried by then.
Also,
I love that I sell that I'm laid back.
Sent me $10 and said nothing, just so you know. I just want to let you know that.
Oh, thank you. That was really important.
He's just bragging about the money he's getting. Oh god.
No, the joke.
Well, maybe he'll give it to me if I'm nice to him.
One day you guys will get the joke. It's a great joke. It really is.
Scott, if you're never nice to him, he's never going to give it to you. I mean, like, at least I'm giving him some incentive. Maybe he'll give me some in response or something, you know? Like, voluntarily exchange it. Or I could ask my gang to extort him or something.
Be careful. Right now, I just concerned about giving it to certain people.
I just asked him if they, like, flooded me.
I can't play this as a reaction. We'll have to refund your points because the entire thing is a little Dark Age song.
No, I just asked him to flood me because I feel like if I interrupt this enough times, I'll get thrown off. So I'm like,
what? No, we're not going to throw you off. Look,
dude,
man, we're drinking. We're having a good time.
That's no fun, man. You know, we could have had a
great game. You just wanted an excuse so that you don't have to stay to fucking find out what's going on.
No, I'm staying, bro.
Let's look at Predict It. Let's see if there's any changes in Predict It. We still have super close with the Georgia Senate race, 55 cents to 54 cents. The Democrats have widely close that gap. Let's see what else we have. Everywhere Democrat is going up. Democrat odds are going up everywhere, which, you know, I don't know what that says.
Toward the end, in my experience, but
in
I haven't
recent experience when we have a lot of EVBs.
Okay. Listen, I mean, New York Times. You guys. So if you read New York Times predictions, right? They're waffling between they're predicted. It's super close in the Senate. Like they're basically saying it's either going to be 50-50 or 51 Republican. But everything's been trending Democrat in the past half hour, where the Democrats are closing the gap everywhere that they were losing, and they're widening the gap everywhere that they are winning. So Fetterman, they already called the governorship in Pennsylvania. They called it against Mastriano and for Josh Shapiro. It looks like Fetterman, they anticipate, is pulling further ahead against
so
Dr.
insane.
Oz.
Probably because of that half-fat neck he's got.
Hold on, we're gonna watch we gotta watch this. Okay, like hold on. Hey,
Also, Buenos noches,
Brian
Mr.
McWilliams, what is up? It is McWilly time. How is it going,
shaking,
brother?
everybody?
Are you enjoying the red wave? Do you give a fuck? Like how do you?
Well,
feel
he just
about
came on the right way. He just comes right on. He's like, he puts the fucking drink up. It's
Hey,
the
you know,
perfect
cheers,
way.
cheers.
Is this going to
What do
be
we
like
gotta
an
do? Cheers,
honorary
gentlemen.
episode of libertarians in living rooms drinking liquor?
Amen. Well,
Hey.
yes, about the red wave. As I just tweeted out, it's been more like a chick on her period. You know, walking into a public pool. It's not really anything too impressive, is it?
yeah,
A little
about
something
right.
there, but not much.
A little spotty.
Yeah. But yeah, I heard you guys talk a little bit about Fetterman and his fat neck. That amazing.
Hold on, here you go. Look at this. Look at this. Mark had to tell me about it because apparently I don't know my marketing history from like famous advertisements from from the 1980s.
You didn't know about Mean Joe Green.
Yeah.
This is a Mean Joe Green parody ad that he did for his campaign. This is amazing. Everyone has to see this.
Wait, before you play it. I just got
Shut
a $5.
the fuck up. No, shut up.
$5 super chat, and it says you got to stop talking over the money. That's what it says.
Okay, all right. I'll stop talking over the money, Andrew. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Mr. Fetterman.
It's so cringe.
Mr. Fetterman,
Yeah,
you need any help?
I'm running for the U.S. Senate, kid. I need all the help I can get.
You're running for
I
Senate?
need fucking studio lights.
Fucking cane.
Where's your suit? And your flag pin? And your hair?
Oh, hey, kid.
I just want you to know I'd vote for you.
That's a pretty big 180. Like, you look like shit, man. But just so you know, I'd vote for you.
Hey, thanks, kid.
You want a drink?
Ball. You
Really? You can have
Can't
it.
drink
I
after
like
have
you,
my-
man.
Okay.
I can't. The doctor says I can't be drinking my sody pops.
I feel like this is like
I told
2008.
people I had a smoke, but it was actually
Oh, it
a
is. 6
DUI.
years ago.
And then he drinks it so slow.
I mean, we know you know how to chug. Let's see that fat neck. Yeah, there you go.
I feel like his neck was
Hey,
less
kid.
fat then. Oh, no,
Look
there
at that.
it is.
It's on the
other
right side.
Catch.
He's got a fucking tumor
Wow.
on the right side of
Thanks,
his
Mayor
neck.
John.
What he should have done is filled the Coke bottle, squoze out that goiter juice into the Coke bottle, filled it right up, given it to the
Goiter
souvenir.
juice.
That's
Oh,
how you
fuck, man.
maximize your
Oh, no.
assets.
He could claim it's his like unborn twin and claim to be like a twin spirit running and really get that alternative vote.
Two heads are better than one.
Apparently doesn't need it.
There you
Apparently
go.
he's about to fucking win, dude.
What is that race at? Because last time I saw it, Oz was way behind, and then he caught up a bit, and now I had to put my kid down, so I missed the latest. What is it at percentage-wise now?
47,
check.
47-1 to 50.5, Fetterman winning. So he's up 3.5 percentage almost, with 59% of votes in. I mean, it'll be a little close, but Fetterman's outperforming Joe Biden, who won. So it does not look good for Dr. Oz.
I don't trust anyone.
You know, it's
Well,
very
here's the-
weird.
Don't trust
It's very
anyone.
weird.
People-
Like as much as I like to give Dr. Oz a little bit of shit, right? His debate performance was some of the best debate rhetoric I've ever seen. And you could tell his experience in television, right? And like having to wrap up before a commercial break allowed him to get in so many like prescient, like succinct arguments right when they were like, okay, finish up, or like his interruptions were perfect. He never came off as attacking. He never came off rude. He was
I
able to
learned
like
nutrition
not
from him.
fumble at the end.
He taught me nutrition.
Fabian, I'm
Plus,
so
I'm
sorry.
in Pennsylvania.
So sorry to cut in, but I got a $5 super chat that says just wanted to violate your non-aggression principle and force Andrew to read this over the conversation. Welcome to the free market, bitches. So I
hope you like. I hope
Nice.
it's not
How you
like
doing?
Yeah.
teabags.
So
that one's better than the last
predict
one.
it.
They're getting better.
Predict it currently has the PA Senate race at 85 cents in favor of the Democrat and 18 cents for the Republican.
Yeah, and it's basically over. I mean, it is looking increasingly likely that the Republicans do not win the Senate. That it's going to be 50-50, maybe even starting to slightly look like 51 Democratic seats. But it doesn't matter. 50 is the same as 51 because they have the presidency, the tiebreak. But
Yeah.
I mean, to me, what it shows is like it's troubling to know that the election could have been fortified, but it's actually more troubling that maybe it wasn't. Because when you look at that Fetterman situation specifically, nothing matters anymore. Like, let's assume that everything is on the up and up. The debate doesn't matter. The fact that this guy's a stroke victim that doesn't know where he's at, it doesn't. Nothing matters. The recession doesn't matter. It's just literally we are rapidly getting to a point where the ability to control a narrative through all of the establishment institutions pushing the same way will be able to convince a plurality of people. It's just, it's getting there, and whoever
Be
Google
careful, you're
wants
starting to sound very libertarian there. Just sneak in,
I'm halfway there anyways.
Sneak in fucking,
No,
sneak in some Mencius Mulbug and use the term cathedral and state a few more times, and you'd be indistinguishable from a fucking ANCAP there, buddy.
Well, no. What do you think the solution is?
Wait. You just said that the narrative is controlled, but who are you watching? You're not watching People's Pundit right now, who earlier in the day said that it was as red as he has ever seen it historically from all of his indicators, from all of the exit polls. And instead, what we did is we switched him off. He went members only now. I don't know why. Maybe he's seeing something new he doesn't want to share with the rest of us. And then all the news we started getting is negative news. Whereas if the news was getting positive and then something happened around 4 a.m., we would have been very disappointed and perhaps angry. Whereas now we're suddenly all resigned. So I don't know. Maybe we should stop watching the official narrative for a little bit and try to find alternative sources.
That's fine, but I'm not talking official narrative on how this race is going. We'll see at the end of the day. I mean, 6 months from now? No, 6 months from now, when the mail-in ballots are counted. Right. So 6 months from now, when the mail-in ballots are finished, we'll know who won the races. But that's irrelevant to what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, let's assume there was no shenanigans, and let's assume that it turns out, as it looks, that there's not going to be a huge red wave. In fact, there might be just a few House seats picked up for Republicans, and no Senate. If that's true, what does that say about the ability? Because by any objective standard, I mean, even the exit polling, everyone's like, most important issue, economy. We blame the Democrats. We blame Biden. But we don't give a shit. We'll still vote
The exit polls say
Democrat.
inflation is the number one issue on the ballot. And
that was across.
Number two was
like
abortion.
70% of the people polled. Yeah, it was. Well, I saw inflation. I saw abortion was fairly low down on the ones that I saw, but inflation was up there. Immigration was up there. Crime
immigration,
was up there.
And crime.
Then at the same
These
time,
are all Republican
like you're saying,
issues.
Yep.
Right. These are exactly. And you look at what Democrat has a solution for immigration, for crime, or inflation. None of them. But
none of them even talking about
it comes down to what you're voting against instead of what you're voting for. And it's like we're looking at the country in a basically recession, a massive inflationary period, funding Ukraine, which most Americans are now against, and we're coming out of the COVID pandemic where people lost jobs, livelihoods, couldn't see loved ones, etc. And yet you still have this shit. And I think, to me, this is still the fallout from Trump. All his primary candidates won their primaries, and now in the general election, they're coming up shit because people are voting against Trump, not for their best interest.
No, I don't know that that's
what
true.
in what world? Hang on, in what world is that the take, man? Like, I literally don't understand. Okay, so let's walk through this. First and foremost, there are primary candidates who did win via Trump endorsement who are going to win their seats tonight, by the way. That's
JD
number
Vance.
one. And then number two,
that's one.
people are pissed off about gas prices and abortion. That's what they're pissed off about. And that's what you see them really voting about, is the fact they can't get to work because they can't afford to fill up their tank, or the fact that they can't wipe out the fetus inside of their stomach because, they just hoarded it up in the back alley the night before, right? That would be the Democrat vote. So No, I don't think that that's the correct take. I think it's totally incorrect. In fact, it sounds like
accurate,
typical talking head nonsense.
If you're accurate, no, it's not. I don't think it's talking any nonsense at all, because I was rooting for the red wave to happen, mostly just because I think
coming
it's
after my
the future of
boy,
the country.
coming after my fucking
Now-
boy, getting inspired.
But again, you're talking at two
What
sides
am I
of
here
it.
for? What am I here
Big
for?
issues, if the big issue is gas, right, and inflation and getting to work, well, then they should be voting Republican. But at the same time, you're saying abortion's a big issue.
They are
They're
voting Republican.
But they're not, because you would
Yeah,
see
they are.
the
They
red
have
wave.
to. You have to. Well,
It's
no.
either
One
you
at a
don't.
time. One at a time.
Just because.
Incremental
Wait.
Hey,
gains.
hold on.
Bro,
Pause.
just because-
Pause.
just-
No, Andrew, hush. McWilly, Brian McWilliams, please finish
Yeah,
your point.
that's right.
And yeah.
Yeah, my point is, you're not seeing this massive wave, which you would expect, considering all the things I just listed, all the issues that confront the country. There should have been a much stronger response, and you're just not seeing it. Maybe you'll pick up a couple wins here and there, but it's nowhere near what you want. It's nowhere near the massive swing that you'd want to indicate the country's actually going in the right direction, man.
This is the same fucking bullshit that we heard when there was supposed to be a big blue wave. Remember that? The problem is that you have two contentious issues going on at the same
Sondsol,
time affecting
appreciate the
heartland
raid.
of America. One is gas prices.
Welcome, boys.
That's a major problem, including for everybody currently on this panel. Right this second, nobody's happy with this. And the second one is abortion. They've been turning out the vote everywhere they possibly can, and all of the rhetoric has been focused around a woman's right to choose, including right here in Michigan with Gretchen Whitmer and her opponent. And it's
let me pose it
you're
as a
just
question.
objectively not correct here, I don't think.
So let me pose it as a question.
Actually, in the latest polls that I saw as of today, abortion was not a major issue among the majority of the electorate.
Yeah, and Trump was going to lose.
I saw one
Trump was going to
poll from
lose
like
according
2
to
days
the polls, right? It's like, come on, man.
Well, no. So
No,
hear
and
me
I'm not
out.
even saying polls are necessarily relevant either. And yeah, they said Trump was going to lose. They also said Trump was going to win last time, and he didn't. You could argue that the election was stolen from him.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
There you go. I knew it was coming. And maybe you're right. But the point is, abortion, I don't think, is anywhere near as important an issue to the majority of people as is inflation, as is, again, coming out of COVID lockdowns, as is grocery bills. And yet,
those are all intertwined, though.
But my point is, the abortion issue is driving you to say red voters more than blue, right? If you're saying you're protecting the life of a fetus, or alternatively, blue voters, shouldn't they be contracted? Shouldn't they be looking and torn in two different directions? If it's inflation and protecting their family, or abortion, which blue voters should still care about inflation, right?
No, because now we see hyperpolarization. And the hyperpolarization that's been happening for the last 10 years, we've seen this trend go more and more and more, where people do not make these votes based on self-interest, but they make them along party lines more than anything else. This is the type of polarization that's happening inside the United States, been happening for 10 years.
You just argued my own point. That people are
you
voting
said
against
no.
Trump.
You said that this was against That's a totally different argument. That's a completely that's a totally different argument than saying that they vote along party lines. Totally different argument.
Okay, let me jump in here. First up, I disagree with both a little. First off, the idea that this is a referendum on Trump. I don't think that's necessarily true. So if you look, for example, at the list of people that questioned the 2020 election, which is the big negative against Trump, we have the follow. Henry McMaster won. Kristi Noem up 30 points. Mona Johnson up 30 points. Greg Abbott up 3 points. Tim Michaels up 21 points. You have J.D. Vance, who is considered a Trump person. He's winning. Carrie Lake, who's considered a Trump person. We don't know if she's going to win or not, but there's a good chance, right? There are tons of people. Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
It's not a referendum on Trump.
Kay Ivey, Wes Allen, right? So all of these people were either Trump-type people, or they were people that, quote, raised questions of the 2020 election, which is the big negative against Trump. So I don't think that it's just J.D. Vance. So you look at the people that lost. Okay, Mastriano. Now, Trump endorsed Dr. Oz, and he hasn't lost yet. He could still theoretically win. But by any accounts, there were far more Trumpian people, such as Carla Sands and Kathy Barnett, that were in the race for that Senate seat than Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz is more of a moderate. And so you'll find the same thing. So I don't think this is a straight referendum against Trump by any means. If so, DeSantis would have probably lost. He kicked ass. The other thing, though, is I don't necessarily agree with Andrew that it's all about abortion. I think that there's something more going in that's more impactful.
I just think that's the most pivotal issue, that the Democrats have been pushing it more than any other single issue this cycle. There's no other issue they've been pushing like that one anywhere.
That's not true.
I'll say
what's the biggest
because they push that's nearly as
super
democracy,
quick,
election denying.
Super quick. I'm gonna.
I don't think they push that even as hard as abortion.
Hold on. Super quick. I think you're all kind of right, actually. I mean, instead of saying you're all kind of wrong, I think you're all kind of right.
We're fucking arguing and you're interrupting, Fabian, and we're trying to have a fight. We're trying to shitpost. We're trying to be assholes, and you're fucking
You're
up,
trying to be an
Fabian.
asshole and shitpost. Fucking big papa fascist. Listen. What I think you're all kind of right, because I don't think it is necessarily the issue. It's what the issue represents as a symbol, right? Like, and so I think it's not necessarily against Trump so much as it is what Trump represented in a populist wave, and like in the increased rhetoric, and like you talked about some of the political polarization. And I think Brian McWilliams is also right too, that like it's not necessarily Trump per se. I don't think normies that are like, you know, useful idiots of the left or on the right variety, but like in this instance the left, are like looking at who was endorsed by Trump or who's more Trumpian, so much as it is this swelling of like media and culture and academia, and like this culture of the right are evil. And so even when presented with issues that should affect their vote because it affects their fucking wallet, it must be the Republicans' fault. It must be the evil bad guys.
That's
right?
the issue. That's the issue. And that's what I'm saying.
And I think we're kind of all dancing around that in some way.
I think
that's
I
exactly
agree
what
with all you guys as well. I mean, it's like, for me, in my own personal experience, all the ads have been about abortion. So he's right on that. But as well, I probably know, like, if I was in their shoes, I'd probably just vote for whatever party would be in that party. But that's if I was a statist, which I'm not. I'm going to go, Fabian. I want to let everybody know.
Check out
about
Cuckoo
the
Nut
event.
TV. Yeah, and then
Well,
there's
about
the
the
event.
huge event, I think is most important. Look up the End of Slavery Summit. All the people who like freedom out there, don't vote for freedom. That's not how freedom works. You got to free yourself, okay? Look up
Tell us
the
what
end.
to do, libertarian.
I'm gonna.
Look up
I
the end of
actually
Very
slavery.
authoritarian of you.
Hey, you can do whatever you want. I just know for a fact it's not going to work. So I mean, you can do whatever you want, but you know, nature doesn't care about your feelings. So if you want to free yourself, go to the End of Slavery Summit. Over 50 speakers: David Icke, Derek Rose, Larkin Rose, Mark Pastor. We got a bunch of people. We got Scott. We got Mark from Fabian Liberty. Cool. Thank you guys.
All right,
Appreciate it.
brother. See ya. And you said you had to
Hey,
get
man,
out of here.
I have
Yes.
the book out too, guys. I came on. I have a live stream that I'm doing on our channel at Lions of Liberty at 8. So I may pop back in afterwards and see you guys in a little bit. But it was good to get some good arguing in.
8 o'clock, sir. It is 11 o'clock at night.
Well,
I don't want to hear that fucking
I'm on
commie
Pacific time.
That fucking
Nice,
commie California
nice to meet you,
time
man.
doesn't count.
Yeah, good button heads. I'm sure I'll talk to you again. Like I said, I might circle back after I'm done.
Oh, we're
here,
not
so,
done.
but
We're
thanks
not
for having
done
me on,
yet.
guys.
Hell
You're
yeah.
coming back
Well,
down, we're
and
not
these
done
are
yet.
real quick before you leave, Brian McWilliams. Hit these two guys, Rob Noerr, and definitely hit up Rob Noerr. You should chat with him some. He's one of the bigger conservatives in the Twitch.
BPF,
space.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
I know you have the
Nice to meet you,
DM
man.
stuff for Andrew.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate you
Not at
stopping
all.
by, man. Good luck on your show.
man.
Everyone,
I'll
check
see
out
you guys
Lions
later.
of Liberty.
Yes, please do. All right, later, gents.
Say hi to the shining beacon for us.
But yeah, just to finish like the thought in this real quick. Like, first off, let's be clear that it's not over. It basically, if Republicans win 51, like you have to ask yourself this: like, if the Republicans win the House by 1 seat and the Senate by 1 seat, is that much different than winning by 2 seats in the Senate and 10 seats in the House? Not really. Now, a bigger victory like 58 Senate seats, that would have been bigger. But just 51 to 50, and there's still a solid chance that they could win 51. So I'm not like black pill. I don't even give a shit if they lose. As far as
only
like, I'm not gonna
matters.
get depressed.
As far as I'm concerned, it only matters if you have the presidency, right? If you have the presidency, the difference between 51 and 58 is huge because there's always that one or two rhino Republican that the Democrats convinced to like not support a piece of legislation, or vice versa, that won't hold the line and not compromise with the left when they want to spend a bunch of fucking money or do some weird shit to kids, right? When you don't have the presidency, it really only matter. It doesn't matter about passing legislation. That's off the fucking table, right? Because like,
right,
you're not
it's
going to
about
get
stopping the
Republican
bleeding.
legislation, right? It's about so
Yeah,
it's
it's
really
about-
it's only
that's
half
right.
as important when you don't have the president.
Yeah. But still, winning like 50 seats means that they got, the tiebreaker versus if Republicans get 51, they don't have it. Now, they could still be shitheads and send all of our money to Ukraine, which they will. But you know what I mean on other issues. Right. So I'm not, and right now,
as will the Republicans.
That's right. So right now, the New York Times is kind of predicting it's still looking like 50 or 51 seats. That's the big thing. But in general, the fact that this wasn't a wave, given what we know, that's what I'm talking about. I don't think it's one issue. I don't think it's referendum on Trump. I don't think it's one issue about abortion. I think that's part of it. But to me, what this seems to represent is, my guess is this. Most people said, yeah, inflation's bad. Yeah, I blame Democrats. But fuck Republicans, they're corrupt, they're authoritarian. They basically believed what they're being fed in this narrative. And I wonder what we do going forward. What happens in sort of, a dystopian future where fucking Google says, here's our guy, because we're damn near there now. And what do you do? What do you do when technology, and we could talk until we're blue in the face and try to push back against that narrative. But if the plurality of people with their fucking meta goggles on, that are playing Call of Duty every night are getting this message from almost every institution, our entertainment, our academia, our, media, our social media companies, our algorithms, how do you change that? It's a conundrum, that's for sure.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, Rob, right? How is it, I have to be very careful with how I choose my words here, right. So I am going to choose them very carefully, but how in the world can you really make an objective election analysis the way that you are, knowing the way that you do, that there's problems, right? There's serious problems. And so aren't we really kind of spinning a narrative at the surface level here based on propaganda? Literally?
So that's what I wanted to ask earlier. Is I think I want to just kind of add to the question, right? Knowing the exit polling that we know, right? There's in having kind of the best information at our fingertips, it points towards kind of three conclusions, right? Conclusion number one is that we've become more polarized than we think, and that people are just voting against Republicans even if their own interests align with Republicans, such as inflation and things like that. That's number one. Number two is that there's some fortification issues, and that right, and that's already kind of like present at a point. And number three is just simply that like all of the information that we have available is just widely inaccurate, and that the ability to poll in any way, shape, or form has kind of just been eroded to a point where exit polls and what are the biggest issues and things like that all of that information that we have is just wildly inaccurate. And I think you kind of have to pick one of those things.
Okay, so let me try to make this as simple as possible. First, the idea of things being fortified. How would you, I also will choose my words carefully, right?
Yeah.
Hypothetically, let's say we're looking at a third world country, right? Let's say that Pakistan is holding elections, and I remember when I used to research Pakistan, Musharraf was like the president. He was this strong man, right? And let's say Musharraf,
hand down. You're not 12. What the fuck are you doing? Just butt in. Butt in like you're supposed to.
No, don't just butt in.
Like
fucking let Rob finish.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Let's say Musharraf wins an election.
Let's say all fucking night. Hush, Casimir, hush.
Let's say the actual results, like non-cheating results, are Musharraf wins 70% of the vote and loses 30% of the vote, right? In order for the opponent to sort of say, well, I'm going to use shenanigans to overcome that margin, it would be near impossible, right? You're not going to make up 40 points, even if you're, greasing palms and harvesting ballots and that shit and the other. But let's say it's 51 to 49.
You go Chavez, then.
That you could... Well, yeah, but it becomes blatant, and you're talking basically it's blatantly. But anyways, if it's close, that's when these sorts of effects would be able to swing things. And so what I would argue is, even though you're right, and yes, Andrew, it's hard to talk about this because if we were all on Comfy right now, we could say whatever the fuck we wanted. But because we're streaming on YouTube, you have to be careful because these authoritarian pricks will censor you for telling the truth. So you have to wonder. We have to talk. So we're talking and commenting as if everything is on the up and up. Okay, well, given that, or even if it's not, but it's close enough, millions, I guess I'll make my point as clear as I can. A huge amount of people voted for John Fetterman. regardless if you think that that's the accurate picture of what happened or not. It is indisputable many, many people did. And so what I'm talking about is happening. Like, they are able, through the control of narrative, through these institutions, to convince normal people to vote for John Fetterman, normal people to vote for Joe Biden, even after it is, when you talk to them, they're like, yeah, I think these policies are terrible. They're fucking crushing the economy. Now, maybe some of those people go, wait a minute, I must have mistakenly voted for Fetterman. That wasn't what I meant to put in my ballot. Someone must have helped out, or the machine must have, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of those sorts of shenanigans, there are a lot of people that did that. And the problem is, what happens going forward? Like, do debates matter? And it's something that's near and dear to me because I love debates. Like, everyone who watched that Fetterman debate, I watched left-wing Twitch streamers stream that Fetterman debate and cringe like, oh my God, this is the fucking worst thing I've ever seen. If it doesn't matter.
The narrative was different the next day. The narrative was Oz was a bully. Right. Oz was mean to him, that Fetterman like adequately put forward all of his positions.
We never got to see the TV screens that the candidates were seeing, even though they were shown multiple times during the live stream.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
but from these takes.
Well, then argue against it, or like say why you.
Well, okay,
we're all friends here. We're drinking. It's all good.
So Rob is right. There is so here's a term from Russia. It's called administrative resource. Right. It's when you own a significant amount of the legacy media, which is what Vladimir Putin owns, and so opposition leaders like libertarians, for example, get cut out of the shot. There's 3 people in a debate, and the libertarian doesn't appear in the shot on the newspaper, doesn't appear in the shot on some of the even live broadcasts. They pan the camera away from him. And so when you have this, and you add on top of that you have all of the academics, when you're trying to get information and you're
holy fuck, I don't mean to cut in. I don't mean to cut. I'm really.
Yes, you do. You're literally doing it.
I really don't. I really don't mean to. Okay, I don't mean to. I have to. I had a bunch of supers come in. I'm sorry. But I got to cut in for just a second. I don't mean to throw you off your train of thought. None of that. Risky Dave sends in $5. No message at all. I've got another $2 super chat came in. No message at all. And then another $10 super chat that came in through Dono chat, and it said nothing at all. Now, I didn't mean to cut you off. I know that you were right at the peak of what you were saying, Kaz. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What I'm hearing is you owe me a keg or a good bottle of brandy. I don't care which, but I expect one.
So here's my perspective on what happened. What's happening right now? People Pundit looked at exit polls about 3 to 4 hours ago, and he said it's a red massacre, right? And now, let's say that he's right, and you're the one that's controlling the narrative. What's the narrative you want to push? Do you want to push a narrative of red mirage where we're winning the entire night and then the ballots get counted and then we suddenly lose and you have people out in the street and rioting and all the other nasty stuff that should never happen to our dear democracy? Or you want to give everybody a soft landing? If you want to give everybody a soft landing, that you're going to lie about everything. You're going to lie because there's nobody there to catch you. And it's fine if you lie because then everything at the end of the day will match what you're saying.
So, it is very interesting. It is very interesting that today, right? Well, over the past few days, right? We've had Hillary Clinton and several other Democrats that in the polls were losing, right? In the polls, they're losing. And then, obviously not Hillary Clinton, but in the polls they're losing. And then they go to Twitter and they make public statements and say, we're going to have a lot of sore losers. And we're going to have a lot of people that don't want to admit the outcomes of an election. And I'm like, who the fuck says that when they're losing in the polls? Right? Like, you would think, but when you say that, you have this confidence that you're obviously going to win despite losing in the polls. Because you wouldn't say that right before an election, that you're losing in the polls, because if you're close, you don't want to then have that used against you when you demand a recount, right? And so it is an interesting kind of aspect that we have where like individuals that are losing in the polls go out and publicly state, oh, there's going to be a lot of sore losers. It's like, I'm sorry.
The information we're looking at is garbage. The information we're receiving is absolute garbage. Yeah, I respect the betting market a lot, but it is garbage, as Andrew said earlier in the stream. All the other sources that we have are, we don't have an opposition source, period. Like Fox News is not opposition. They're going to call Arizona any minute now before the counting is over, like they do every election. Because they're brilliant.
Let
like
Rob
that.
go. Rob really wants to jump in on this. He's like, I think you guys are being conspiratorial.
I don't understand what Casimir's point is. Like, I think Casimir's saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Casimir, I'll make this as quick as possible. Let me finish, and then you can tell me if I'm wrong. You're saying, no, actually, the Republicans are killing it. They're going to get 60 Senate seats? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that the data was that they were going to get like 55, 58 from the exit polls, and every single election was better than expected in the exit polls. And now suddenly we're in live stream. People's Pundit is gone fully private to his paid subscribers, right? So that's the one source I was looking forward to watch. And then now we're receiving, we're quoting mainstream news sources, and they're telling us the situation is like garbage. Then we're not actually winning. Now, all I'm saying is I don't know. I don't have a reliable source of information.
Right. But Casimir, let me say it right. Like, here's the thing. We will know eventually, right? I think you're wrong. I think that it's likely. No, listen. I don't think there's going to be. I will go out. I will guarantee that you said what 58. I will guarantee the Republicans don't win 58 Senate seats. Guarantee it when it all falls out.
It's not science anymore. Listen, the way it worked in Russia, 2012 in Russia, right? CNN. I'm watching with everybody from the United States. I'm still a little bit of a libtard. I still believe that CNN is a news channel, right? Jon Stewart sort of is making fun of them.
That was a terrible mistake. Terrible mistake.
well, also listening to Jon Stewart in general as he's shitting on CNN all the time. And they're covering the election in Russia. And they have all of these graphs. They have all of these scatter graphs where you see the polling stations and you see how many people voted where, and you see these different graphical anomalies, and they have all of these advanced methods of looking up at the vote, these academic scanning methods to find anomalies, and then they're applying them retroactively to American elections, and all of that technology. And then in 2012, around the same time, we see all of these documentaries about how this is unsafe and this is unsafe, and there is this guy that found this. All of this gone. It's gone. I never get to see it again, right? And you're telling me we know stuff. No, the technology to know stuff has been shelved. It's underground.
Well,
it's not being
Casimir, you could keep talking about, right, when the new Senate is sworn in, you could keep talking about, well, we don't know. We don't have the technology to know if there's really 50 Democratic senators. And I'll say, well, I'm going to take reality at face value that I counted, and it looks like there's 50 there. Look, the point you're trying to make, I don't think's arguing against. We're talking about the why of if something happened, and you're saying that if didn't happen, because we can't trust that actually it looks like it'll be 51, 52, or 50 for the Republican in the Senate, that you still think that whoever you were watching before they went private that was predicting 58 is likely to be true. I don't think that is likely to be true. Real quick, let me finish. I don't think that is likely to be true. I don't think that any amount of discussion me and you have here, because you're admitting we can't trust anything. So you have this nihilistic, well, we can't trust any information. And I'm saying, I think that it's true that we should take everything with a grain of salt, but it seems pretty clear that it's going to be in the 50 to 52 region. We're not going to be able to resolve that dispute. So the question is, if we are right in the predictions that's being outlined, the 50 to 52 prediction, why wasn't the bigger red wave occurring? Maybe you'll be right and it will be the biggest red tsunami ever.
We can't know. And the problem is also, let me give you some more data points, right? So I open up Reddit New York City today, and I open up the Lee Zeldin sort of awful hashtag on Twitter to look at the responses, and the people, at least Reddit tends to be more academic, like soy boys, right? They don't recognize the problem. They say that.
Wait! Did you just say Reddit tends to be more academic?
Yeah, like
No. Did you just say that Reddit tends to be more academic?
Yeah, all the soy boys are there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a fucking fail cast. That's a fail cast, but okay.
Fine. The registered as a fail. What they're doing is they're denying what's happening. They're denying like what's going on because the statistics don't show it. So if there's a crime wave where people in the city are really afraid to step out, but they say, look, in New York City, the crime is much lower than someplace in Florida, and so therefore it's fine. And they don't notice that they're comparing a city where a single criminal can immediately terrorize like 10,000 to 100,000 people. One criminal can start pushing people around, and because so many people are close together, he's like terrorizing the entire neighborhood. And if he keeps coming back, but he's one statistic. He's just one criminal per 100,000.
Dog, you're gonna have to make this more succinct.
You gotta let me respond
all
to
over
this.
the
Hang
place.
on.
I love you.
This is crazy.
Yeah, no.
Ready? Here's the chat. Academic Reddit, are you serious? Laugh out loud. Reddit academic, Reddit tier argument, Reddit tier level take, Kaz. Reddit tard? You want me to keep fucking going?
Yes, I'm not saying that they're actual academics, you moron.
No.
I'm saying that you think they are.
Listen.
And they're looking at studies and they're like trying to model that. And all of it is garbage. So they don't believe the truth. They don't believe.
All right, so you're muted. All right. So now that you're muted, I'm going to unmute you. All right.
You just mute. Why do you mute Kaz at the best part like this?
Okay.
This is building up.
I'm not here to have a screen.
No.
Okay. All right. So you're mute. Server mute again. All right. Unserver mute. All right. Listen. Right. We're here to have a fruitful conversation, which means we got to compile our arguments into something that's meaningful. So there's a conversation.
Okay, brother, we're drinking beer and watching an election on an election night, okay? We're going to fucking be a little bit shitposty and assholes just a little bit.
I'm going to let you,
okay?
I'm going to be a little bit. Yeah, sure. All right. I'm just trying to get to like a core thing, right? Which in the core thing here is that I think what Casimir is trying to say, and he's going a little over, all right? But what you're trying to say is like, look, we don't really know. And we need to make sure that we're a little bit skeptical and we don't necessarily just follow the narrative, right? Trust but verify, I think, is what Rob Noerr is saying, right? And it's, it is a little bit of a difference between, a little bit more pessimism, a little bit more, optimism in the process or whatever, right? And I think there is a point to be made in several places that this only is capable, like there's a certain level of power that the state or the cathedral has to change the narrative and to play with things, right? And if we roll in 65%, it doesn't matter what their fucking narrative is. Because no matter what they do, it's fucking obvious. But if we roll in 50.5%, there's going to be purple districts where fuck games can be played and we'll never know. Like, we'll never know, right? And there may be some red flags and things like that, but it doesn't matter because they control the narrative. Look at Maricopa County. Not in this election, but before, we found 55,000 ballots with irregularities, according to the investigation. Like, that's public record.
Don't say that.
I don't know what we can say. I'll just say, like,
you can't say anything.
I don't. Okay, well,
literally,
I don't know.
I'm
not saying that I claim to know the outcome of anything. The only thing that I know, which is reported, is like 3D printed images of verified elections and very lax procedures and issues in a state that won, in a state that won by 13,000 votes, right? But if Trump had gone in there and won that state by, 200,000 votes, it doesn't matter what games may or may not have been played or what issues may or may not have been present or what, difficulties they had technologically.
Yeah, sure. It's not like they could just shut it down for another night until they found what they needed. Because that didn't happen.
There's two different
It becomes super obvious, right? What
different conversations.
What Rob is trying to talk about is
Fabian
set all that aside. Set all that aside for a moment. Let's just assume, for sake of argument, that all the numbers are accurate, and all of the numbers are accurate. The polling data that should suggest a massive red wave, and the election results that are showing spotty, like as Brian McWilliams said, right? So what's the disparity? And the disparity here, I think, shows, if we assume those all to be true, that there is a certain polarization, a certain firing up, and a certain willingness of lefties to be led by the nose and pinch their nose and vote for people against their own issues because the other guys are presumably the bad guys and inflation's not actually our fault. And like immigration issues, well, the only reason there's immigration issues is because racist Ron DeSantis moved people to Martha's Vineyard.
Dude, I think
like,
that's all. I think that's all very surface level. And as much as I was just giving Kaz shit for his Reddit tier takes or whatever, he is right. Right? He is correct factually when he's like, look at these
two separate
look
arguments.
well, they're not really. They're intertwined because, like, look at these exit polls that are coming out. Look at this kind of thing. You can't really have a fruitful discussion on what you actually think people are voting on or not voting on if you can't, trust certain things, right? How could you ever really come up with what you think the outcome is if you don't really even trust what the you know what I mean? Like, it's hard for me to dive into it, but
Casimir answers your criticism here because Casimir's off the fucking rocker, right? Where he's like, he has this separate conversation going on, right? Like, I understand your criticism here where it's like, listen, there could be some fortifications going on and things. So we don't know. It's hard to say, like, geez, if the Republicans just would have not overturned Roe v. Wade, would they have won? Well, we can't say that because we don't really know about the results in that manner. Casimir's going further. Casimir's going further. Casimir's saying, right, we can't trust anything. For all we know, Republicans won 100 Senate seats today. We just don't know. We don't know.
You got to increasing it. When I said it's between 51 and 58, now it's 100. Then it was a 60. Come on, stop.
Hyperbole. Right?
Hyperbole, yeah. Shut your mouth.
Okay, so let me give you some examples, right? You tell me if these races have been called or not. Right? I'll say some races that they're claiming have been called, and you tell me which of these races you think eventually in a week or two we'll find out that they weren't called. And
I don't have the data.
Republicans won.
I don't have the data. But yet you started talking in chat. You started saying, oh, people don't like this. People don't like that. People don't like, it's fuel cost. It's abortion. It is abortion. It's not abortion. And all of that is based on garbage in and garbage out data. Yet what you should be doing as an analyst is looking at what does the elite want to happen, and how does it achieve what it wants to happen?
Listen, you could criticize me and you could talk in these abstracts like that, but you were looking at someone that was predicting 58 seats in the Senate. Let me give you an example.
He was
Ron
not.
DeSantis, please, let me finish. Ron DeSantis gave a victory speech. I'm gonna get out what I want. Ron DeSantis gave a victory speech and said he won, and that race is supposed to be over. Casimir saying we don't know?
Rob.
Casimir's saying we don't know if DeSantis won. That's what you're saying, right, Casimir? Garbage in, garbage out. That's mainstream sources reporting DeSantis won. So we don't know if DeSantis won, correct?
No, you are misrepresenting the take entirely. DeSantis was not the point where they have to wonder about anything. Yes, when you win like DeSantis is winning, they can't do anything about it. But you have states like PA, you have other states that are borderline, you have Arizona. And exactly like everybody else is telling you, it's when it's narrow, then shenanigans can happen. And then when you look at the shenanigans that are conflicting with the exit polls, and you don't have an expert like the only expert you trust right now is probably Richard Barris, because nobody else is doing proper polling. Like everybody else is in the market of analytics is a fraud. So all you have is the predictions from the people who are betting money, who are inaccurate in the last day for sure, and then you have predictions from the actual guy that's doing the work. And so then you'll be able to compare and see what actually happened. But right now, arguing over specific issues and which issue contributed to it or not is sort of pointless.
It's not. And again, that's not exactly what you said to start with. You said that we can't even trust the results that we're seeing, and that it could be, again, the people you were saying that had their finger. Please, Casimir, you notice how I sit here and leave you finish your point? And it's doubly annoying because your microphone's blowing out for me. So it's like, I can't really hear myself think when you're talking. But even though I like you, and I like what you have to say, but like, it's like, we have to be able to have something. Like, I don't disagree with you. We're agreeing on the idea of there are people that are controlling these institutions that are pushing a certain agenda. And so it's difficult for us to decide whether or not that a particular issue is popular, unpopular, etc. And in addition to that, we don't know what sort of things happen in this election. So it's hard for us to have a stable answer. But in the context of having this conversation, we have to assume, because we will get banned, and we don't want to see Fabian get banned or me or anyone else who's streaming on YouTube, that we have to assume that what we're seeing is what's actually happening. That the reality presented for us right now is a reality that is in the ballpark of existing, which means the people that you're talking about that actually they have their finger on the pulse of the issues and the way it should be, that predicted 58 would win, 58 senators, that seems wrong. That number seems grotesquely wrong. And so we would have to ask ourselves whether or not those issues would be the things. In the grander scheme of what I'm talking about, even if you're right to say, well, we don't know the specifics of the numbers. By the way, you're just advocating basically for intellectual nihilism, because the truth is, are you confident with yes, you are, because are you confident? I'll ask you flat out. Are you confident in what we were told of the results in the 2020 election?
I'm not going to answer that question on stream. Are you crazy?
Right. Well, I just mean this. Like, do you think we know everything about it?
Vladimir Putin definitely cheated in the 2012 election.
Okay.
Vladimir Putin is not the president of Russia.
Anytime then that we would say, well, there could have been things going on behind the scenes at the election, you would say,
we can all get behind that
any conclusions. Therefore, we can't draw any conclusions to the reasons that election had the outcome that it did. So, for example, we wouldn't be able to say if we didn't trust a particular, we're playing The Sims and there was an election and we said, oh, the reason that this character won in The Sims was because of these 3 issues. And that occurred in 2020. We wouldn't be able to say that ever about any issue given your standard, because you would say, well, garbage in, garbage out. We don't trust anything. So therefore, how can we trust the reasons that the people engaged in that? Because we don't trust that they engaged in the way that we were told, right? So what I'm saying is it is a fundamental truth that these institutions being controlled by people that shape the narrative is able to real quick. I'll just finish real quick. Last sentence.
Yeah, but you just started my point.
That are able to shape our narrative. These institutions that are able to shape the narrative are controlling more and more people in what they think, and it's not. You could go see it anecdotally. I fucking talked to people today that were telling me, yeah, inflation's the biggest issue. Yeah, I blame Biden, but I think the Republicans will be worse. And you telling me that, no, that's bullshit. We can't look at the power.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that that's also real, yes. I was trying to give the whole Reddit segue I was actually giving an example how in New York City there are creators like Actual Justice Warrior who will give you the statistics in the city, will explain them, right? And then there's going to be an army of academics who are in academia in New York University who are going to claim that it's not the case. Because what they'll do is they'll take the total population of the city and they'll divide it by the crime rate, and they'll have a lesser crime rate than somewhere in Florida. But they don't understand that a single murderer in New York City, in a New York City station, will stop like 1 million people from being able to travel for an hour.
If you don't turn
a single guy pushes
Kaz, if you don't turn your fucking mic down,
your audio
I'm gonna lose
trash
my
because you're
fucking
screaming.
mind. I'm gonna lose
blowing
my
your mic out.
mind, Kaz. I only have one ear in, and it just destroys all of the hearing in my left ear.
Hold on. Update. Georgia with 86 reporting just flipped who's in the lead with Herschel Walker in the lead.
Yeah, and understand this real quick about Georgia. You have to get 50% in Florida or in Georgia, or there'll be a runoff. So right now, right now, as it would be if it stand, both are at 49%. That would mean that there would be a runoff between Walker and Warnock.
Yeah. And then Destiny will be going door to door to make sure people vote.
What a good guy.
He's such a good guy. Oh man.
But no, that's weird. I'm just saying real quick, right? Like I understand what you're saying. Like you're saying that like priorities, like when they look at these and they're looking at like this is the number one issue and those sorts of things, it doesn't take into effect like the human interactions. Like for example, you might say one murder is one murder, but one murder also affects thousands of people's actions. I agree with all of that, but again, that's just going to funnel into what I'm talking about. That if you have people that are so effective at propagandizing and shaping a narrative that people can effectively be convinced to vote against or to do things against their own self-interest, because instead of believing the reality around them, their reality is being crafted by powerful people that have this shit down to a science.
Now, Rob, I do have to tell you this. There's a chatter in my chat who just said this, and I know for sure you're going to agree with this. He says, man, I hate Georgia, synth, and the East, right? Those are the 3 things he hates, right?
Also, another dump puts Oz only 1.6% behind. So he's
that's what
he's
I'm
about
saying.
100,000, another 100, only 100,000 behind.
Also, if you don't mind,
Not
real
even.
quick, I had a couple more super chats from like Randy, who says,
You go ahead.
nothing, right? Got another super
Will you
chat.
shut the fuck up with the super chats and say nothing? You know what it adds to the
Nothing.
conversation? Nothing.
No, he said the word nothing. He said the word.
Our chat for super chats that don't say anything.
Yeah, nothing.
Where's your
Nothing.
super chat?
We're getting you
Look
up there.
out,
By the
Casimir.
way, Fabian, we're getting you up there. Look at your sub count now. We're getting you
I know we
up
only
there.
need 24.
We're gonna get you above that 1 fucking K marker so that you can get super chats that also say
Yes.
nothing. If you ever learn how to fucking meme, you gotta learn how to fucking meme. But when you get there, when you get to that
What are you
meme
talking about?
level,
I don't know how to meme.
it's, yeah, hang on.
I'm an anarcho-capitalist. You think we're not
Okay.
fucking like deeply embedded with memes?
Okay, you have some good funny shit. I'll admit. I've watched some of it in the Discord and it cracks me up.
Thank you for the
But
follows. Fuck you guys. Yeah.
But I will say this. Yes, I will say this. Right, with your memeing, there is one problem: is that you don't dunk on synth enough. That's a fucking problem, man. It's a problem. You gotta just a little bit, Fabian. You know, it's good for you.
So
Fair
can I
enough,
talk
fair
about real quick Pennsylvania, like these elections possibility?
Yes.
One of the
Let's
things
get back
that's
to the
important,
election.
right? So with Fetterman versus Oz, right? When you look at the numbers that are reported, one of the things that's important to look at, because we have to ask how many votes are left outstanding. I don't know what they'll do with mail-in ballots this time, but 2020, I was on a show like this, and it was probably around this time of night, and everybody's high-fiving. Trump won Pennsylvania. I said, what's he up by? They were like, like 200,000 votes. I was like, he lost. And they're like, what? And I was like, yeah, Philly's going to come rolling in, and the mail-in ballots are late. And, I'm not making any accusations. I'm just saying, when you wake up tomorrow, Trump lost Pennsylvania. And they were like, no. If you look at Oz's performance compared to the 2020 presidential margin, in every state except one, he is underperforming Trump, which Trump lost. So even though it might look like he's gaining now, they haven't put in that big wave of the Philly mail-in ballots.
Yeah.
And I'm just
That's
telling you,
also
it's looking
the
worse and worse.
The PA from Predicted went from 83 to 87.
Wait. I got one more from Zen who said nothing. I had to throw it in. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, I mean, like, look, the question is like, when you have an unknown variable, you don't know which variable is more powerful, right? Like, is it the manufactured consent that is more powerful from the narrative control, right? In terms of like getting people to go vote because of the, right? Or is it the narrative that the Republicans are evil, etc., that's more powerful, and they simply are showing up at the polls, right? And I think both of them kind of like work and weave together, right? If you are able to sell to enough people the idea that the numbers are what you say they are, right? The better you are able to sell that idea, then the more, let's say, the real number versus the reported number can be. All hypothetical, right?
Right.
So let's say, you know what I mean? Like if you're able to convince people, very strongly, then, it doesn't need to be 0.1 or 0.2%. It might be 1 or 2% off, right? Orders of magnitude 10 times higher. And I do think it is an interesting thing to know that beyond the political rhetoric of, the media changing that landscape, we do have, a social media landscape that is progressively more censored. And, it is kind of that situation where you got to work that little bit harder. And I think nobody knows that more than people that are not left-wing, that are content creators. I think we know kind of what that is more than anybody else, right? Like, I know there are magic numbers like 40 viewers, 36 viewers, and 44 viewers, that if I hit that magic number, but I don't blow through that magic number, Twitch randomly drops me 10 viewers, despite the fact that I have one of the most active fucking chats for the amount of viewers that I have. It just happens that way, And like, you're not allowed to like make any claims off of whatever those magic numbers are, right? You just push through.
Wait. Skull, I gotta stop you. You just had a super chat from your best super chatter ever. It's 5 BTs and it says nothing.
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 A super chat for you. I had a super chat for you that came in, and it's from Tim Zimblick. He's a huge fan of yours. Maybe I'm lying about that. I don't know. Right? I'm just gonna say it though. I'm gonna say it. And he says, Rob, what actual reason do we have at this point to believe that Democrats are doing well with the people, except the word of known fucking liars?
Oh, okay. There's two things to say, right? One is we're forced for the context of this conversation to say the election, right? Like, so if we believe and understand that we're hamstrung, we are forced to talk about what we see in front of us, because to do otherwise would to get us banned, right?
Correct.
So if we accept what we see, that would be answer one.
He's talking about the Russian election, by the way, that happened in 2012.
Right. Second would be that yes, I understand. Like, let me put it this way. At some point, if you control the narrative enough, does the narrative become reality? Right. So if, like, when you go back and you look at Mao's
consent, that's what I was saying.
Right. You go back and look at Mao's China, right? So there was this, I'm not a student of history, but I read this story that in Mao's China, they had this little red book where they had to read out of at certain points of the day. It's almost like, to me, I imagine it like the, in Islamic countries when the imams start their gibberish or whatever, and everyone prays at the same time. It was like that, right? And so they read out of this little red book, and it would say shit like, Mao is the coolest dude ever. He's the dear leader. He's the best, blah, blah, blah. And after, all of that ended, Mao's China ended, they interviewed people, and everyone was like, I thought it was fucking ridiculous, but I thought everyone else thought it was cool. So I never spoke up, because even though I'm sitting there like, this is absurd, you don't want to be the one to say that, and all of your neighbors are like, how dare you? But what they didn't realize, had someone said that, the neighbors would have been like, we agree. Now, you'd still be executed if someone found out. But the point is, did the fact that they made reality look like that by forcing all these people to do this shape reality? I think it did. And so at some point, I think that when you have the narrative out there that, like, all the shit that we see, I'm not even going to get into it, does it start to craft the narrative and millions of people start to believe it? I think they do. Now, look, I'm not just blaming Google or, Twitter or Facebook and all these places. The truth is the Republicans suck in many of these areas, and so there's not a good alternative. And, we were already joking around about Dr. Oz and crudité. Go watch my videos on YouTube that 20 people watched, right? And those videos talk about, I said it until I was blue in the face for the 3 months leading up into the election. 5 issues that every single Republican should have been running on. The economy, the border, crime, lockdowns, the mutilation of children. That's it. And every single person you're running against is part of the Biden administration. That should have been every fucking message in every race in this country. Instead, they talked about crudité in Pennsylvania. They talked about all this, shit that you might be like, it's not bad, but like, Doug Mastriano talked about, how he was fasting. And, being a veteran and those sorts of it. Those aren't terrible issues, but they're a red flag. Like, every single message should have been like, your kids aren't safe. You can't buy groceries. The fucking border is open and fentanyl's pouring. They locked your ass down while they went
please
on.
Allow me to respond to some of this, because some of it's insane. And let me tell you how insane. It's so fucking insane that Karma Reel sent in another $2 super chat saying nothing, followed by Tim Zimblick sending in a super chat which says nothing.
I didn't do that. I didn't server mute.
Chat says this is like
serving.
This is like.
Stop. No.
$5 says we've got the best. Hang on, we've got the best interruptions. The best, let me tell you. Everyone knows it. They say to me, Goose, how do you have such great interruptions? Followed by Wicked Wally, who says big cartography started with the falsification of Wyoming in 1502.
There it is, big cartography, boys. I don't know it, but I'm leaning into the meme.
I'm sorry. Okay, so
Rob Noerr.
I want to give him a direct response.
Rob Noerr, I do want to say this, right? I think I really like the 5 issues that you have, right? I think, though, there is one problem with it that I think is a problem that Republicans, I think, have I don't even know that they have it more than the Democrats, but I think it's still an issue, is that most of them don't have anything that they're running on. Like the populists and the rhinos and like the Republican Party has gotten a little bit too fragmented, right? The establishment Republicans with the MAGA crowd, right? And these individuals, they're very easy to coalesce together to attack Biden, right? To attack issues, to have righteous indignation for the fucked up shit Democrats are doing. But some people will not be captured unless you have a message, you give them a reason to vote for you, as opposed to a reason to vote against someone else. And I think one of the big problems of that is that they didn't come together to have a reasonable policies, or just a few talking points that like the Republicans could like unify behind, that says these are the things we're going to fix. Instead, they say these are problems and we'll undo these problems because they're bad. And I think the Republicans really fucked up by not coming together and doing that.
Well, I don't disagree, but a couple things on it. One, I still think that that's less important. I think that races have increasingly became about who your opponent is as opposed to who you are. And so, like, historically, the data would back me up that if there is unhappiness in a country, it's a referendum in the midterms of the party in power. And so we would expect to see that, right? And so the implication of that is, it's like, for example, do we think that the Democrat message in 2018 was like, oh, we have all these great plans? Or was it that Trump's an evil pig fucker? Like, that's what it was. It was Trump's evil. That's what they ran on. And it wasn't like that these independents and moderates were like, well, we're not going to vote Democrat because they don't have any. No, they were like, yeah, we don't like the direction the country's going. So that's historically what happens in the midterms, right? So I don't know how much of that's true, but I do agree with you strategically. It would have been better to do so. But here's the problem. How are, like, take those issues I talked about, which I vehemently believe are the 5 most important issues. How are Republicans going to come together on a message such as lockdowns when 90% of them voted for them? How are they going to come through inflation and economy when they passed those bills that Trump signed off on, mind you, that blew the budget out by trillions of dollars?
I mean,
how are they going to say shit on immigration?
To be fair, I'm not a Republican. You know what
I know.
You know what I mean? Fuck all of those people. You know, like, I mean,
well, I know, but that's the problem. Like, it's hard for them to come out and say that sort of, like, you know, Doug Mastriano was able to say it. He was against lockdowns. So he was able to come out and say, I told you that these lockdowns were terrible. You know what the tragedy was? He barely said it. He barely mentioned, like, hey, like, I would have just had, if I was Doug Mastriano, every day I would have had someone call in, bawling their eyes out to say, let me tell you about how my mother died alone in a nursing home and I wasn't allowed to go. And this fucking prick that you're running again, John Fetterman, was the lieutenant governor, and they were out there hobnobbing it up with Black Lives Matter while my mom died alone. Every day. I would have been cutting campaign ads every day. And if I was Mastriano, I would have said, I was one of the only ones that was out there saying, lockdowns are terrible. Your individual freedom. You just want to be left alone and go to work and associate with your family. And they took that away from you and they harmed your kids. But instead, he's putting ads out at the last minute like, here's me and my wife. I served for, 20 years in the military and I'm fasting. And you're just like, what are you doing?
So classical rhetoric, right, is composed of there's a lot of subcategories, but there's 3 categories of classical rhetoric, right? Ethos, logos, pathos, right? Mm-hmm. And so Republicans are very good at establishing their ethos in election campaigns. I'm a family man. I'm a traditional conservative, right? Like, well, at least they're very good at attempting to sell their ethos, right? You know, they want to, that I'm a Christian man, I'm a family man.
But the problem with that, Fabian, is that these fuckers, they go out and they try to sell it like Marjorie Taylor Greene, and then you find out she was fucking porking her personal trainer, right? It's terrible for us. It's terrible for us. Right. If they're going to run on
politicians
values,
are evil, corrupt fuckers, right?
No. What I'm saying is that it's the wrong messaging to run on. If the people that you're running on the messaging, it turns out, have nothing but skeletons in the closet.
Okay, yeah, but
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, but like what I'm saying is they're good at selling ethos, right? Ultimately, your argument
terrible
will not
at
be...
it.
Okay, all right. Just hear me out, right?
All right, I'm hearing you out.
Correct. Politicians suck. I'm not a Republican, right? Like, yes, these people are corrupt, disgusting fuckers, and so they don't sell their ethos that well because they have none in reality. But what I'm saying is that the messaging, they recognize the importance of trying to sell respectability, right?
I agree with that. So I'll agree that they want to sell that message. The thing is, though, is that I'm just saying that they're terrible at selling it. That's all.
Okay, I want to come in here and say something. This notion that
no, hold on. Yeah. You sound horrible. Like there's a lot of internet
terrible. Static. Yes.
That's Australians.
Okay, never mind.
I'm gonna finish my point real quick. Maybe you can like disconnect, reconnect because you have mod privileges, so you can hop into this. But so they can sell that, and like sometimes they can sell the logos a little bit, right? Which is like, you know, a policy prescription, a logical argument about why these things are problems. But what you're pointing out is that they're missing a trifecta. And I think they've focused way too heavily ethos, right? I'm the good guy. These are the bad guys, right? You shouldn't trust these people because they did bad things. We're not going to be like those people because we're the trustworthy. And they've barely focused on logos, which is policy prescription, and they've barely focused on pathos, emotion, right? Stories. What you're talking about is inner Gaia, right? Like making people live in a story that and like selling that story and being like, make it mean something, right? Because you can have all the logical arguments you want, and you can attempt to sell your respectability as much as you want. But if it doesn't move you, if I'm not sitting there crying about the horrors that were committed against me, I'm not motivated to get off my ass and go vote.
Yeah, but listen, this summarizes this the best way I can in the super chat. Hoppy is a cunt. Sent in $5 and he said, Andrew inspires patriots and Caps turn libertarians into lesbian feminists. And that's basically true. That's basically true, right? So, and by the way, hang on. I'm going to follow that up with Parker Mize sending $2 and said nothing. But the point here is that the rhetoric that you have right here, even with the breakdown analysis here, is like, there is some truth to what you're saying, you know what I mean? But you run it through this libertarian filter to the point that it makes me sick. It's like,
bitch, what did I say? Libertarian. I didn't say a libertarian thing.
I didn't say you said a libertarian thing. I said that you run your analysis through a libertarian filter. That's what I said. That's how your brain works. You're an ANCAP. You run everything through that ANCAP filter. And it's like,
I'm superior. I'm superior. I get it.
Yeah. One of the things I like about Noerr, for instance, is that Noerr he's very patriotic, right? And that is what he's trying to do, is inspire patriotism. I get that. You know what I mean? But even when we make an analysis like, oh, hey,
patriotism died in Afghanistan.
The Republicans are really trying to push. They're really trying to push an ethos of like family values and trad values. It's like, not really. They're paying lip service to that shit because they think some people like it. But for the most part, they're adhering to the same kind of fucking cultural degeneracy that we're dealing with over and over and over. And that's really, when you cut it down, why people get so mad at Republicans. They see no difference between them now and Democrats. They see them as a two-headed snake, similar to how you libertarians do, right? So even in the analysis, when you break it down, it's like, and one of the most frustrating parts about YouTube is like, we can't really get into what we fucking think because we all know what would happen, right? Which is why I built Comfy for all you fucks. You're welcome, but. You do need to remember. You need to remember that as we go through that analysis, right, that you are running it through that filter, and when Rob's running it through his filter, he's trying to also give like a push. He's trying to say like, look, yeah, they're trying to run this, type of trad campaign, but they're failing because they're not actually fucking trad, right? They're fucking the whole thing up. They fuck it up time and time again. Are they really pushing this ethos, Fabian, or are they pushing a bunch of fucking nonsense to try to trick people? And people aren't that easily tricked. They're not that easily tricked.
Well, I agree.
Let me just.
I
say this
agree with
real
what you
quick.
said. Yeah.
Let me say this real
Except
quick.
for saying that I'm at fault for being libertarian.
You don't have to have the
that part.
Like, I don't do these philosophical terms. Like, I'm aware of ethos, but I try, think of things like a fucking normal dumb redneck like I am, right? So like, to me, what I call it is the idea of ethos. What I would call it's authenticity. To me, people understand when someone's being authentic or not. Andrew would probably vote for me, right? Even though I probably wouldn't live up to his standards of what a conservative should always be, right? Because I'm not going to agree with him on certain biblical issues and things like that. So I'm not as trad. I'm closer to trad than even the posers that are pretending. But I am authentic, and I'm talking about issues that he sees would be more in alignment with his ideology and where he wants the country to go than probably whoever the hell I would run against. But what's frustrating is you get these people that think like, you know, the image of how they're running is more important than like the things they're actually talking about. You know, and for me, I think what I'm talking about, again, if you want to call it pathos or sort of emotional investment, when I'm looking around where I'm at, I see people that are involved in my area in politics for the first time, right? And I saw it with Trump, people that he inspired for the first time. And I definitely saw even more after the lockdowns. People that would have, if I was drinking a beer with them, have been like, Rob, shut the fuck up about your politics bullshit. We don't want to hear it. They're then calling me basically with tears saying, I lost my house. I got laid off. You know, my mom died. I don't know what to do. You know, and you're talking to these people. Why is it that Republicans weren't reaching those people? You know, and again, a lot of the Republicans.
Fucking exactly. Why? What is the reason for that? Well, one reason, Emmanuel says for 70 Mexican pesos is he's from Mexico and he has nothing to add to this conversation. Now, how does that tie in? It ties in very well because, well, he probably doesn't have anything to add to the conversation. But before I turn the floor over to Kaz, I have to say that Wicked Wally also says that Rob needs to officially name his family History of Norse Mythology. Rob has a wonderful story. Wonderful fucking story about the mythology keeper of a certain YouTube streamer / Twitch streamer named Blank Mama, right? It's a great story. Strongly suggests that he tell it every chance he get, and then karma's real.
Here's what we're gonna...
Hang on, he sent me $1 million.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Wellspring, hopefully you got your mic fixed. You said you wanted to make 1 point, but if the mic is still rough, we're gonna pop up. And then Tiberius D has been waiting patiently as well. I want to introduce Tiberius D and have him have a say, and then we can get back to the general open conversation. What's up, Wellspring? What did you want to say?
Hey, is it better now?
Oh,
great.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's better.
Awesome. Okay, so I think that my sort of my sense or my conclusion from this, which is probably the most important thing, the conclusion to draw on, maybe the line action item, whatever you want to call it, is that I think that within the climate of, say, the Reagan era and, you know, that whole era that came after that and all that, when people have this vague sense of what each party can do for them. And, you know, the Republicans can fix the economy and make sure that businesses are doing well, that kind of thing. But like those premises that people kind of held as foregone conclusions don't really exist in this generation of the general populace. It's not like people, you know, had free to choose on TV or something, and they had William Buckley and that kind of stuff on TV. It's not really anywhere on the mainstream television scene right now. So people don't have those premises any longer. So Republicans can't. I genuinely don't think that Zoomers, Generation Z, or really millennials actually think that Republicans, you know, are better with the economy or with business, so to speak. I think that they just generally think that whenever there's a problem, the correct solution is government has to do something, and the question is which party is going to do something about it. You know, it's like in my home country, people every time something goes wrong, people, government had to do something. Government had to get in here. We had to get government to do something about this. And
yeah,
that's just the general framework people are using. So the framework of, you know, economics being the preserve of one party no longer exists. And so I think the takeaway is that persuasion, unless there's some way to hardcore just hit people with and get them to get these premises back in their minds, so they get these vague notions of the Republican Party or the Libertarian Party being better with the economy in a vague sense. If there's no way to re-inject these premises into Gen Z and the millennials and whoever is coming up, then I don't think that persuasion is an option for the foreseeable future. And what I can see is that the mainstream sort of platforms, they disbar the injection of these premises. So I don't see a way for these premises to get injected. And so again, the conclusion that I draw is that for the foreseeable future, persuasion can't work because persuasion relies on implicit context. In other words, it relies on implicit premises being held within the populace that we capitalize on. And so I don't see any way for that to work.
Wellspring, I love you and you're so smart, but like, why can't you just speak English?
Well, I mean, he's literally right about everything he just said.
He's 100% right.
You know, he's saying like that you can't even interject the correct premise. How could we ever really have a discussion about what's actually going on? It truly isn't even possible. You know what I mean?
But also Republicans aren't better on the economy.
Well, yeah, and persuasion's possible at the meta level there, right? Like you have to, it's not like you just say, well, there's no persuasion, so if there's no ability to talk, then what's left? Violence. Like, no, that's not it. It's just you have to take that level.
No, hold on.
Well, no, but that's
God.
Let's listen. I'm not saying that he said that. I'm saying that we have to be able to talk. If there's no ability to persuade, then people will unfortunately say, well, then maybe we have to take it to somewhere else. And the reality is, no, it's not true, because it's just that the level of persuasion or the topic of persuasion needs to change, right? And so we would have to start saying, like I'm saying, the problem is we need to persuade that the fundamental problem is corruption and control of the narrative. And if we could work at that level to persuade people, there is a fundamental problem when all of these institutions are pushing forth this narrative. That's where the persuasion is.
Rob, that makes no sense. Because if you say,
I'm gonna let Andrew finish because he's incensed, and then I will. Tiberius has to get in.
Yeah, but if you say, well, it's because if you can't actually interject your thoughts into the political arena, that may inevitably lead to this bad outcome. In this case, we'll just say, the V word. But then you say, no, there's another way. You can just interject your opinion into the arena. It's like, no, you can't. That's the whole point. If you can't do it, if you can't actually interject your opinion, if you can't actually engage with it, how are you going to engage in it? You know what I mean?
Why did you create Comfy? Disband it.
Well, the principle of Comfy was to at least try. But that we have one hell of an uphill fight. And if Comfy's disbanded in all the other free speech platforms, there's no way to interject the opinion. What happens?
All right,
that's
so
exactly
I'm gonna let
I'm saying.
I'm going to let Tiberius D go, but I actually do want to respond to that.
What's going on, everybody?
What's up, brother?
Yeah, it's great to see you all. I wanted to know what this particular crowd thought about what was going on. I know you all are having like a particular like optics conversation.
Yeah.
Like you can fill me in on that one in just a minute.
We kind of just been all over the place, really having a ball.
I believe it. Andrew, nice to meet you. I've been hoping I'd get an invite to the Crucible at some point, but
well, you have to send me a DM, bro.
Okay, fair enough. Anyway, Rob, it's been so long. How's the folks?
Doing good. Everything's doing good.
I'm very glad to hear it. Rob, you got to tell me like what's going on in Pennsylvania, man. Like, wow, this election is, for some, I'm sure it's shocking. I thought it was going to be fucking super close, but
oh no, it's the stroke victim that has no capacity to govern is just destroying odds right now. And the lead will probably get worse as mail-in ballots and EVBs and stuff come in.
It got pretty close there for a second, but he's starting to pull back away again. But yeah, I thought that one was going to be I thought that one was going to be neck and neck. Georgia's neck and neck. For some reason, the polls closed 3 hours ago in Nevada, but we don't have fuck all out of Nevada, which is shocking. I thought
it's not shocking. Come on, we were all here for 2020. Is there fucking shock here?
All right. Anyway,
Fabian, I'm sorry to cut in, but Fabian, Tom Foolery wanted to also jump on the panel. He had sent me a message earlier I didn't see. If you want to send him an invite or whatever.
Has he had his Twitch restored?
No.
Oh fuck! I forgot.
Yeah, I'm on Twitch.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm sorry. I forgot all about that.
I mean, I would have him on. I've had an interesting debate with him. When I first started streaming.
My friend, John, who's going to show up with no video, wants to come on. Is that okay?
No, you can't say that now. Sorry.
I know you're a conservative because you would be a terrible criminal.
The answer is no.
Just lie. A lot of people got blue shirts, man.
to answer Tiberius talking about the election. Yeah, I mean, I thought my prediction was that Mastriano would lose. I thought Mastriano would lag behind Oz by 4 or 5%. So he's running for governor, for those that don't know, as a Republican. And I thought Oz would win by a percentage point or two, which would lead
He's currently
Mastriano
like 9 points
losing.
behind.
Yeah, Mastriano, the election's been called. Mastriano's lost. Like, well, they've called it. Unless Casimir's to be believed, then it's all bullshit.
Here what I would say earlier to the earlier meta conversation about like how do we interject persuasion, and like you said, well, why did you make comfort, right? That's the exact answer, right? And so I think it's important that we learn from our enemies. One of our enemies that I think almost everyone here would agree is would be Lenin, right? Dual power theory. The idea is that you, at a certain point, if you don't have the capacity to control the narrative in a place, or to control an economy in a place, then what you need to do is you need to create a parallel. Dude, you're getting all the ratings tonight, fucker.
Don't worry, I'm about to give them to you when I leave, so don't worry.
Oh, isn't that sweet? But no, like you need dual power theory, right?
Speaking of which, we need to set up our YouTubes for that, Rob.
Yeah, I know.
So the thing is,
and you too, Fabian.
Well, I mean, I can't do that until you're actually a partner. You can't raid people.
Yes, you can.
Can you? All right. Well, then I'll figure out how to do that. Anyways, let me get back to my point. So like Comfy is a separate place where you have the capacity to interject into the narrative, to persuade, right? And it's the same thing that we need to be doing with some of these elections. And I think we need to admit at a certain point that like controlling the national stage may be something we're not going to have for 20 or 30 years. That it might be important.
I don't just. But listen,
to
that's
like move to places like Florida.
I'm sorry. What was your name? I don't mean Wellspring. Like what Wellspring said was persuasion's no longer workable. But what you're talking about is persuasion. It's just, well, we're going to use persuasion in a different avenue now, in a different venue. So we don't think that we're able to be persuasive or use persuasion through this sort of mainstream venues, right? So we're creating our own. Or we're going to balkanize and we're going to have persuasion in our hometowns. We're going to balkanize and persuade at my local school board. Or we're going to persuade, look, even if you vote Democrat, you should push back against this woke shit with like child sexualization. That's still all persuasion. And that's where I'm fundamentally disagreeing. The idea that it's like, well, that's it, persuasion no longer works. That's not true. You just have to refocus how you're using that persuasion and what you're using it on. And so the persuasion might not be effective, for example, to say, well, in Pennsylvania, it's persuasive to say in Pennsylvania that a stroke victim who doesn't know where he's at shouldn't be senator. That's not persuasive. That is not a message, apparently. I think that message was made very clear. It didn't work. I think there are things that his opponent, Dr. Oz, could have done much better. They should have hired me for one, but they didn't. And so they're going to lose that race. But that doesn't mean that I just say then I give up. Like I tried to push, like I find it exhilarating. When I see a result that I don't like, to me, that's like being like, okay, my back's against the wall. Fuck it, double down. Like, what do I have to do now to make the situation?
I don't think what we're saying is that the means of persuasion is I'm not making the argument that the means of persuasion is ineffective and that there is. I'm saying I don't know that there is a new avenue of persuasion, a new argument that works. What I'm saying is, and I don't know if others would agree or disagree with me, is that the philosophy of the left has promulgated and our culture has degraded, and the powers that be have captured so many institutions that at this point, when you look at their ability to persuade with the dumbest of fucking arguments and with the most insane of candidates, that they can get enough people on their side. At a certain point, we need to coalesce together and maintain our own communities and move into new spaces where we may be able to
persuasion.
Persuade.
That's what I'm saying. Those are the types of things I talk about all the time.
Okay,
that doesn't make sense.
So let's talk about which persuade, if I may, Will. So we have a problem, right? The problem is we're talking about these policies, and we're asking whether the policies influence how people vote. Well, I think we should give up on that, at least partially. I think the problem we're facing is that the Yarvin reactionaries are sort of right, and what they're saying, the cathedral guys, our patriotism used to be about freedom, about people, and about the state. The problem is that the state is over 100 years into syndicalist socialism, into basically fascism. And the people are split the people are split along friend-enemy lines in such a way that would make Carl Schmitt blush. All right? We can no longer be patriotic about the state, never should have been in the first place, and we no longer share values with half of these people. They're crazy. We don't believe in the same reality. There's a remote hope that, we've had a remote hope that Hispanics will shift to the right as they engage in the economy and, second, third generation. But that's not really happening because they're not being homeschooled. They're being indoctrinated into the Marxist bullshit. So if that keeps going, they're not the hope either. And so when you look at this, what should we be talking about? And what we should be talking about is what the Mrs. Kafkas have been talking about, which is the national divorce. That's the conversation you should be having. And that's the thing you should be demanding from any elected representative you still have. If a Republican gets elected, you should promise a national divorce, on the ballot next time he gets the chance to do that. If people are not saying that they're going to fire government officials or perform preparations for a national divorce, then you shouldn't take them seriously, because all of the other stuff is really irrelevant.
Casimir, that's look, I agree with the national divorce. I want a national divorce, but you're not going to get any normies to sign on that.
Right, you don't run on that.
Right, it's a terrible. What you should be doing is you should be doing similar things that the Republican legislator did in New Hampshire.
What if somebody did? What if somebody did run on that?
They wouldn't win nationally.
They wouldn't win.
Maybe.
Right? But hear me out. Look at New Hampshire, right? What New Hampshire has done is, instead of saying, I want a national divorce right now, give it to me, the Republicans have said, we refuse to enforce any gun laws, any federal gun laws, right? So if you want to enforce federal gun laws, you're going to have to bring the ATF in here every single time, to a point that you don't have the capacity to do that, right? We're not going to use the tracking data, right? They passed legislation, said, we're not going to use the tracking data to give you the information about who has vaccines and who doesn't have vaccines. So good luck enforcing vaccine mandates on children in schools, because we're just not collecting that data. So you're going to have to bring in all your fucking government officials. That's the way that you push a national divorce. Is simply say, we're not going to support or engage in the things that you want us to do because they conflict with our values.
Guys, I got to wrap it up because hang on. I got to wrap it up because it's fucking midnight and I've been hanging out for hours, which I've enjoyed doing on Fabian.
Hey, I've had a blast. I've had
a ton of fun with you guys.
We're going until at least one though.
I did just hope before we go that both I can get the latest election updates from Mr. Noerr, but before I do, let you know about the super chats that say nothing from Sleepy Glant, and then I have other super chats that also say nothing from several other people, and I wanted to let you fucking know that. That's all I'm saying. Just want to let you know that.
So,
Fabian, fantastic host.
Appreciate you so much. Can we get a quick response from Wellspring and then an election update from Rob Noerr? Can you stay for that? Sure. All right, Wellspring, what's up?
Okay, so I agree with both of the points Casimir made. The first one he made was something along the lines of national divorce is effectively the only practical strategy which makes any sense. And in response to what Scott said, which is basically a kind of a soft divorce, so to speak, where a particular state is just enforcing a soft divorce, sounds good.
Yeah, it's the way to get national divorce, I think.
Yeah. The next thing that Casimir said was Casimir raised a very important thing to think about, which we can't get evidence for, but there's a pretty decent reason to, suspect, at least now, a hypothesis that there could be a totalitarian instrumentation already in effect in the USA, which has not been detected, and it may be much more prevalent than we think. It may have a much greater amount of reach, and it may be much more well established than we suspect. And I think that that's something that we should take perhaps more seriously. I don't know how to take it seriously. I do not know how to approach it, but I think I don't know how to take it seriously, but it has to be taken seriously.
I can give you some ideas.
No. Rob is going to give
very quick.
No. no means no. All right.
I
Rob
don't
is
think
going to
that's
give
it.
an election update.
He me too,
so that
dude, Kaz.
Andrew can.
He
you're right.
fucking me too, Casimir. Right,
All right?
here on his
All right?
stream, he did
I'm
it.
just saying, calm down, Aziz Ansari. Rob Noerr is going to give his election updates because he's amazing at it. So Andrew can get out of here and we can continue whatever conversation has been associated.
Okay, so it looks likely that again we're still looking between 50 and 51 seats when it comes to the Senate. The House predictions have dropped slightly to about 225, but it seems pretty confident that the Republicans will win the House. That margin's likely to be about a 15, a 10 to 15 to maybe 20 seat margin in the House. When it comes to the Senate, right now the races that we're going to be looking at is the Nevada race where nothing's came out. If the Republicans win that Nevada race and they win the Georgia race, that would put them to 51 seats. The Georgia race is looking increasingly like it's going to go to a runoff. So that would mean we're not going to know the results. So right now, the Nevada race is about a 50-50. The Pennsylvania race is all but done. So to summarize, if we're to believe everything we see,
And he cuts out.
51
And
seat
he
margin
cuts
for the
out.
Republicans or the 50-50. And it's going to come down to that Georgia race and that Nevada race.
But there's still a good shot that we could have a majority in both houses.
About 50, yeah.
bad.
Yeah. And I'll take it. With that, gentlemen, I bid you adieu. Thank you so much for the invite. Remember, everybody,
appreciate it. Had a great time.
Fabian Liberty. You can go and have a beer with him every once in a while, just like I do. He's my favorite ANCAP next to Casimir for reasons only God understands. Thank you, gentlemen, so very much. I'm sure you'll be catching some of Fabian over on Comfy Stream with his movie night. I want him to do it because I want to go watch fucking great movies, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Like,
There's a lot of great movies that I think we should watch.
And do like some
First up,
Mystery Science
August
Theater
Underground.
3000 shit. You know what I mean? Like I own this giant fucking platform and might as well go fucking play with it. You know? Anyway,
There you go.
guys,
There you go.
Have a great night. Take care.
But no, I could just respond to what, like this idea of the national divorce, right? I don't disagree on a local level if this makes sense, right? I don't disagree with the idea of balkanizing, right? You should be moving, get out of the cities, get out of blue areas. They're going to attack you. You will be a criminal for defending yourself. All that shit's true. It's all true. You should go to communities. Local elections are more important. Get in your school board. Stop the indoctrination of your children. The hellscape, woke hellscape that's going to be created will be left with a bunch of children that are growing into adulthood that will not know how to take care of themselves.
Rematch! Rematch! I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Where's Andrew?
Andrew just dipped out for the night. He's a little baby bitch. He's got to go to sleep.
Heard me coming.
You know, he heard you
But
coming.
to finish, finish this real quick, you're not going to win a national election on national divorce. Not going to happen.
No,
You're not
I
gonna
agree.
win a
I
Senate.
agree.
You're
I'm saying.
not gonna-
I'm saying. I agree.
the
I
moment
think
somebody-
localization is the way to go.
Look, the moment I get a hint as a moderate,
Tiberius first, then Wells.
the moment I get a hint as a moderate that you are running on a national divorce, I'm voting for the other fucking team. I'm calling it right now. I don't give a fuck. Like, that's bitching out. Like, if you want to say, like, hey, look, New York City is a place I never fucking want to live because I can't carry my gun and defend myself from crime, 1000% behind you. If you're like, hey, you know what, Ohio and Indiana and all this just need to go our own fucking way, no. Let's get back in this fucking fight. This is a fight we can fucking win.
Right.
Slavery, yeah.
I will
slavery,
force you. I will force you to into the community. We live in a society. It will be wonderful. You will eat the fucking bugs. You will live in the pods. You will get rid of your farmland, which means you, Tiberius D, will be out of a job.
Oh no!
You will enjoy it.
I'm so scared. I can't wait for all those.
I gotta say, I never proposed running on it. I can open up my
neither
text
did I.
because I wrote it because I had the time. I never actually said run on it. I never said it's an election. I never said it's an election issue, and there's a reason why I didn't say it's an election issue. Because election issues is what we're discussing here, which is wasting time. What you need to do is you need to look at the playbooks of other dissidents from other countries that are facing the same level of scrutiny, the same level of power coalescing around the core, and start doing their tricks before it's too late. You know, the one advantage the United States has compared to, let's say, people in Belarus, is when people in Belarus get crushed for months on end while CNN is filming them getting beat up. They can't do anything. They're defenseless. Americans are not yet defenseless, and you're right. There's a soft divorce where you ignore all the laws that would basically disempower, remove the
I think New Hampshire has the right idea there.
So New Hampshire is right on track on that. But also you should look at what those dissidents that are completely powerless, what they were doing before they were completely shut down during the war. Because they were doing certain things that were effective enough to make them a threat worth shutting down. So I'll give you some examples. All of the riches of all the richest members of Congress have to be constantly on display. We have these things called drones. You should pilot those drones above the homes of all of your senators so that you can see all of the pools and all of the the villas and all of that money that gets spent. If somebody suddenly buys 3 new homes, that should be front page news on alternative news sources, right? On all the papers. Everybody who
God, you know what, Casimir? I just want to say,
can we get Noerr to not interrupt this, because I really want to hear what Casimir had to say.
Right. Okay. All
sure.
right.
It sounds like he's persuading you.
Right. I just want to say, you're so Russian. You're so Russian, Casimir, and I love you.
But
so,
also,
so much fighting spirit.
And maybe, since the topic right now is something like we're trying to understand how to approach thinking about this potential machination that is underlying the U.S. political system, and we don't even know how to detect it, but we suspect it might be there. Maybe we can try to. I think Casimir has a lot of value to offer here, but how to think about that, because he probably has experience in thinking about this kind of thing from his home environment.
If I can interject real quick, right? So here's the potential we have. We say, well, there are all this unethical behavior going on with these rich people that are flaunting it, that are running our country. So what we should do is this. Let's take drones, fly it over their beach houses and go, ha-ha, look at these rich assholes. Meanwhile, I'm suggesting something more base and fundamental, which is that we fucking know these people locked you down, right? And we know that they went and violated their own lockdowns. And when I say that, you all say, persuasion doesn't work. Like, that shit's stupid. What we need is drones. And I'm here to tell you what we're doing. I'm here to tell you real quick. Flying drones over rich people's houses won't do dick. It's not going to do dick, because the flying of drones is going to show that there's a wealth disparity which is on display in every level. So there are more fundamental things we could do other than saying, well, we just need to have this national divorce and let's strategize. The problem is that I have with many of this sort of ANCAP libertarian is it's all this. But again, the problem is that it's all this flowery shit that's just like, it sounds good on paper. And it's like, but to me, it's like when you start off on the premise of like, well, just give up on national elections, just give up on this, that. Persuasion doesn't matter anymore. It's just all defeatism bullshit. That's the way I look at it.
Let me wait here.
Yeah, I was about to say, Brian McWilliams is so good at positive energy. And there's too much doomer pill shit here right now.
That's what I'm coming at, man.
Get the floor. I will mute all of you. I will mute all of you.
Let me get a point here. Because, look, okay. So I agree with Rob in that I do agree that it's, okay, from the standpoint of does persuasion, you could say persuasion doesn't work, to focus on elections, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I understand people saying that shit, but I think it needs to be a different change in the conversation, right? Because what we're talking about, you're talking about how flying drones over people's houses and showcasing the wealth disparity doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Right? It should work. It should piss people the fuck off. It doesn't. Why doesn't it work? Because these people believe that the people that have all that money, that are in the positions of power, that have been there like the fucking Pelosi's and the Newsoms of the world, that have all this power, they're doing something that is so important, that is so transcendent, that it doesn't fucking matter that they've got 6 pools and have been in power for 25 years and all this shit. That's the point that people forget. You have to sell people something that is transcendent for them to believe in a religious way. And that's what I'm working on for libertarianism, because I agree. Every libertarian message, everything for anarchism, is always negative. Tear it down. Look at the system. The system doesn't work. It's not going to function right. Let's tear it down. But what they're not preaching is something better. What they're not preaching is something that people can believe in and say, holy shit, I can't say no to that. That's the thing. That's why persuasion doesn't work from what we're doing. That's why when you see the disparity, it doesn't fucking work. Because people right now that believe in the Democratic horseshit think that the climate change issue is going to kill their children, and they think these people are going to bring them to utopia. That's why they do not give a shit. We have to sell them a better utopia. That's the fucking main point.
Hell yeah. Wellspring. We're going to take turns.
Okay.
You fuckers keep interrupting.
I do have to leave in like 5 minutes, but I would like to hear what people say. So
Fair enough. I love you, Rob.
Okay, so I think what I was trying, when Rob Noerr came in and raised, spoke with his very elevated voice volume and went at length. What he interrupted me, basically telling Casimir the same thing that he was trying to tell Casimir. But I was saying it.
Don't use your time to complain.
Just
make your argument.
I'm trying to get something out. So I was telling Casimir, we understand that you may have some context which is really useful here because we want to try to talk about this thing that we don't understand. We don't understand totalitarianism. You have some context. But I was also trying to tell Casimir that the thing he raised, the notion he raised about the drone is not particularly useful. I was trying to tell him, okay, try to make your suggestions a little bit more on key to the thing that we are actually trying to deal with here. If you have something useful, say that. And that's what I was telling him, and then we could have just moved in a productive direction. But in came Rob Noerr with his loud voice and his very long statements.
Okay, wait, stop. One moment. Okay, I'll try to shorten it. Okay, the way that you've presented the riches of American politicians on a scale of 0 to 100, compared to the way it was done in like the last 10 years in, let's say, Russia, has been at around 5, maybe 1. You're failing, right? I can show you some of these movies that they're filming. They don't take a lot of effort to film, and you have to, but it's not just like I'm saying that's the solution. No, that's not. You have to vilify your enemy, and yes, Mr. Williams is right. You have to propose a positive image and white pill people and show them, look, there are these communities in the United States, which is something that you probably heard from me. There are communities that, despite all of the oppression, they're actually thriving. How are they thriving? Well, first of all, they have a communal foundation. They're not individualists
for the record,
at all. Because
I'm only interrupting for a second. For the record, he's talking about Beachy Amish, some of the religious
Beachy Amish, Mennonites. And again, if objectivists can do something similar, more power to them. I think that maybe, I don't know enough. Maybe there is an objectivist community somewhere that's also thriving in a similar manner. But you have to have one of those. You have to have either be like objectivist morals or deeply religious morals or something that ties the community together, where people basically bypass the government. What they do is they bypass all the institutions that don't work. Like if they need insurance, they pick up the phone, like the old telephone, and they have hundreds of thousands of people that are willing to send them that donation so that somebody can have cancer treatment. That's the community that gives them power to survive against the power of the state. Also, they work really hard. So those are the positive messages. Will you be able to convince people that are benefiting from the corruption of the system to switch to our side using that?
This is what I think. In terms of a positive message that we need to do. I think what we need to do is the LP and libertarians need to focus our funds more on a few individual candidates that are very, very, very good candidates, not just for sheriff's office, but also for television. And what they need to do is they need to take over a suburban community, win not like a out of the middle of nowhere country, but like somewhere in a suburb where they can win a sheriff's seat, and they can institute libertarian policy in policing, right? Like protect people's gun rights, stop doing no-knock warrants, stop doing, stop like over-policing communities looking for like non-violent drug offenses and things like that. Something that both the left and the right can kind of agree on in terms of policing, and then change the crime rate in that area and the health of that community and the business investment in that community. We need to make sure that those people are good politicians, not just good sheriffs, so that we can put them on a national stage and we can look at the Democrats and Republicans and be like, both of you suck on crime. We have proof positive of how amazing it is when you allow freedom back into a community. This old boomer con, tough on crime, more crackdowns, continuing the drug war shit has to go. And this leftist fucking bullshit about taking our guns away is going to make our schools safer has to go. The proof is in the pudding. And then we can really sell a positive prescription about business investment, crime reduction, health, and a better community looks under libertarian leadership. And I think that should be a key focus for us.
I don't disagree. I'm not libertarian to the fullest extent, right? I consider myself more populist conservative, but I do value liberty, individuality. That's sort of the ideology for where I come from. I think that what you're saying is too broad, though. It's too. Well, I don't want to say too broad. It's too overreaching. I think in order to achieve that, you're years and years and years away. I think, though, that you're onto something. First off, I just want to say
a few sheriff seats.
Well, yeah, sheriffs, that's fine, right? And that's a good way to start. But I think that, I think that where you start is first, you don't give up on the national conversation, right? You don't. There are still ways to redouble down. For example, I think Republicans could have been more effective if there were several things happening. One, that we saw under Trump's administration, key mistakes that were made, not rooting out areas of corruption like at the FBI, like with Section 230, all this shit, the corporates working with the government in order to censor people. Trump should have done more on that. He didn't. So I still think that there are ways that we could get in there. It might be difficult, but to be able to do that stuff. Secondly, when it comes to what you're saying, I think that there are fundamental things that you could do that are just so fundamental, even without getting to the issue of crime. To me, again, there is something that hit on with these lockdowns. There is something that hit people to the core. And to me, this should be the ultimate libertarian message. Like, at the most fundamental level, this is what you're against, right? And so I think if you could tell people, right, if you could, where you start is saying, listen, you were lied. You were told that if you were allowed to freely associate, if you were allowed to take care of your elderly parents, then they would die. And so you had to stay home. But then they did die because the government forced, nursing homes to accept COVID patients. To me, that's where it starts. With
Shane Hazel does a great job of this.
Yeah, you get your foot in the door there. And you're like, listen, this is what liberty is about. We would have been better. And when you look at the areas that did well, it was communities coming together. We didn't need the government telling us, well, you have to, these are the rules that nursing homes had to have. Instead, what would have worked was, I swear I saw this around here. People that begged nursing homes to say, well, then send the nurse home. We'll come in and take care of our family. And I'll come in, I work in healthcare. I volunteered to work with people in ICUs with COVID. Even though I have a toddler at home, I was like, fuck it. What am I going to do? I work with people with disabilities. You're just going to leave them rot in the ICU with COVID? And so those were the things, it wasn't the government. In every aspect of the lockdowns, the government made it worse every single time. And to me, that's a message that resonates immediately now. Not in the hypothetical, well, if we get the right I agree with you with the sheriffs, by the way, too. I do. But it doesn't need to be this utopian transformation of this landmass where it's look, we lowered crime and we've lowered the prison population and we don't enforce these horrible drug laws. To me, if you start with that lockdown, and then I think what that allows you to do is achieve that next step to be now, if you think they bullshitted you about lockdowns, what do you think with this prison, the private or the government-controlled prisons, right? And all of these nonviolent offenders that the government decides has to language in these places where they basically, it's a joke that they get raped under this authoritarian Buddhist boot of the state, That to me is where the libertarians are most powerful, when they could look at these simple issues that every single person understands. And I guess I'm being I know we're going back and forth, that's what we do, but that to me, instead of these ideas of showing wealth disparity, I agree it should work, but it doesn't work because we've learned to accept it. Instead, what you need to do is show where has this stabbed you the hardest, right? And I'm telling you, people that I know that have never thought about government in their life are what the fuck is happening? Why can't I see my mom?
I agree.
And that to me is fundamental.
Yeah, no,
lockdown's number one for sure.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest failure. Yeah, well, I feel we gotta get out of here, brother. But I do agree that that was the biggest failure of the Pragmatist Caucus and the LP as well, speaking from our position, was they were so silent on lockdowns.
Yep.
And it was the Mises Caucus, and they have their issues. Carolyn Borsienko, but they have their issues, and I don't give a fuck. I'll burn bridges. But like they have their issues, right? But at the same time, they were right. We were right. Like the ANCAPs and the Paleolibs, you know, and the you know the Mises people, we were like, what the fuck? And then, Sarwalk and these paleo, these prags, they finally spoke up when Texas wanted to institute anti-lockdown laws to stop the lockdown. I'm like, this was your libertarian moment? Like, this was when you decided to do it? And it's unfortunate because I think if we had only been a year or two earlier in stopping the pragmatists, like, I think we would be looking at a radically different LP right now that would have so much more power, because the current leadership and the current people in the LP are the people like I said, Shane Hazel and Angela McArdle and, Kaufman, and some of the louder voices in the LP are like, yeah, these people were fucking monsters, and they used junk science and whatever they wanted to justify completely getting rid of your fundamental rights. And lo and behold, the government intervention made everything worse. When there was gyms that were installing HEPA filters, and it was restaurants that of their own volition that were, doing every other table and plexiglass, that had figured out how to combat this. Because the market.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Sorry to interrupt you. Because as you know, Mark Claire.
Can I run? If you were asking me something, I could stick just like 2 minutes, but.
2 minutes. I think you'll want to answer this as well.
Okay.
Mark Claire, who was separated from the Lions Liberty Network, he now is gone more of the GOP side as well, and he would argue that libertarian candidates should not run, yada yada. But I would ask you this, right? Do you think the GOP candidates that ran, conservative candidates, Trumper candidates, whatever it might be, do you think they ran hard enough on lockdowns? Anyway, because I would argue that in no way, shape, or form they did. I would say libertarians did, but it didn't really make a mark.
Well, that's so. I don't know if you might not have been here when I was talking about this, but one, many of them couldn't because they endorsed lockdowns. So it's difficult. That it's like, that's the thing about when all of you know this better than me because you're libertarians, right? Let's say that we're giving opinions on a particular medication, right? And we say this medication would help you from getting this serious pandemic, right? And I say, oh, you should take it, but I'm not forcing you, right? Or inversely, I'm saying you shouldn't take it. I'm questioning it, but I don't force you. That level of blame you could put on me is very small. But if I say, I think through force, you should have to take this. I think that the government should force you to take this medication, and then it does you harm, then my moral culpability is monstrous, right? Like, what I've done to you is I forced you to do something. If I just give my opinion and say, but make your own decision, that's one thing. The problem is, if you're in that category that you've used government force and it ends up harming people, you have a sort of human, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, it's like, but you have this propensity to not want to take blame. You don't want to say, oh shit, I did that to people. So now all these Republicans that were like, well, 15 days to slow the spread. Yeah, just lock down. You don't want grandma to die. How can they come out and strongly run 2 years later and be like, well, lockdowns are horrible? Now, DeSantis did it. Even though he did do lockdowns, he successfully did it. But what I'm talking about is like my candidate for governor, Doug Mastriano, is one of the only Republicans I wrote to every single one in my state. Why the fuck are you endorsing lockdowns? What are you doing? He was the only one that from the get-go was like, absolutely right, lockdowns are terrible. But the irony is, he didn't run on it like it was a huge issue. He was talking about all kinds of other bullshit, which I guess I tangentially agree on, like veterans' rights. Sure, right? But like, is that an issue that's driving people to the poll? Instead of being, and keep in mind this, I'll finish real quick with this. Keep in mind, the people that he was running
Noerr,
against,
you've never finished anything real quick.
I know, brevity. He was running against, Mastriano's running against Josh Shapiro. He's the attorney general that was responsible for enforcing the lockdown laws in Pennsylvania. So it's not like he could, if I brought that issue up, the guy would say, what do I have to do with it? You're literally the guy that was enforcing the lockdowns. And yet you nary heard a peep. So yeah, I mean, Republicans fucked it up too. Absolutely.
And here's the follow-up point I want to make though. Because I was just, again, I think about this on the live stream I just did. The problem is too, I don't think people ran on it enough. And also, people that voted, people that lived through it, everybody, they could experience the lockdowns, and you'd think everybody would come out and be like, that was so fucked. It fucked everybody I know. I couldn't bury my grandma, it might ruin my businesses, all this other shit. But yet, I don't think it's an issue that people are willing to give up on yet. And I think that's part of the problem. We expected a red wave, right? Because we thought people would reject lockdowns, that they'd see the damage. And I think right now, people are not willing to see the damage. I think half of America or more, like you're saying, even a lot of Republicans still acknowledge lockdowns were for them. I think they're not willing to acknowledge that they are bad people for forcing this shit on everybody else. And they're not willing to admit that. And thus they're not voting like they're willing to admit that.
The philosophy has promulgated.
Right.
The philosophy is promulgated. And people keep having these culture wars. And they keep having these policy debates. And they don't recognize the dangerous philosophy that has grown within the left and also in the right, right? There's not a lot of tradcon Christians on the right anymore. A lot of them are consequentialists that just happen to have traditional values they got from their parents. And so the philosophy of the dialectic and the philosophy of critical theory and all of these things has gotten to the point now where when the CDC comes out and says, hey, doctors, unless you're dealing with a patient that has COVID, you don't need to wear a mask anymore. And thousands of doctors immediately flock to Twitter to go, how fucking dare you, CDC, tell me basic science that's correct, that I should have known 2 years ago, because the mask has become a symbol of the in-group that I represent, the wokeness
I still have to wear a mask in fucking LA, buddy. I just went to the doctor for a back injury.
Right. And so the thing is that like we keep thinking there's this policy debate or there's this culture war that's occurring. And what we don't recognize is that the philosophy is promulgated so far that if we don't start having conversations about what right and wrong actually mean, what rights are, where rights come from, or, you know, I this isn't my preference, or like a Christian great awakening or something that like takes us back into I would say a darker age. The tradcons would say a better age of like, you know, deontological ethics and things like that. We're going to keep seeing this state. We're going to keep seeing the GOP and other people compromise with a growing philosophy that simply stops regarding the world with truth and stops regarding reality.
Scott, exactly.
I got to run. We'll see y'all.
See you, Rob Noerr. Appreciate it.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Yep, we'll see you, man.
Talking about. We already exist in a post-factual world. It doesn't matter anymore. That's why I talk. That's why my focus has changed to what it is, because we already exist in that world. I'm sick of talking about facts. I'm sick of talking to people about just how fucked the world is and giving them concrete examples and having it not matter. Have to transcend it. And like you're saying go back in time to a different, philosophy of ethics. I'm saying we need to create a new philosophy and a new series of ethics that is more attractive. And that's,
I agree.
And
Hans Hermann Hoppe did in 1986 when he wrote Argumentation Ethics.
Again, Argumentation Ethics is not going to be popular.
No, it's not. It's not.
We need to find.
You're right.
No.
Popular.
Where we at right now is it's a really beautiful idea that's hard to popularize, although people are putting in a lot of work. If you watched, we just had Stephan Kinsella pick up on
Hey Lactoid, what's up, people?
Video about justifying anarcho-capitalism, and he goes and debunks all of the different other justifications for ethics and ends up in explaining anarcho-capitalism. His video is still too I don't know what word to use, maybe too intellectual, right? So it still has to be simplified, but it's work. You have to work on. It's not easy to take an intellectual idea and spread to the masses, right?
We need the foundation. Listen, we need the foundation. We need to find people that are smart. But like what we need to do is we need to recapture my body, my choice. We need to recapture certain things like that in terms of aggression.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
And play the my body, my choice, like I should be left alone. And we also need some positive kind of prescription of like, what does that world look like when people are more free? And I think, I'm beating my head against the wall trying to teach basic econ to lefties every time I like debate. And like I don't know what the right answer is. I know that I'm fighting uphill and I'm trying, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe the objectivists have it figured out. But
the other thing we have an issue with is within our own ranks, within libertarians, there's various issues. So I'll name one. Well, one of them is that like I still can encounter people that use use our words wrong and not like the word aggression.
Yes.
Our meaning is historical. If you look at like a dictionary from 100 years ago, we use the word properly. and they use it as somebody who's like mad at you on Twitter is aggressing against you.
Right.
No,
Yeah.
they're not. They're just being mean. You know, being mean is not the same. So stuff like this has to be like corrected. We have to. It's not like a purity test where you cancel them when they're wrong, but it's like an educational moment where the ideas have to spread in a consistent manner. The other thing I'm noticing is that everybody is switching to some moral system. Like Anglo-libertarian is now heavily pushing the Catholic stuff, and good on him, even though that's not for me, right? Some people are pushing the trad Orthodox stuff. Other people, like Liquid Zulu, for example, they're well into like reading into objectivism, and he's linking everybody, Plinkoff's the entire lecture about Western philosophy ending up with objectivism. This is what has to happen. A lot of the people in the libertarian movement, they look at libertarianism as a moral system. And nobody believes that. Nobody looking from the outside, everybody starts associating them with libertines, with people who would get captured on Twitter, natural outlaws. But it's even worse. Some of them are good libertarians, but they would say something like, "Well, if my daughter wanted to become, a sex worker, I wouldn't have an issue."
saw that.
You saw that? It's like, no,
I was like, what the
you never
fuck is
say
wrong
that.
with you? There's this weird thing
It's
within libertarianism where our own people don't understand that, like, what is descriptively unjustifiable in terms of aggression to stop, right, doesn't mean that it's justifiable to do, right? And so they're like, sex work is real work. So if my own daughter wants to be a prostitute, who am I to say she shouldn't do that? It's like, the fuck is wrong with you? You're her father. She shouldn't do that.
It's just because, it's the old phrase I used to say with private companies. People would be like, it's a private company. Just because you can doesn't mean you should, right? It doesn't mean you have to acquiesce. It doesn't mean you have to approve of it. If it ends up being that way, it ends up being that way, right? And as a father, you can decide whether or not you approve of that lifestyle or not. I would hope that people would still keep doing
Nevada. We still have nothing from Nevada.
Really? Because of the issues they have with the tabulation?
It's no results reported.
By the way, one thing I want to bring up to you guys, I was talking about this in the live stream. Again, this goes back to what I was saying, like, that transcending, I was talking about anti-Trumpism, and then at the same time, I kind of went past that on my podcast, because Herschel Walker, John Fetterman, are they two sides of the same coin in reflecting where we are as a culture and how hatred is guiding us more than actual issues? Right? Herschel Walker has flubbed. I mean, look, hey, proud Philadelphia Eagle. I appreciate his time with the club, but Herschel Walker has not come across as a guy who is necessarily that inspiring, that doesn't seem to have it put together that well. He's had a lot of scandals, and yet he looks like he might win. John Fetterman, I'd say, is much worse, but still, he's going to beat, maybe, again, it's closer than I thought, a guy that is a medical doctor, because people, frankly, hate that he is backed by Trump. This is what I've heard directly from people that have voted for Fetterman. People that are voting for Herschel Walker probably also hate Joe Biden or hate Stacey Abrams or hate whatever it might be. Is this a symptom of our culture right now where people are willing to support candidates that are absolutely unqualified out of pure malice towards their opponent?
Yeah, there's that, but let's do a minor correction that was hanging in the air for a while. Fetterman is not considered by most smart Democrats as the guy who's going to be in power. They're looking at his wife, and they're looking at him retiring, due to be like, it's either like a Biden.
I've heard that conspiracy theory. It's
like Biden. Everybody knows that Biden is not in charge. There's other people that are ruling the show, and there's.
I think that's wishful thinking. I think what you're going to end up with is
I mean, like, I'm sure that's a percentage of the vote that have that opinion, but I think most people presume, right? Like, we have to think about like the normal person. And what I think is likely is that again, I know I get weird with the philosophy. We've become more collectivist and more.
Yeah, so
it's less about the candidate. It's not really the candidate. It doesn't matter because there's a majority whip.
It's my tribe, your tribe.
Democrats. I'm with the Democrats. Doesn't matter that he's bad, because the Democrats, they work together to stop the Republicans. It's, vote blue no matter who, vote red or dead type individual.
Well, this is what I floated. Well, this is what I floated earlier, though. And again, this is because I had a conversation with my buddy who voted for Fetterman. And he specifically said it's because he was a Trumper. And that's why
you are an amazing friend. I'm interrupting you to tell you that you are an amazing friend. I love you. You're such a great human being.
I transcend all political classes, buddy. But no, I mean, I asked him, I was like, did you vote for Quasimodo, Gibberish Johnny, or did you vote for Dr. Oz? And he said, I voted for Gibberish Johnny, but only because Dr. Oz was a Trumper, and I hate Trump. So again, that's why I raised the specter earlier of whether or not Trump is overhanging a lot of these liberal states, right? More leftist states that were up in the air, we thought. Because again, Trump's candidates might win in these states that are already going red or trending red, right? That are toss-ups. In the liberal states, they thought they had a chance. Would they have gone farther towards right side if not for the Trump endorsement? And I'm going off a very limited perspective here of one friend of mine saying that he voted for him, but it does. I thought this in the general election. If DeSantis runs over Trump,
I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is that I don't think your average voter is actually engaged enough to even follow.
Know who's backing each individual candidate.
Right. Like maybe they know, and maybe that's enough for them, and they're a single issue voter. But I think what's likely happening is people are voting. I think Republicans are showing to vote against Joe Biden in general. And I don't know that it necessarily works the same way with the left, because it's another layer of knowledge that you need to be. And I think what they're mostly doing is they're defending against what they see as an evil that tried to. They're fighting against Trump, but I don't even think it matters whether or not Trump endorsed someone. I think it matters more along the lines.
I think it legitimately does matter, because I'm sure, by the way, that every candidate, every Democratic candidate that ran, if Trump endorsed them, said specifically in their ads, guaranteed it, Donald Trump supports this man, because Trump was such a polarizing figure, man. You either loved him or hated him, and Democrats fucking hate Donald Trump. And that's my problem with the upcoming election in president. If Donald Trump runs, people that might other rationally say Biden's a fuck up, the Democrats have fucked this country up beyond belief, especially if they maintain control of the Senate, they may vote for Biden or whatever Democrat Kamala Harris piece of shit they throw up there out of pure malice, out of pure fuck Donald Trump.
There's a problem with this.
There's a backlash too, though.
I can sense this, and you're right. And it's hard to understand because it's not very rational. But here's the dilemma. A lot of people are lining up, especially the anti-Trump crowd and the Republicans. They're like, let DeSantis run, DeSantis 2024. And the issue is that, yes, you would win. Let's say you would win the presidency with DeSantis. I agree. He'll win. But what will he do with it? He will be a lame duck president, like all presidents are. Any inconvenient order by him is going to be rejected. He's much younger, so he has much more to lose in his life. Much younger children, much less powerful outside of politics. And so he will be basically like a Mitt Romney Republican, maybe with a bit more populism, just a tiny bit more, just enough to keep the steam from.
But you don't think he would run regardless? You don't think people would take that? If you're DeSantis, you've won. I mean, mate, look, he could wait and run in 6 years. He has all the momentum right now. Who knows what's happening in 6 years, man? If you're
saying
DeSantis,
he will win.
Yeah,
I'm saying DeSantis will win, but what will we gain as libertarians? Or even if I was thinking my populist brain, or switching on my populist brain from
what do we gain? But what do we gain if Trump wins? Even less.
Oh no, I'll explain what we gain in Trump. Trump, there is a level of vanity there. There's a level of this of animosity towards the regime, where if he said he promised to fire 50,000 government employees that were previously unfireable, which are all of these are basically just, if you look at them, they're DemSoc socialists that are undermining the country, every day of the week. That's what they're doing. They don't do any of their work. They're just spreading. They're the administrative state that we're fighting. And he's promising to firing them. Now, can he execute on that? No. But DeSantis is not even promising that. DeSantis doesn't have it within his brain that this is like an issue. He plans to use it as part of his own system, right? Maybe DeSantis will be like, well, Obama managed to fire most of them and replace them with Democrats and all of these organizations. I should be able to do the same, right? But the issue is that I'm not sure that he can. I think that the Noerr reactionaries are sort of right. The Democrats can do it in Washington, D.C. I don't think a Republican will be able to do it. So even 8 years of DeSantis are going to be just like a break. They're not going to be any rollback. Whereas with the Trump, there's a tiny sliver of a possibility of a rollback because his children are fairly old and independent and protected. And he's at the end of his life, so whatever he does, he doesn't care afterward.
I don't think there's a rollback coming no matter who is running. Trump, there's no rollback with Trump either. DeSantis, there's not going to be a rollback. There's no rollback. There's no rollback.
Yeah, I think what the Democrats
it's purely based
learned...
around civil liberties and core concepts like, again, emphasis on racist, on the transgender shit, on foreign policy. DeSantis is bad in foreign policy, by the way. But I think there's no chance of a rollback.
Well,
except
I think
also a cultural victory movement.
I think also what happened with Trump is even if he wanted to do right by us in terms of like reducing the size and scope of the state in some regard, Democrats learned that if you yell loud enough and you go to the media and you get the journalists mad enough, that you can impeach him and keep him from firing anybody whenever the fuck you want. So even if he fucking won, he'd have his hands tied behind his back. And I don't know that that's necessarily good for the country or good for the philosophy of libertarianism or liberty movement in any way, right? Like, I like that Trump is a narcissist. He's a grandiose narcissist, right? Everything is, we have the greatest doctors. And so in a way, Trump is special in that he's such a fucking narcissist, that he cares about his legacy to such a degree that he actually wants to do good, as opposed to like some of these Manchurian candidate speech, bought off Clintonites that just want to be wealthy. Trump's like, I want a fucking statue. I want to be the greatest president. You know what I mean? So like, I agree that he wants to do some good, but he's such a fucking polarizing figure. Like the only way I see the Trump presidency is good is if you're an accelerationist. And like, I don't know that that's the right answer. I'm kind of following what New Hampshire's doing and saying localized secession from federal kind of purview and kind of reducing the size and scope of the state within your state to the best of your ability, I think is a way that sells a positive prescription in the future because people see your successes. And I don't know that facts will convince them or anything like that, but happy people living free and not being fucked with, I think over time, people are like, I want a piece of that. And I think that's why California
shining happy people holding hands.
You know what I mean? I think it's why people are fleeing California, moving to Texas. They want a piece of the better pie.
I agree. All right, I apologize. I must leave you again. Thank you for having me back a second time.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome anytime, unless I'm in a debate.
Peace and positive thoughts.
We were so doomer pilled. We needed you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so goddamn much. Right you did. All right, guys. Peace out.
Later.
I want to say something. So earlier, Rob Noerr said something along the lines of he thinks that persuasion and all that is necessary and we should try to stick with that. I agree with him. I just want to say that I don't think that the current intellectual apparatus on the right is up to the task. And I think that there's some areas where we have some machinery which could potentially be successful. So I think the Libertarian Party is a massive, extremely underdeveloped and unactualized potential.
Yes.
I think that the rationalist movement with people like Sam Harris has a lot of potential, but that requires that requires the sort of the religious people to accept the theory of evolution and become rational. I don't think that's going to work. So I think that from there, I don't think there are any really promising fronts that are immediately apparent. And I don't think that the Libertarian Party, as it's currently composed, is going to be very successful because people are very turned off. People are extremely turned off by the theocratic stuff. So I don't know how to solve that.
Well, I mean, so if we look in history, right? Like, you have to, like, the thing is that, let's look at slavery in America, for example, right? And I know the Civil War is kind of a big part of that, right? But it was everyone hated the abolitionists, right? But eventually there was another group of individual over top of the abolitionists that was kind of like susceptible to the arguments of the abolitionists to a degree, right? And so the abolitionists started a movement within the Republican Party in many ways, right? That wasn't full-blown abolitionism, right? But it did change things. And so I think, and we could look at the same thing with the civil rights movement, right? You had individuals in the civil rights movement like Malcolm X or like, Stokely Carmichael, right? Like radical communists, right? That were black identitarians, that were very radical, but the yearning for freedom and liberty within them and it with that was punching hard and hitting hard. It created another group, which was the liberal black individuals that was willing to compromise with another group to demand it. Now, I don't think the outcomes of these movements necessarily were beneficial to us, but I do think that there is something to be said about loud and off-putting voices are kind of the beginning, right? Like, I think loud and off-putting voices screaming into the void, eventually the void is no longer the void, and a more sensible movement can be built from that pressure, from that rage, from that, that desire to resist domination. I don't know. What do you think about that?
I think that if we want to use the civil rights movement as an analysis framework, these civil rights leaders were all trained, well-educated Marxists. I don't think it's that simple. It's not just about screaming. It's rather that they were walking around, speaking the language of revolution and speaking very well put together, composed ideas, and they were speaking them with the intonation of the Black church oration tradition. So you combine those two things, and you have this kind of, you have this philosophy being spoken very cogently with the trimmings or the intonations of religious.
Right, but you kind of skipped over my point. Right, is that a few loud voices that are speaking a message clearly can inspire a larger kind of like compromised position.
I would say a few loud voices that are speaking a philosophy very clearly can do that. But see, it's not just that they were speaking a message. They were taking a philosophy that all of them knew well. They were all high-level Marxist ideologues, and they were speaking it very, very convincingly. They weren't just people speaking a message. They were all philosophers. That's the problem. Now, on that front, this is what I think that we have going for us, which I was surprised, for example, that people are watching the Leonard Peikoff, apparently, according to Casimir, people are watching the Peikoff History of Philosophy series. Mm-hmm. That is the most important way to make people take philosophy seriously. If I have a new student or a new prospective student and I'm trying to make them realize that philosophy matters, that's the first thing I try to get them to watch. But it's too long, so most people won't watch it. But if you have somebody like Liquid Zulu telling his students, because he has students, he's a mentor and he's doing ideological mentoring. So if he's making his students watch that I think is a very good thing, because they will then make their students watch it. And they may not come to the conclusion that objectivism is the correct philosophy, but they will come to the conclusion that philosophy is important. And that's, again,
Well,
I think,
Nope. Before anybody else
Yeah.
goes, BrantForLiberty showing up. What's up, my dude? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yo, me? Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, my dude?
Yo, I'm really good. Hold on one second. I'm trying to get you guys. My boomer brain is failing me right now. Let me get you guys roped in so my desktop audio will pick y'all up, and then I will definitely hop in. I got a lot I want to talk about tonight. There's been
For
some
sure.
surprises.
I'm excited.
Yeah. Give me just one moment.
I'm excited. Yeah. All right, go ahead, Casimir.
So Wellspring, what I'm trying to get through is that there's a void. When you say that you're worried about like the theocracy, and I understand you have opposition to like the Ortho and all the other, like the people that are turning towards religion is sort of bad, but you have to understand that it's already there. It's established. It has like a tradition of 1,000 years, and so people are clinging to the stuff. They don't intend to build a theocracy necessarily. What they do is they need a moral core that they tend to get from some of the scriptures that are more stable, and that satisfies them enough that they can live their life and engage in various other activities where their morals are centered on something, are founded on something. Now, let's say that we prefer that be objectivism, right? The issue is that objectivism doesn't yet have that 1,000 years of history, and in order for it to have it, you would need to have demonstrations. So just like libertarians, in Scott's example, have to demonstrate a city or a town where the police are libertarian and private and are, fully successful in lowering crime and everything. Similarly, it would be very nice to see a group of objectivists, taking over a town somewhere and running it according to their ideals, demonstrating that this is a stable idea, like proof of concept, or at least, if that's not possible, then and it's distributed across the states, then at least statistics that they as a group, as a statistical group, are highly successful people, that they're able to solve, issues that they're picking up for each other, like, I don't know, like similar example of mutual aid societies that they have that established. So it sounds like collectivist, which is, I don't know, but I don't think it is really, right? Objectivists sort of working together towards a goal should be like an actual selfish goal for all of them, because once they have that demonstration, they can spread it to other people. So the void is there. What is the? We can tell people as much as we want about our legal system, but the legal system doesn't tell them, how to live their life. And if you don't have that legal system, that moral system in place, then we have issues like that cringy dad on Twitter that's ready for his daughter to become, a sex worker. And then you
I disagree. I disagree a little bit. Like, you don't need an objectivist society that is like super successful to use as a metric, or like this data points and things like that. What you need is to instantiate pieces of philosophy and promulgate them throughout the culture. And how you do that is one way to get people to move in that direction, right? But it is just as effective, I would say, in having some thought leader or some person that is speaker or something that people already value and admire and respect. Because people respect great men just as much as they respect society, arguably more, right?
I can focus my point. So
but I'm going to take a piss.
On Jim,
I'll be right back.
Okay. When I go on Jim Bob's show, he's going to give me an example. He thinks that I'm like a lolbert, right? Not a Hoppian. So he will ask me an example. In your Covenant community, there is a man who's out there in the street, whips out his organs and starts, pissing in the street. What do you do about it? How do you stop him? The question sounds stupid to me, right? Well, obviously you have rules against this in most societies, but I have to demonstrate to him why I believe that is wrong. I have to provide him with like a simple moral reason. Or the guy with, the sex worker daughter. Why is this wrong? And if you tell people, no, it's not wrong, it's like perfectly moral to do so, well, they sense that there's something wrong with your moral system. That's not, that's like a means. It's not an end, and it's not the most respectable means in our society. So when you produce something of value, that's respectable. When you're when you create a home and you raise 4 children, that's respectable, free, whatever. When you go and work as somebody that produces something, that's respectable. When you're just selling your body, that's considered less respectable. And I think that's less respectable for a good reason. There's like biological reasons related to why it's not respectable. But the answer has to be.
Brant, you get your audio fixed?
Yeah. I'm totally
sure.
good, man. I'm just
All
chilling.
right, I'll let you get the final word, Wellspring, and then we're going to move on to talk with Brant about some election stuff, because it is election night.
Yeah.
I'm curious if you're getting me well.
I wasn't coming to try to forward objectivism as such. I was just saying, I was talking about which trend seem promising.
Rob Noerr, we just got BrantForLiberty on.
Those simple questions. I gave you 2 examples.
And then we're going to talk about some election
a person who's a normal guy who says, "Can objectivism tell me why it's wrong for a man in our community?"
Let's table the objectivism rationalist philosophy discussion. No. Like we just got a raid from Rob Noerr. BrantForLiberty's finally on. He's got his audio fixed. It's election night.
Yep.
Let's have a conversation. We do these conversations all the time, boys. Follow this channel if you want to hear some philosophy discussion, because they happen impromptu all the time. And I love it. We're gonna get back on. I'm curious to see what Brant thinks about the election so far.
Yeah, there are some really big surprises. I mean, we all woke up today and we were expecting basically
red wave.
Yes, I guess you could call it that, the red wave. There were some people that when you asked them, well, how many senators do you think we're going to get today? Like, what do you think the spread's going to be? A lot of people started today thinking 54, 55, 56. And then as the states started getting called slowly but surely, it was closer to like maybe a 52 to 53 senator breakdown at this point for
It's looking
the right.
like 50-50
what
now. Yeah.
Well, I would say probably 52. I mean, Walker's doing a lot better than I thought. My throwaway was Herschel Walker. I thought that that Georgia was going to have. I thought that Stacey Abrams would pull Warnock voters across the line. I knew that she probably wouldn't have enough to get Kemp, but she was an important piece to maintain the Senate for Warnock. But I think they're both going to end up failing. I feel like Dr. Oz in Pennsylvania outperforming Doug Mastriano is the surprise of the entire election. That the real game plan that Republicans should probably start looking into is that moderate, would you call it notoriety, just being known? I guess you could call it clicks. People that are faces that people know, that speak what your platform wants. That seems to be a pretty good plan, because this dude's in a statistical tie with what was probably a terrible candidate. We can all agree that Fetterman,
I was going to say Fetterman.
and there's no knock on there's no knock on him himself. The dude should be at home recovering with his family, and I don't know how, as a significant other, I don't know.
He's like he's got too many people around, too many yes men around him, gaslighting him into being like, you got this. It's like, you clearly don't, dude.
We'll carry you, man. Like, no, we need people that can logically think. And here's my thing is, a lot of people don't like Oz. I actually kind of like Oz. Like, I when I went into this, I said, I'm going to leave everything I remember watching at the dentist waiting room when I'd see Dr. Oz in the top corner. Forget all the times I saw him hugging on Oprah and all the time I saw him dancing with the elites and then being a proponent of a lot of things that he says that he's against now. And I said, I'm going on the weight and the merit of the candidate. And I thought that on his merits, the way he articulated things, and people called him a bully, but I don't think he was that much of a bully when you just point to objective truths. It's not like he said his breath stank or anything like that. He kept it in the wheelhouse of, can you actually be consistent and can you perform the job? I feel like he did really well. He was firm. He talks well. He doesn't roll around in the mud like what we've seen the Republicans do lately. And I'm actually really surprised, which is weird because I don't want to like that type of candidate.
Another advantage that I think Dr. Oz has, being a TV personality, is that he's incredibly good at wrapping up for a commercial break. And so we saw in his debate, every time he would like get the little doot doot doot, right? Or like the wrap it up kind of thing. He would very, very easily, succinctly make his argument in like one sentence. That
He's a
like,
closer.
Right. It was just, he had a closer every time. And he was a really good one. And you could tell his experience on TV really played well in the debate structure.
Yeah, he pulled the
because
moderate.
it's
He
TV.
pulled the moderates. He won the strategy. Like, I give a gold star to Oz. I really don't want to, because I thought that, Oz would do well for different reasons, but looking at the stats, if you see how well Shapiro did, and then you look at the vote breakdown for the battle within the Senate, Oz did a better job relating to the American people, the average person, and pulling a moderate across. If you just look at the numbers, they don't lie. Now, Mastriano was supposed to be the united. I mean, I did an interview with Mastriano when I was with the convoy, and really liked a lot of what he had to say. He's been the same guy since before January 6th. He was one of the senators that went up there and actually challenged legally the right way before the conflict happened. And, I really liked him as a candidate, and I just am perplexed that he's sub 7 on this. Sub 7 on 50-50, meaning like a 14 or 12 point loss. That's incredible.
Look, I don't know if, we're going to table one thing, which is the discussion of like, fuck games, especially in Arizona. We're just going to put that off to the side. Assume everything that we have is true from the polling data, and assume that, that the election results are 100% legitimate, right? Move forward with that assumption for this. But, keep in the back of your mind that, that was assumed for this to be true. What I would say is, I think what we're seeing is that the left has, and the right too. I think the right is becoming fractured in their messaging and in their politics, because they're going through a change. Right?
Well, I have a theory.
Trump was the beginning. Yeah, absolutely. Trump was the beginning of this change, this populist movement, right?
Yeah.
And the left is going through a change too, but the change that the left is having is coalescing around together, in that Republicans are enemies. It doesn't matter who we put forward. It doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter if they're a moderate, anything like that. These are bad people. And the conservatives are playing the same game, right? With the culture war stuff. But I think the left is winning philosophically. And I don't know that this is something that changes in the next election or 2 or 3 or 4.
Yeah, this is like this got to be built on like a complete change in a national type culture, where there are people that can go outside of the binds of immutable characteristics and leveraging, incentives and using one half of the tax-paying database to enslave the other half for whatever their social programs or military-industrial complex calls for.
We hit a critical mass, right? Like, they've been this promulgated critical theory, right, has been in academia since the 1960s, and we hit a certain breaking point where enough people believed it, or at least instantiated some of that philosophy into their life and into their identity, that now they have control of the institutions. The philosophy does, not the individual. The collectivist philosophy has those institutions, and that's not something that you can just like get mad about and vote away the next election.
Yeah, what was it that somebody said one time? I'm pretty sure chat can figure it out rather quickly. Like, I don't need the courts, I don't need the government. Just give me the institutions, give me the educational system. Give me the basic pillars of society, and I can change everything. Like,
can we stop using this word institutions, please? It gets me like irrationally angry.
Well, that's because you're an angry person.
Well, I just look at an institution as an like an industry of thought. So I'll just start saying industry of thought. There you go.
Sorry, don't worry about it.
What would you prefer we use, Wellspring? What's wrong with institutions?
The cathedral, the deep state.
Well,
I think that the notion of an institution itself is questionable. I think that you have a government.
Well, I went to specifics. I didn't allude to just institutions. I said of education, the pillars of society, like the things that we interface with every day that mold and shape young people and then breed a new graduating class of voters, and then the blue pill red pill cycle and so on. Like, how do we save what Fabian's talking about? Is this is not going to get changed in 1 or 2 elections, meaning this is going to take an entire new generation of voters to change this, and they're going to have to use a new philosophy, or it's just going to extend this hyper partisanship, this tribalism that's happening.
Thanks. Thanks. So, when I say that there's very little value to the word institution as it's used currently by the right, I'm saying that you have these various entities. You have a government; it has specific properties, and the government does not have the same properties as, say, a business. And then a business is not the same thing as an industry. And then people on the right just have this monolithic notion of institutions. They want to talk about education, and they want to analyze the domain of education and the industry, and then the various different businesses inside of it, and then they want to talk about the policy that should govern things that happen in it.
It's just a catch-all term while we're talking about the elections, not a means for us to go on a diatribe about the words we're using.
Yeah, I'm not trying to expound on a detail as much as I am trying to just segue with, very vague, words like institution, rather than doing what we're doing right now, which is breaking down the word is.
Right. Yeah.
Listen, Wellspring, you might be even right, but the thing is, you can't you have to propose, right? You criticized. If you have shifted to proposal, it would have been just a bit better. Because yes, the word is loose. Whatever. Let's skip to the actual meat of what we're talking about.
538 called Pennsylvania. Apparently 538 is calling PA. Which makes sense. 84% in Google for the AP. It's 1.4% ahead. John Fetterman.
Oh, really? Fetterman's losing?
Yeah.
Or Fetterman's winning?
83.8% from New Yorker. Neither New Yorker or AP is called. But it looks like they're calling PA.
Yeah, it looks like they also lost. They lost both races in PA, which is like.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But it's just nuts that Mehmet Oz did better than Mastriano. You really got to look into the philosophy that's been hyped up the last 6 months to a year since they announced, and Trump has been really pushing Mastriano. Mastriano is a textbook conservative grassroots yes man. This is somebody that Trump wants.
And he was anti-lockdown.
Very much anti-lockdown. He's a very much pro-freedom, pro-choice. We'll use their, terminology.
Yeah, predicted.
MSNBC called it for Fetterman.
Okay, all right. MSNBC is calling it. Okay, I'm glad I'm on the people that call it slower.
It would be interesting to hear what Richard Barris is saying about Pennsylvania tomorrow, because I have no idea what's going on with the state. The only thing I
can't wait to get some of these exit polls, because the polling data was suggesting. The polling data was suggesting that the number one issue was inflation. And this is a red trickle, if anything. It might not even be, we might not even, I say we like I give a fuck.
So 60,000 votes with 1 out of 10 votes not being counted yet. 1 out of 10, 10%. If there's 4.7, that means another 500,000 votes exist. So we should just chill. Don't be calling anything. 500,000 votes with only a 60,000 vote lead. It can go either way. And not to mention if Oz has late day voters. And I mean, look, let's go back to Georgia in 2020. Let's go back to a lot of other elections where it's literally was 10,000, 15,000 votes. We had pallets of ballots. We had suitcases flying out of restrooms.
No, wait. We gotta be careful.
Yeah, we gotta be careful. Yeah.
The idea with this is that what is a red wave? A red wave is that when we're leading by 100,000 by 150,000, right? Before what you're talking about happens, we're supposed to be in the lead, not catching up.
True.
If we're not in the lead, we have to analyze what's going on with the state. So one possible explanation is that the state was not Republican, just doesn't have enough Republican voters. Another explanation is Republican voters didn't go to vote. Another explanation is Republican voters didn't vote for these candidates. Those are.
I just want to say, I also want to point out to chat and everything.
I can criticize the right.
Real quick. Georgia, like if neither candidate gets above 50%, like this is going to be a runoff anyways.
Yeah,
like Georgia,
will. And
like there's
they'll-
going to be a new election in Georgia. 96%
edge-
reporting. Yeah.
I feel like that edge will go to Warnock, to be honest, because I feel like the fear mongering will work. Like to the feeling of like the really close. I feel like Republicans didn't show up to the last Georgia runoff.
Yeah. And the thing, we can also expect that votes are going to lean Democrat as they come in, because cities report in, as well as the fact that mail-in ballots and things like that.
And here's the thing too.
These are all going to be left, with the exception of Arizona, because Arizona's was using Dominion voting machines that all magically shut down today.
Most safest, securest, y'all. Let's just make sure we reiterate that.
So
Super
the
secure.
votes coming in Arizona later, a lot of those will be like machine and in-day voting ballots, so they might actually skew Republican. But every other state is going to skew left.
Kerry was down 14. She's now down 11. So, and that's only with 53.7, and she was down 4%. She's moved 4% up. I guess 2% up, and Katie Hobbs has dropped 2% down, and only 2% of reporting. It was at 50% reporting. Now it's 53.7. So it looks like there are large droves of Kerry Lake ballots coming in. Is that going to be enough to go 11%? Move the dial 11%?
Probably not.
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, the only race I gave a fuck about, honestly, was Blake Masters. I was hoping.
I just want to say something else too. Like, can we quit telling people to wait till the day of to go and vote if your state has avenues in which you can get your vote in? Because Arizona, yes, they screwed you on the day voting, because see, that's what happens when you wait the day of and you go and you participate. Like whatever your state has authorized as election avenue, a vehicle to use to vote, because a lot of people might have been disenfranchised today with those one half majority red precincts machines going down today. You can avert those types of things. I mean, look at the Georgia election with Kemp. He designed the online system that they have there. Like he won by 10% today. I mean, so it's not like it's always just the machines are bad or anything like that. Like this is a situation in which we might have caught ourselves stuck in the fair lines as the rides are getting shut down.
To be fair, I didn't vote today because neither fucking candidate is worth my vote in Virginia. Like we don't have
punish
any
them. Yeah, dude, it's your constitutional right, whether you don't want to vote or whether you want to vote.
It's not where rights come from for us libertarians, but I get what you're saying. Like McEachin was a shoo-in, number one, and he's a super woke Democrat in my area, and the guy who wasn't was like a pro super tough on crime, like strong foreign policy. We need to build our military. Yeah. We need to crack down and we need to crack down on inner cities because things like that. Like I was like, fuck both of these people.
Yeah. But Austin actually had some really good alternative slates of not slates candidates, like libertarians. Like there were some really good libertarians.
What's up, Wellspring?
Scott, did you consider voting libertarian?
There's no Libertarian Party dissolved in Virginia. Like there was no LP candidate on the ballot.
Yeah, and the ones in Austin are just like, hey, we're not Democrats. They're like, hey, we're not Democrats. Vote for us.
Yes,
not voting, then you have no right to talk, bitch, or complain. Yes, I do, Goofy for Jesus. Like, both candidates don't deserve my vote. Like, both of the if I vote for one, it's an increase in the power of the state by increasing the military and more no-knock warrants and tough on crime legislation. If I vote for the other one, I get a woke fucking guy that wants to fucking change my kid's gender. Either one is good.
Insert name votes with Biden 100% of the time. Like I don't want to vote one of those people in. People don't understand the implications of that. Like it's not like it's good. You're magically saving just millions of lives with the move on abortion rights and all those particular genuflected pipe dreams that the left has, and fully legalizing something that they know half of the country is going to fight them about at every turn.
Not voting is not a vote, motherfuckers. Okay, not voting is a passive action. That is not the same thing as an active action.
Well, he voted not to vote. He voted 0.
Okay, so, voting for the Libertarian Party, I understand the option was not available for Scott and Mona. voting for the Libertarian Party is not just about voting for the candidate in a sense. It's about boosting their standing, so to speak, to signal that, you know, the Republicans should take them seriously, or to make them a more competitive option for future elections, that kind of thing, right? So
yeah, I know I fully support voting Libertarian Party, like 100%. I refuse to vote. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I just got a word from an inside source that 90% of today's ballots, the reason why they're hung at 50% counting right now, somebody who is an Arizona resident has said that they've only counted 10% of today's in-person ballot counting. Everything you're seeing is early ballots and things that are prepped all the way up to the 50% counted mark on, if you're looking at Real Clear Politics, wherever you're looking at right now. Now, I won't put any race away until we get to the 75% mark, because with only a quarter of the votes remaining, it just takes absolute landslide dumps, like some, you know, recent type dumps that just would put you over that, you know, magical marker. And I'm just not ready to throw it away, knowing that there's only 1.3 million votes counted, and there's, you know, 3 million votes to count, or 2.8 or whatever that it is. It's just, I can't throw that race away. And let's all like just say, you know, like Carrie Lake, for what she's worth and what she represents and who that she is, regardless of how you feel about her, she is a freaking fierce, strong candidate. She's a very strong candidate.
Like I said, the only candidate I really support is Blake Masters. I mean, like,
yeah, I like Masters. I like Masters. Yeah, I like Blake Masters.
He's a paleo-lib. He would push the liberty movement in the Senate further. Like, there's like, the ANCAPs can get mad at me and be like, if you fuck, like, I am an ANCAP.
You got to put your fence down someday.
They'll tell me like, you know, he's not good enough and therefore will increase the size of the state. No, he fucking won't. Blake Masters, like, very clearly would reduce the size.
Not all ANCAPs, okay?
I'm going to say this, that the ANCAP utopia is an unreachable utopia. It is not wrong to want to strive towards reducing the government as much as we possibly can, though. But I can understand what you're talking about, Fabian, and the fact that we do need to put the fence down at some point. And you have to have, as a community, regardless of what you are, a state, a local community, whatever it is, you have to have rules and you have to have boundaries. You have to have property. You have to have
believe all those things.
No, of course, non-aggression principle. Yes, non-aggressive. I'm just saying, and like all the way out there in the ANCAP thing, you're gonna need some governing authority that is.
They're called covenant communities.
Whether it's a state or like an actual community, you know.
Wellspring, we can't hear.
So that was such a great analysis. You know, the ANCAP thing. It's not ready as yet, so we need a government, we need laws, we need order. I didn't know that.
No, I'm just saying.
Stop being an ass, dude. You've been an asshole.
Oh, I can take it. I can take it.
So
it's all good.
Tonight?
It's all good. It's
Grant, what he should have said is that you should talk to some Hopians. Just like, I'm going to have this conversation probably with Rob Noerr next week. I'm not sure he confirmed the date. I'm talking with one of his guys. My goal for that conversation is to explain this from like very basic things, what we're actually looking for. And it's not like the ANCAP that you typically meet that just wants to abolish, you know, everything, abolish the government. No, we are advocating for governance. It just has to be voluntary. If you start thinking within our rule set how it has to be implemented, it's more hardcore than I think you would be comfortable with, right? I'll give you one example. There's no way to preserve homogeneity of culture, of rules, right, without having a single property owner in a territory.
Oh my God, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Jesus Christ.
You'll have to do that sometimes. Maybe you'll listen to that.
This is not the time. This is not the time to bitch
do it right now.
Minarchism versus anarcho-capitalism.
Trust me, it's not as simple as you think, and that's. Yeah.
He's gone, anyways. He's stepped away.
So, Rob Noerr was saying earlier, you know,
people
on the persuasion.
Apparently, people are calling Wisconsin governor, so it should be 20 to 24.
Yeah, so earlier Rob Noerr was saying that, we shouldn't give up on the persuasion fight and so on. Okay, excellent. But the question is, as Scott was saying earlier, he made the observation that the civil rights movement had a bunch of philosophers who are also extremely good orators. And I don't know where we're going to get that from on the individualist axis. I don't know if we have people who are philosophers who are also good orators. I have no idea where that's going to come from because we have none.
Have some.
And maybe that's the important thing for the future. We need philosophers who are also popularizers, and I don't know how to do that. I've been trying to, I don't know, silly me. I've been trying to do that with Scott, but I guess it's not moving quickly enough.
No, there's a time and place for certain conversations, right? There is no such thing as a philosopher king entertainer who speaks to the masses and promulgates his philosophy with his speeches. That doesn't exist and never will exist, because normal people will not listen to that. You have to sprinkle philosophy and ideas through other means. Like, there will never be
I think that's what he's.
You know what I mean?
But
we have to do it through multiple sources, I think. Yeah, but Dave Smith doesn't really talk about philosophy. He just kind of sprinkles it in.
No, exactly. He doesn't. He just sprinkles it in. Yes, which is what I think. That's what Wellspring actually meant. He means that we need that movement had popularizers that matched the attitude of the people of the day and could speak to them, could explain ideas in a simple enough manner. Maybe it was more elaborate back then, and now it has to be simpler. I'm not sure. It depends on your target audience, I guess.
I love the people. I love the people that are still like, you didn't vote, then you have no right to bitch. You sat out, you bitch. And it's like, why would I vote for two terrible candidates? Like, I'm not a Republican.
Also, same people would probably bitch if we voted Libertarian. It's like, why would you vote for a candidate who has no chance of winning? You should have voted Republican.
Right? It's just like vote. It's like this red or dead argument of voting to stop the Democrats has not worked for 150 years. Why would it start working now? Right? Like, what you're doing is you prove to the party, to the elites, that you will vote with anybody so long as they kind of say the right things. And then what ends up happening is you end up with a certain percentage of establishment Republicans that go along with the Democrats or compromise with the Democrats. And then what you get is this slow march of quote unquote progress. And you never actually, you're not able to achieve or push back in any way. Like you have to at a certain point say, if you earn my vote, I'll give you my vote. But if you put forward some person that doesn't represent any of my fucking values, slapping an R next to their name is not a reason for me to vote for you.
Yep. So I want to say something. So again, this is probably not very useful for me to put. Yeah, it's probably not useful for me to push this, but on that same point of the person who is able to popularize. Again, it's not that when Scott brought up the Black Civil Rights Movement. Again, when these people walked around, they weren't saying things, they weren't sprinkling in little bits of philosophy. They were literally just regurgitating philosophy wholesale. They were saying, we're not going to fight capitalism with black capitalism. We're going to fight it with socialism. We're not going to fight this with that. And he's literally just talking about, synthesis and antithesis, and saying what the correct thing is going to do is, and he's talking in literal philosophical terms. And if the people aren't getting it, then he just finds a way to say it for that audience, but he's not sprinkling it. He's just hardcore talking philosophy. That's it. And he's doing it in a charismatic way. And I understand it's difficult. We're not going to just find charismatic philosophers from nowhere. I understand that, but I don't know how.
Wellspring, I want to respond to the guy in chat. Would you vote for a libertarian candidate? Listen, Scott would vote for a Republican who was competent with his messaging.
Yeah.
Like if a Republican showed up in his state and said lockdowns were Satan, were literally the worst thing ever.
If Blake Masters was running, I'd vote for him here in Virginia. 100%. I'd vote Republican. And I would also vote for an LP as a protest vote to throw the LP.
there are two things that there's like three things that a Republican has to say to get all of the independent votes that are thinking similar to Scott and don't want to vote. He has to say, lockdowns will never happen in this state ever again. We're going to do everything we can. As long as I'm governor, there's not going to be any chance of a lockdowns. In fact, we're going to investigate how those were happening.
You're still on point one. You're still on point one.
Yeah, point two.
Yes.
Point two would be like, no
war.
No war, exactly. Like
no war with Russia. I'm not sending billions of dollars to Ukraine to continue fighting a proxy war. Like,
yeah, we're like
we might do something in the interim to try and get a peace treaty, but like, yeah.
Oh, and advocate for auditing the money that was sent. Because let's see, if you want to send more money, let's audit how it was spent. Let's look at what actually happened to it, and then we'll decide whether we, need to help them more. Whether even if you're something like this about that, and then maybe like a third message about what's the third thing that's on the agenda.
Honestly, those are the only two things for me right now. If you're anti-war and anti-lockdown, and then the last one is some proof or some evidence that you don't have anything in your agenda that intends to grow the size of the state. Like if if you're those two things, and then you're like, we gotta increase the war on drugs, we gotta be tough on crime. Go fuck yourself. Like if you want to increase the state in any regard, like I'm out. But if you're like reduce taxes, reduce regulations, I'm against war, and and the lockdowns were fucking evil, I'm not with it. I don't care if you have a D next to your fucking name. Like I'm with you. That's what I want. Now, granted, that person's not going to be allowed in the Democratic Party, but
yeah, and that's why sometimes it's important to not vote. Now, I don't know if I'm with Scott. Maybe you like write in a name on the ballot, just so you're like part of. There's some statistic where there are so many voters who voted neither. That's like a question.
What's that?
I said write in Kanye.
Write in Kanye is fine. That's actually good, right? Do like a write in, or like write in the name of some plant, which happened before.
I usually write in Rand Paul, or if I'm feeling really, really angry, I write in Cthulhu.
It's fine. As long as you can track like the people that didn't vote for the main two candidates, that's helpful. But sometimes you have to send that message. It's just necessary. Otherwise, if you just keep voting for the same party and your vote is for granted, why would they ever listen to your opinion?
Your vote is bought and paid for. If you don't actually withdraw your vote for shitty candidates.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's up?
Welcome back, Brad.
Welcome back to these two fucking still yelling about philosophy.
No, I was watching the Fetterman. He's announcing victory with a 1-point lead with 10% of the votes left. I just don't understand, how is that? I mean, I can understand 5 points with 10%, maybe 3 points with 10% left. 1% lead, 10% of the votes. With 4.7 million in, with 10% to go, that means 470,000 votes. And you're celebrating with a statistical tie, essentially. It's just really, really weird, man. I feel like there's strategies in announcing early. It's kind of a way to kind of exhaust maybe the opponent, maybe to get ahead of possible legal challenges. I don't know. I don't understand. I kind of understand it in a weird way. I kind of respect it rather than.
It's a Chad. It's just a Giga Chad move, right? It's like I know
really, yeah. Know something we don't.
Right. I know I won. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I just, you get egg on your face when you do stuff.
Oh dang!
Like that.
You don't want to vote, but want to throw your opinion on voting is dude. Why are you still mad about this? Like what? This is such a weird and silly line. A long way up.
They're a single issue viewer.
I don't get it. It's just so strange that you're like, everyone must vote and they must vote for my candidate or they're dumb. My party that don't if you don't vote or you do a protest vote or something, then you're just wrong. This vote red or dead thing is you're the problem. You are actually standing in the way of progress.
Yeah, imagine you start voting Republicans and they're on board with ESG. They're on board with lockdowns. They're on board with BLM. They're going to kneel with the cops. The cops that are going to shoot you dead are going to kneel in front of BLM. And they're going to be on board of all the looting, right? And you keep voting for them because they're red.
But don't worry,
don't worry.
don't worry. They're not as evil as the Democrats because they want to bring the corporate tax rate down 2%.
Yeah, they're a shit sandwich without busted glass bowls in it. You know, like.
Yeah, and what happens is that they're choking you down slowly, right? Whereas sometimes when you don't vote, then yes, you will accelerate, and things will get worse immediately in your state because a Democrat will come in and do things. Well, you know, it's tough, but sometimes you don't have a choice. So what do? Do you remain a hostage?
I mean,
this is weird, man.
Well, I feel like
Arizona shit is sketchy as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. I can't really say
Bro,
anything.
Listen,
I'm telling you, my dude.
I can't say anything.
Arizona,
you know what I mean?
Oh, dude, I'm with you. I understand. I respect that. It does not make sense when you look at the Oz race and you look at the Mastriano race. That's the biggest thing we're gonna look back and go like, what the hell happened there? Like, what? So like the Oz strategy was actually the better strategy than Mastriano, who's like a solid senator, you know, like very well respected career military.
or it's just a Fetterman. Like I think it's probably just the medical condition. Let's be honest. I don't know if it's a strategy thing. It's probably just the fact that, like that guy can't govern.
Do you think that there's a portion of people that vote for candidates that they know won't vote out of the party? Like when I say won't vote out of the party line, I mean they don't even have a backbone and will never really stand up for anything outside of just cheering for like what it is that they're.
I think absolutely. I think there's a large group of people that vote for party and don't vote for the candidate.
Yeah, because I feel like that's what happened.
Vote red no matter what.
Yeah, Red or Dead over here is like, you know what I mean? He's all for it.
Well, what I'm saying is, do you think that in the I think maybe I'm speaking more than philosophically than just specifically anecdotally in Pennsylvania. Do you think that people voted for Fetterman because they know he will never step out line, and they feel like when you look at that exchange, like more Republicans thought that Oz would be, you know, maybe would go out of line of where they want things to go, as opposed to how many more people agree that Fetterman will just walk that line, he'll talk that talk, he'll tell
I guarantee you,
I feel like that's what happened.
I guarantee you there is a percentage just of single issue voters, right, for Democrats that are pro-choice, that think Republicans are coming for women's bodies and they want you barefoot in the kitchen. And even though I don't like John Fetterman, I'm going to vote for him because he will protect my body along with all the other Democrats.
And my choice.
And my choice.
I feel like Republicans rarely do Republicans really do a super turnout in a midterm. It's not. It doesn't have presidential implications.
I think that's just true for both parties.
Well, I don't know, man. The Democrats have a really good strategy of shaking the hornet's nest every 2 years, man. Like it's gotten sporadically better.
But the thing is like if every American was like if we had compulsory voting, we would never have another Republican. Like we would take years and years. Like if like Republicans show up in general more than Democrats do.
Yeah, they really do.
Yeah, and there's an issue.
Because Democrats don't seem to be as invested in the country. Like Republicans tend to be homeowners more. They tend to have families more. They tend to utilize systems like the school system more. They tend to be older. They own property. Like all of these things make them more invested, and so they care more.
Yeah, they're incentivized to vote rather than motivated. I think the Republicans are working on motivation to get them to where they're going. And I feel like the left is incentivized. Like, if you vote for me, I'll raise the taxes. Like, I feel like the only thing you should be able to run on is lowering taxes, since it's originally our money anyway. I feel like if you literally can run and say, if enough of y'all vote for me, I will hold those other people hostage. How is that not like a form of like mob extortion? on like a national
Welcome to
scale.
the ANCAP argument, my good sir.
No, of course. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I'm a MinCap, but I've always been right there next to you guys for sure. I like some semblance of a state.
Listen,
there are
something has to be said. Listen, you know that the populist side of the Republican Party is way more popular.
Oh yeah.
Like among the voters, like yeah, they don't like Trump. Even his own base doesn't like him because of the lockdowns and because he's like getting old. They're sort of sensing the weakness a little bit. If you just look at Patriots.win, what they're writing, right? They're a bit worried, and they were against the jabs, and they thought he betrayed them quite significantly. It tempered a lot of like reduced their passion, but they're the most passionate. And yet the GOP is so afraid of them taking over, like losing power, they're willing to lose elections over crushing over crushing Trump. It's not going to happen, but they're going to suffer for like at least until all of those guys retire, like the guys in the anti-Trump movement. Until they retire, this is what we're going to have. We're going to have these limp elections where people are not passionate because they're not putting MAGA candidates, up. They're like Mastriani, you mentioned him. Didn't he lose all funding from the GOP towards the end?
I'm not familiar with his campaign finances, but I will do more work in that. I would love to know the specific reason if there is a reason.
DM Rob Noerr about that. Rob Noerr would know. He's a Pennsylvania. He's with the Pennsylvania Party a lot too.
Huh. I wonder what
I heard that between the conversation. It was People's Pundit. Richard Barris was talking to, I believe.
Is it because he's okay? Let me ask you this: did they drop funding on Mastriano because the RNC was paying for legal fees and him being swamped with the cobweb allegations lingering from January 6th? And they let him know, hey, as soon as you start running, like they told Trump, as soon as you announce that you're running, we cannot pay for your legal fees anymore for a prior election if you are, and prior, just all the other things that are going on. If you choose to start running, we can't do that anymore. There's a conflict of interest there. So maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe they gave Mastriano the same deal that they gave to Trump, meaning like, you're going to get our endorsement, but we just can't fund you. You're going to have to fund yourself. You're going to have to raise your own stuff. Maybe I don't know. That's speculation.
Listen, you're right. But they always have super PACs. And when the super PACs suddenly get cut off and there's no more super PAC ads showing up, then you know that there's like there's a hit. I'm not sure whether it's Mastriani. I know that Mastriano pulls really good crowds, and when I see people walk up to him, they say Doug. They don't say Senator. They don't they walk up and talk to this dude like a regular guy. He's known in Pennsylvania. He's like a 20 or 30 year military veteran. Like he's your textbook veteran. I'm not
public servant.
That he's a great
No. I know. I'm just letting you know that he pulls a good crowd. I'm flabbergasted that he's behind right now.
You're right. It is shocking, but I'm saying this that it's like a combination of many factors, right? You can have a great candidate that when he actually engages with people, he's great with them, has good policies, like for your party, but if he loses support from the head party because they're fighting an internal civil war, you can have bad consequences where he's losing a race that he should have been winning. So that might be one of the answers. We don't know.
True. Yeah.
Pennsylvania is very strange to me too, because the inflation.
That's the real swing state.
Well, not only that, but the inflation is so closely connected to energy, and the idea that Pennsylvania would go pro like stopping fracking, stopping their own industry, right? In voting in Democrats that are clearly against their own economy and want to stop their economy from flourishing. While the number one issue is inflation, that is also tied to energy, presumably, either lockdowns, which Mastriano was the only good person on, or energy situation with Ukraine and Russia. Like, no matter how you look at it, the only logical conclusion is to vote Republican in Pennsylvania, just for self-preservation. So
I'm just waiting for that magical day. I'm waiting for Fetterman to be like, all that shit about fracking, I was just lying. Like,
I was telling the truth the first time when I said that I would stop it no matter what. right? Like,
yeah, it had
it's
this
just fucking-
condition.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's very, I think the other thing we have to look at is Florida, too, right? I mean, 60-40 split with Ron DeSantis and Charlie Crist. Now, obviously, there's a cult of personality.
And Texas is trending towards like almost a 60-point margin for Abbott.
Yeah, Abbott is 55.6 to 43. It's almost, yeah.
That's crazy. 12 points. Yeah, that's nuts. That's
now, granted,
plus
Beto
12.
O'Rourke is a uniquely hated person in Texas.
You know, I equate Beto O'Rourke to, you know how
I'm sorry,
Fox
Robert Francis O'Rourke.
Yeah,
know why
Robert
he
Francis
calls himself
O'Rourke.
Beto.
So I equate Beto and Stacey Abrams to the Democrat that Fox News keeps on the 5. And they're there to make like easy toss-ups. And just like they say that Democrat will say something obviously just like completely like to start a fight kind of on the show, right? And then all 4 of the other, slated 5 just kind of just hammer them. And I feel like Beto and Stacey Abrams are just the perennial seasonal loser. They are a way to bring in funds and knight small representatives. Get this guy his representative, because Beto will go run with somebody who's a perennial Democrat in a small little Texas district and hold it down, but he'll lose graciously.
There is this thing. There's this element that is occurring within the left currently. That is this victim mentality, or I would call it traits of covert vulnerable narcissism. That's created by wokeness or critical consciousness. And so what I think there's this growing obsession in the left with losers. Because losers are victims, and the reason that they are victims is because they were right all along. They're actually the hero that stood on principle and fought against evil, and they didn't compromise, and that's why they're such a loser, because the system is inherently oppressive against them. And so I think people like Stacey Abrams and Beto O'Rourke, it's like Beto O'Rourke is a loser, not because he's a loser, but because he's willing to stand up for gun control in a place like Texas. And that's why we need money to defeat these evil Republicans.
He's like a martyr.
That want our kids killed, right? And Stacey Abrams is the honorable victim that's willing to stand up against, the evil Georgians that are racist towards her and tried to like swing elections with their electioneering and their like stopping black people from going to the polls, and like they don't want teachers and inner city communities, right? And so I think they're utilized to be victims, and this victim status creates heroes to the left, and they're in places where it's actually they're martyrs for the left to try and push that ideology deeper into the culture of states that they think they can win, but like isn't really like there yet,
Yeah, Beto's not running to win Texas. Let's be honest. Like when people, here's the biggest proving factor: the 2 elections in a row, people that are fleeing shitty, bright blue states that have crappy policy led to overtaxation and underrepresentation. They're moving here. They are not. Every time I talk to somebody, I deal in logistics. I talk with a lot of people every day, and their focus is economically, 401k, like the barbershop small talk about the gas and all that stuff. That's what people give a crap about. They don't give a like the kitchen table issues are not including like when then suburbs is not caring about like abortions happening in the city. Let's be honest. Let's be real about it.
Okay.
That's my take on it.
What do you think,
Wilson? Again, the fact that someone is concerned about inflation doesn't mean that they have the required premises to come to the correct conclusion about what action they should take to solve that issue. The fact that someone is concerned about
being concerned about inflation is one thing, but understanding that inflation right now, anecdotally, I don't want to make this a blanket statement because inflation can happen in a myriad of ways, whether you're printing stimulus and you're not producing enough things, or you have a pandemic that comes around and stirs up and stops supply chains, an underutilization of our cargo ships that are just sitting with dying product out in the waters. The conservatives, I tell people the pill just happens to be red this time. Periodically, it switches back and forth. You know, sometimes the blue dog Democrat way of life and the Democrat way is like that reigns supreme. It's a little more representative. You know, when the right's the big pharma peddlers and the establishment, and then it flips and it goes back and forth. The peel just happens to be red this time. It just happens. The conservatives understand right now that our predicament that we're in right now is specifically because of underproduction of energy, a lack of production, and nobody that's willing to look at those two things and go, well, let's just tie these shoestrings together and get back to fucking walking with a healthy economy again. Doesn't mean that Republicans are always right on this. What this has turned into is Republicans are always right on this issue when we just threw away the Bushes. And we just got out of like a hyper-militarized 20-year war. A lot of things that made the Republicans put a bad stink on the GOP and just individualism in general, which spurred the growth of Libertarian Party, the Ron Paul movement, the Rand Paul continuation, which is kind of melding back into your libertarian conservative principles. But right now, back to my overall point, conservatives understand that anecdotally, energy production is leading to inflation. It's not just to bitch about inflation, because you don't just bitch about something. You can only bitch about something if you understand the real solution. If you really are sitting there thinking, I know how we can fix this. Like we know what there's a lot of oil, rig workers around me in Texas. We understand it doesn't mean we have all the answers, but that it would help a lot of people.
Okay, you're talking as if you're trying to persuade me of something. You don't have to persuade me of anything. The next thing is I didn't get to finish. You were talking about you talked to all these people on the ground. You talked to many people, you said, and they talk about inflation and supply chain issues and so on. Sure. The fact that someone identifies a term which refers to a phenomenon which is bothering them doesn't mean that they understand the phenomenon itself or that they understand what to do about that phenomenon. So, for example, there's a guy earlier in chat. I said inflation, blah, 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 blah. So he said something that looked stupid to me. So I asked him, okay, what do you think inflation is? And he talks about supply chain. I asked him, and I just stopped there because the person doesn't know what inflation is. He knows that inflation is a problem and prices are going up. What causes inflation? He doesn't know what causes inflation. And he doesn't know how to vote to alleviate that issue. So he was talking as if, inflation is a bipartisan issue or something. And he has no link to know that he should vote for the Republicans if he wants to stop inflation. Or to know that, okay, if I want to stop inflation, we need to stop spending, stop printing money. He doesn't know that inflation has anything to do with printing money. He doesn't understand any of that. He just knows inflation is a thing. The government has to do something about it. And he knows, well, in this context, well, the Republicans, they want to take away Social Security, or the Republicans, they want to push abortion. And he doesn't understand that inflation is something that needs to be solved with a specific approach to policy on economics. So to him, it's equally viable to vote for the Republicans or the Democrats when he wants to solve inflation. And then from there, well, what other issues do I look for? Oh, I care about abortion, vote for Democrats. It doesn't matter if the people around you are saying we care about inflation. They don't understand the phenomenon enough to know what they should do about it.
Yeah. I think if you sit down long enough with any conservative, they'll mold to the point of explaining the minutia and just the oil game, the supply side economics, the rate of production versus fiat printing. The fact that you can de-incentivize people to participate in the labor force, you can incentivize people to continue certain national emergencies, and just all kinds of ways that you can just stunt a perfectly work. How did we go from doing so well 2 years ago? Like, how did the phenomenon how did it just all of a sudden, as soon as Joe Biden takes the reins, signs he kills 11,000 oil? Here's the thing: if you're about
Trump started it. All right, hold on, pause. Trump signed the
okay.
money printer go burr shit at the
end.
Oh
no. Hey, and he demonized Massey, and I hated him for that because Massey was an actual conservative and didn't want to spend any money and wanted people to actually. He knew we could fight our way out of this. He knew that our economy was healthy.
Biden certainly was like, "Oh, is this train towards inflation?"
Yeah. Let's not hit the brakes.
Giddy up, motherfuckers! Like, pump it up. More coal.
Right. Yeah. Then I'm gonna shut him down, like he said the other night. He's just straight up about it now. He's just like, no more. Like, we're done. People are yelling at him in the audience, and he's just letting them know he just doesn't care anymore. Biden he's like got that old man courage now, where you just say whatever. I'm just waiting for him to just completely go off script one day, just not give a crap. He kind of looks like the old grandma from Beverly Hillbillies.
to Wellspring's point, though, right? Like a lot of conservatives will have talking points about why inflation is bad and why the Democrats have caused it, right? But there's a growing sense in younger generations that, I mean, like I'm seeing viral TikToks, and like spread all out, where people are explaining that the real reason inflation occurs is because greedy corporations increase their profits as a means of like getting more money, and that inflation is caused by corporations raising prices because that's what they want to do. And like there's a growing sense of like people that actually do think inflation is a problem and think that free market capitalism and like Republicans and low taxes and the rich not paying their fair share are what causes inflation. Like if you go to a lot of younger, so like we look at the exit polls and we go, inflation's a huge deal because everyone's feeling the damage of inflation. This must mean a red wave because everyone knows Republicans are the fiscal responsible party, except there are people alive that are voting that don't remember Republicans before 2009 financial collapse. And so if you don't remember Republicans before the 2009 financial collapse, where the fuck would you get this stupid ass idea that Republicans are fiscally responsible? That's fucking dumb, you know? And so they just think, like Wellspring was saying, like government needs to do something to fix this. And so a lot of people will be like, inflation is my key issue. Well, what do you want? Well, obviously I got to vote Democrats. They just had the Inflation Reduction Act, you know, but it was watered down because Republicans didn't vote for it. We need to raise taxes on the wealthy. We need to we need to invest more money in green energy so that we're not so dependent upon, foreign oil and and the Russian oil. So that way we can be energy independent, and all these things will fix inflation.
I feel like one of the good positive things that came from just a byproduct. I'm not talking about where it ended, where the crazy train went, what it collapsed into as far as like just the drama. But the convoy pointed out it kind of gave me a little bit of a educational breakdown of like how expensive it is to maintain, operate, like the fact that when you negotiate as a trucker that you're going to go pick up your haul, like you're factoring in your gas ahead of time, you're factoring in everything. You can build a camper into your truck so you can save more money, so you can stretch your dollar, and you can make, be putting it in the kitty for retirement. And one thing that I feel like conservatives, the reason why they understand inflation so well is because they're working those types of jobs, those independent, individualist, capitalist jobs, like a trucker working for yourself. And when you have energy, see, if it was some kind of technological software or something, and that's how inflation existed, it'd probably be hard to explain that to a trucker, right? It would be like trying to explain coding. But when it's a very key, crucial point of their business, a lot of other people don't understand it because it's not prevalent in their life. Like you said, they're just not privy to just the full economic cycle, what it takes on both ends, from creating a product to also fitting it, comfortably within the market without reaching shortages or overproduction where you crash oil like what happened a couple of years ago. But this is one of those things where you sit down and I've listened to these truckers and understood that, gas goes up to $5, $6 a gallon, a $300 tank of gas goes to $1,500. So let's say they're only making $4,500 on this, but their gas price just went up $1,000. That's 25% off of, that's everything. That's including their overhead and everything. Like these are huge numbers. These are things that speak loudly. And see, the guy sitting in his house ordering Uber Eats, noticing that his transaction is only going up by 50 cents or $1 to carry him his Taco Bell, his soggy tacos. Inflation is harder to push to him because he's microtransactioning that. His life isn't as much as he can believe. He doesn't realize this is affecting his life so much more than he can imagine. These truckers, they wake up every day, they understand this. The guy that's going and working and cutting grass, realizing that now to fill up the lawnmower is spending as much as it costs to fill his car up now, and so now he can't charge. He's got to be more competitive market wise in his neighborhood. And I'm just taking it down to just like lemonade stands here, but you put this all the way up to the small business owner. This is such an an easy concept for the right to get. That's why Republicans are more fiscally responsible when it comes to that, because we're used to managing our own checkbooks. A lot of the coastal elites that run the left, these people they've been born into money, or they've made a career out of being a politician and they make a bunch of money. They could give they probably have a gas card. They probably don't even have to pay for gas or anything
Brant,
like that.
You're right, but you're talking about the voters. But the voters are not the politicians. The politicians that are being elected, maybe at some former life they had to like monitor their gas usage, but once they get to Washington, once they get into all the state houses, and once, actually even before that, once they're capable of running, once they have the financial and political clout to run for office, they're disconnected completely from those economics you're talking about. They only care about them if it affects the electorate.
The Republicans that are running for Senate and governors.
So many term limits.
The overwhelmingly are the same. They're cut from the same cloth as the Democrats.
Our country would be in a lot better shape
These
if we
people
had
are
term limits.
Yeah, right. They're not truck drivers
out
or
of
small
law
business.
school.
Yeah, it's like it's
look
lawyers.
Look at the jobs of. I think New Hampshire ran this thing where they analyzed the jobs of like Republicans getting into office. Into the higher offices, these are all primarily lawyers from Ivy League schools, with some private business owners, ex-business owners that are towards the late their retirement. They retire into politics. Younger guys are typically lawyers going from lawyer and public service into politics. So public service absolutely disconnected from real life because they have everything. Everything is provided for them. The lawyers are disconnected from real life because you just make good. And only the lower tier positions are people who are normally closer to the public. So it tracks for the electorate, sure, but it doesn't track for the people getting elected this month.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about the idea of like inflation and how the layperson interprets inflation, like, you bring up an interesting point that there is at least some divide in terms of wisdom, not in understanding inflation, not in understanding fractional reserve banking or monetary policy, or how is quantitative tightening going to increase asset inflation. Like the trucker knows no more about this than any other person in society. But there is, we were talking about this way earlier in the stream. We were talking about the Socrates, like I know nothing, therefore I'm the wisest man in Greece kind of situation. And in that story, he talked to shipbuilders, and he talked to every kind of like learned man trying to like be like, how does the world work? Like, what do you know about the world? And, the poets told him, oh, I've got it all figured out. The sophists told him I got it all figured out. And so did the shipbuilders. They also said, I have it all figured out. And he basically concluded, I am the wisest man in Greece because I know that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But he did state, at least the shipbuilders taught me about shipbuilding. Right, like the shipbuilders, they worked with their hands, and there was a certain experiential wisdom that was limited to the domain of their life in which they worked in. That was like kind of lacking in other people. It's like I learned a lot that I didn't know because I was willing to engage with shipbuilding. So I do think that there is some level of wisdom about how the world works, and some like connection to reality that you may lack if you're if you're working an office job. And I think the left is kind of offset with like more of an education than those individuals. But like when it comes to inflation, they are engaged in reality. So I think maybe they're less likely to be ideologically captured because, everything happens everything's kind of just done for them, right? Like they go to the office in their insurance job or whatever, right? They're not engaged in the supply chain. So I do think that's somewhat of a fair point. But I don't know that it necessarily translates to like an idea of like who's going to be better as a politician in dealing with inflation.
Let me just point something out really quick.
What's that?
The Zeldin race in New York with Hochul, even though it's called, I like to look at the numbers just to get a feel of like where do the numbers really settle at the end, and it's Hochul only pulled in 52. It's like 52-48. which is
52.7 versus 47.3. Yeah, I think this gives. Yeah. I think this is going to have a big impact in New York in future elections because people will be like, dude,
he needs to build from this. He needs to. Okay, the reason why Arizona is believed, it had so much just faith behind it, right? Like Kerry just seemed like a lock, didn't she? Katie Hobbs didn't want to debate her. Katie Hobbs is also the Secretary of State, and there's questions there, of what she has dominion over. And then, there's just all the things that go on that we're just working, when we're just getting a entrance poll that we're working against them. And the reason why is because not only did she have Trump's endorsement, but she also had masters. She had a cadre, a slate of electors. She had the people that were already there in Arizona, that are, running the elections and different things like that. And then, you had Kerry herself, which is a superstar. I don't want to diminish her. Masters himself, a superstar. Both of them, it's almost like two lead singers on the stage when you have them. They're both really great candidates. But the thing that's just surprising is the fact that they terribly.
Hold on. In Arizona, Mark Victor got 2.3% of the vote. He dropped out and endorsed Blake Masters.
Mm-hmm. Does that mean his electors?
Does nobody know? Like, did this 2.3% refuse to vote for Blake Masters, or did they just not know? Like, this is weird.
Early ballots.
Well, early ballots, maybe. Because it's all going to be early ballots right now because they still haven't counted like any fucking same day voting.
None of the daytime ones. It's still at 54% right now. It's crazy. They're just. I'm telling you, a war of attrition has begun right now, and it's going to be who wants to stay around sounding the craziest, but believe that they're in the right and truthful. And it's weird how we get to
Kerry
this point,
Lake
but it's just
maybe can pull through, but Lake Masters is probably.
I think Masters might be toast. Yeah, I really like him
15,
though.
He's 15 points behind.
Yeah.
That's a lot. You got to assume
Titanic flute.
that today's votes were 30 points ahead for Masters. You got to assume it was a 70-30 split.
Well, can they do this? Can the electors? Okay, so the electors, the slated electors that are pulled for the 2%, that is, the Libertarian. Can he tell those electors to pick Masters? Is that a thing? You know how your electors, when we vote for elections, by the way, chat, we vote for another group of people in good faith to go and, pick the guy.
No.
That's the truth.
This is presidential. This is no electoral college is presidential only.
Okay. Hey, okay, cool. That's good.
What you're looking for is, this is what happens in New York during the mayor's race. They introduced that system, which is like transferable vote. They're single transferable, but they introduced something even better. They introduced rated voting or star voting, and the issue they had is that it was, I think, during the Adams election. I did vote. I ranked all the choices for I scored all the choices for different candidates. The issue is that they had a huge problem counting. He threatened to sue them, and they stopped doing it.
Really?
So they're interested in they're advocating the issue with voting like that, where your vote gets transferred to your second best candidate. That's something that libertarians and others should
ranked choice is
support of.
I love ranked choice. I like the idea of ranked choice for sure. I really do.
The problem is the way it's been promoted in the USA is that it's a Trojan horse issue. They don't want it to be implemented. If you look at any website of star voting, ranked choice voting, these are all Democrat PAC websites that are pushing the agenda of abolishing the electoral college in the presidency. That's their main actual goal, but it's secondary on the website where they're saying, we're for voter reform. What they plan to do is to abolish the electoral college, and then once the election method that they're using it as as the Trojan horse.
Are y'all pro electoral college? Are you pro electoral college? I am.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think representative republic. We got it right. I feel like there's a reason why we.
I kind of don't care, but I think electoral college is better than You know what I mean? Like
I think
ultimately,
the issue that we have is just chain of custody without getting specific. You know what I'm saying? That's
You
like,
understand-
I think that's our only, chain of custody, and world would be a better place.
You understood what they plan to do, right? So that they're going to push in the agenda of, we have this new voting style. The real thing that's going to be loaded is abolish electoral college. And then this new voting style is going to be instantly discarded, just like they did in New York City. Because they don't actually want it to work out. I don't believe they.
I'm
I
almost,
feel like
I'm
one
almost
side's putting the brakes.
100%. I'm almost 100% positive at this point that it's going to be a runoff.
Yeah, it's 0.3% right now. 14,000 votes. 14,000 votes.
Yeah, like even if you get all the votes, it's not going to tally up to
Some little
50%.
small like drive-through Friday night.
Warnock,
light
Warnock
town.
could get all of the remaining votes, and I still don't think. I'd have to do the math real quick.
No, that's like
basically
it's
get all of the votes.
Let's see how much is left here. So 5% of the vote is remaining. 4%.
New Yorker is saying it's only 2.6.
About 100,000.
Right, but even I don't think Walker, I don't think Warnock can get enough. I think it's basically impossible to get enough votes at this point to get 50.
Either candidate to get a win, even if Walker gets the rest of them out. Like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like even if Walker pulls back ahead by, the remaining, 100,000 or 50,000 votes or whatever, then like you're looking, I think this is definitely declared.
It is. It will. I'm also super interested in seeing what exit polling says about libertarian candidates. And the reason I'm interested in that is, in 2016 and 2020, the libertarian candidate was polled roughly 25% of their votes when polled. They said if the libertarian candidate wasn't there, I would have voted Democrat. And about 15% said if the libertarian candidate wasn't there, I would have voted Republican. And about 55% said I wouldn't have voted at all if it not for the libertarian candidate. And I wonder with Mises caucus taking over, right, and a much more right-wing shift, if that has changed in any significant way. And what will that have it? Because we have 2.1% of the vote, right? If there's a 10-point lead, right, and we assume that let's just say it's 25% Republican, 15% Democrat, 55% wouldn't have voted, right? Then that means if it shifted that far, 20 points towards the Republican favor with the Mises caucus taking over, that means the libertarian is if they didn't exist, would be about 0.2% towards the Republican. And I'd be interested to see, is it higher? Is it lower? Is it about 50-50? Because it would be interesting if 40%, let's say, if it was what if it was 40%, 15%, and then the rest unaffiliated, then it's then it's 15-20% of the libertarian vote is a spoil vote for the Republicans. I don't know. Old data.
Yeah, you're trying to define the defectors, basically, right?
Yeah, the old data
from
the LP from 2016 and 2020 isn't really relevant because the Libertarian Party, we just had Reno reset. We just completely kicked out every pragmatist and leftist out of the fucking party and put forward paleo libertarians and ANCAPs. So it would be interesting.
Well, except that one.
Which one? Ann Harlos?
No, KB.
I mean, I wonder how
KB
third parties were
KB's
doing
is
in,
wild.
let's say, 1859. Do we even what was the popularity of the third party right before the first civil conflict that we went through?
Which one are you talking about? Know Nothing Party?
Yeah, I wonder what was the popular third party. Did we divulge into a duopoly, a very aggressive duopoly, or were there third parties? Were there other factions? That's one thing I've never really studied about the Civil War.
Yeah, so the Know Nothing Party happened right before in the lead up to the Civil War, and then the Republican Party was created. But there was no one was voting for Whig once the Republican Party came forward, and then during the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln, in an effort to distance himself because Abraham Lincoln cheated during his election, almost certain, in 1864. He sent soldiers, to the polls, and did all kinds of wild shit. And of course, the people that they were at war with weren't allowed to vote.
Right.
But yeah, so because
Yeah,
they
yeah.
seceded.
We were the
You know what
best
I mean?
Republicans in all of Republiclandia. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
it.
yeah, exactly. But he created what was it, the Unionist Party in 1964, and that was a one-term party, which was a party again, which so the Republican Party, put forward Abraham Lincoln in 1860, and in 1864 it was actually the Unionist Party when he was running against who was the Civil War general that he was running against?
Oh, Ulysses Grant.
No, it wasn't Grant. He was running against oh
Harrison?
my God. Let me just look it up real quick.
Oh, I know.
I have some interesting data.
And he was a drunk. No, that was Lee. Or no, that wasn't Lee. That was Harrison.
was all of them.
I'm gonna post it in the chat.
Did we watch this?
You should
on the
look
thing? I know
at
you're
McClellan.
talking about.
McClellan.
Yes, General McClellan.
Yes. He was running against McClellan, and he basically cheated to win against McClellan because McClellan wanted to end the war.
McClellan was the bad general. That's why. He got outclassed by Robert E. Lee in the
everyone got outclassed by Robert E. Lee, including Ulysses S. Grant.
Nobody ever wants to give that guy credit, but like Robert E. Lee, outside of if the stigma connected to slavery, Robert E. Lee, standalone on his military proficiency, was one of the greatest generals that we've ever had. He was
Robert E. Lee's troop movements and battle tactics are still studied in War College today. Robert E. Lee is one of the greatest generals in all of human history.
And he didn't want statues of himself, even though there are statues of him. And you know what? I believe in, if you want statues of whoever you want in your city and your city votes for it, hey, that's what's up. But I'm just saying that I think Robert E. Lee was specifically quoted like, I don't want statues of me. Like,
that's
why
not
something I want.
The first
I don't want a
statue
statue of my ass whooping.
The first statue was recently removed by Richmond City, and it was on Monument Avenue in Richmond, the capital of the Confederacy. That was the first one. It's commissioned by a French sculptor. It was a big honor. But anyways, what were you saying, Casimir?
I linked you to some data. It's sort of interesting. It's from one of the data guys I track on Twitter. It says that.
Sorry, apologize.
Ours were a larger share of voters than D's in 2022. This never happens. 2022, 36% Republicans, 33% Democrat. 2020 was 36-37. 2018, 33-37. 2016, 33-36. So Republicans had better turnout in this tepid red droplet.
Yeah, than ever before. Yes.
Interesting.
But this is overall across the entire country, so it's not like specific states. It'll be interesting to hear what these data analysts say about state by state, which we'll find out in the next couple of days. Particularly, I would be curious what Barris is saying tomorrow or is saying right now.
Yeah, this is I think it's about time that we just kind of accept that we're not getting Nevada or Arizona tonight. That Georgia is kind of out of it, and that we'll have to see what happens in Wisconsin, in the U.S. Senate race in Wisconsin, and I'm not super concerned about these governor races, but I think it's about time that we just recognize that it looks like Republicans are going to take the House.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of the Senate, it looks like it's either going to be. We've got it. Lake Masters isn't winning Arizona, right? And so it looks like it's going to be 50-50. And we're going to have to wait on Georgia.
It's going to be it's going to be a lame dunk. It's lame duck.
Yeah, I think, and we're going to have to wait on the runoffs on Georgia to see who. Because, the Democrats are going to have 50. Republicans are going to have 50. Wow. What are we waiting on? We're waiting on Alaska, which is going to be Republican no matter what.
Yeah. It's right now. We're slated for 50
Wisconsin.
or 51.
Yeah, Wisconsin's probably going to be.
It's all hinging on the runoff with Warnock. That's really what we're looking at. And unless Fetterman gets
it's almost like 20 fucking. It's almost like
We'll know by 3 a.m.
No, it'll
Deja
be
vu, huh?
It'll be a runoff.
The bets are the betting market is betting on Democrats keeping Senate.
Really?
I'm not confident about that. I think that's a bit premature, but people are spooked.
I mean, Wisconsin could go either way. And Nevada, who fucking knows at this point? But it's probably going to be Democrat.
Technically, if you don't have one, you don't have the other. Like, if you have the House, you don't have the Senate. Well, fuck off. Like, if you have the Senate but you don't have the House, good job, your defense. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a know nothing when we don't have an actual well blended, like a near split in both.
I don't know.
The more
can I be honest?
When it becomes lopsided like this, I lose faith in us getting anything done. There's definitely this whole inflation kind of philosophical argument. There's nowhere that we can go with the way that we're split now. This is going to make everybody look bad. Everybody should be upset with this. Left, right, center. Everybody.
Can I be honest? I'm kind of happy because I think what this is going to do is this is going to make the Republicans realize, like you got to go full blown. Like you got to go.
No. You know what the message is? No, the message is rollback, actually. The message is, Walsh, Cernovich, obviously everybody in the Daily Wire sphere, and a whole bunch of other Republicans are saying that this is a demonstration that DeSantis is the future, and that Trump has to, get out. There's not going to be Trump 2024.
Oh, my theory. Oh my God, I have an amazing theory. When you get done, sorry,
go ahead.
I moved away from it.
Go ahead.
Fuck it. Why not?
Okay, all right. This is my Everybody, strap your fucking tinfoil hats on. We're going for a ride. I think all the people that Trump talked shit about. No, I'm just saying all the people that Trump talked shit about. Remember, he said J.D. Vance loves to kiss my ass. J.D. Vance got a Senate spot. Trump went to Oz loses. Trump touched Mastriano loses. Kerry Lake, Masters, all the pure Trump candidates. I feel like what's happening is the Judas goat in this situation, which is the establishment rhino Republican, your corporate, big pharma peddling lover, your classic stereotypical 2000 Republican. Those are starting to reemerge and slowly supplant, bring it back to moderate. They're getting some success with pulling moderates. But the split within the party, the two micro parties, are going to end up being cancerous to each other. But I feel like that's the plan. If you look at the way that everything went, all the Trump endorsed candidates, for the most part, are at a runoff or a loss. It's
the real question.
They're trying to slide him out. I think this is, y'all know as well, DeSantis has national organizations he's putting together right now. He's quickly trying to assimilate a presidential run. So I feel like DeSantis is the establishment guy.
Here's the question. Oh yeah, and DeSantis has been supported by there's a bunch of people behind the scenes that are reporting with unnamed sources. So take it with a grain of salt. This idea that DeSantis is the poster boy, the next one that the establishment wants to pick, and that they're already working towards all those things. And a big reason why he wouldn't answer Christie when during the debate, because he already knows, he's the next pick. So the question is do we find that these people were kind of locked out? Do we find later that these people received less funding, that they didn't get ad revenue, that they didn't have super PAC money running ads for them in the final
Some
hour?
of them were already
we find.
Are you saying that the RNC is selectively endorsing? The RNC is selectively, I guess.
Well, I'm saying the RNC is picking their establishment types, and the people that are hardcore MAGA populists or paleo lib, they're we'll endorse you, but because you're the Republican that won the primary, but we're not bringing in America for Change super PAC money to run a fucking ad for you a couple days before the election. And I would be interested to see how all of the big money, how is it spent? Was it in such a way that the establishment types and the corporatist types were we have to cut this off. We're going to cut this off now, and we don't care, so that we can get our establishment wave in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's worth saying that Razorfist is latest. He's the guy he's in Arizona right now. Actually, he's from Arizona. And he's saying we won't know until Friday what actually happened. And he's right, because what's happening is some of the machines are malfunctioning. CNN is reporting that. AP is claiming that nothing of the sort is happening, of course. But it's like official news that there were some problems. The people
I have the videos right now. Like, they're in the chat. Like, the videos of people showing up to the polls and being told that, like, you can vote, but put it in a box. Don't worry, they'll all get counted in Phoenix.
You know, the Republican lawyers are saying they're going to track.
I know a guy in Phoenix that's real good at counting them.
But the thing is, the counting will take more time, and this is a good indication of, like, compare our election to France and ask, like, you know, fully hand counted, no machines, and done within hours of the election the same day. They count the votes as they're coming in, and they get the results almost within hours of the election. We will have to wait several days, despite having all of this advanced technology that supposedly helps. And that's something we should keep talking about as voters. That if you want to vote, I trust people in the room way more. Like, people in the room with my observers way more than I trust. There's no verification of any kind.
Right. It's getting close to 2:30. It's getting close to 2:30. If you got a final say, Brant and Wellspring, give me a final say, and then we're gonna kick you out of here. Say goodbye to chat.
Okay. On the subject of zero trust and chain of trust in voting, I agree with Casimir that you can't have this mixed system. You can't have any kind of digital system if you don't have a way to make it transparent. I think that the correct way to do the digital voting thing is to use an Ethereum application. That way it would be fully transparent and fully public. I think these voting machines just creates the opportunity for people to just doubt and this, that, and the other. It should either have
Casimir, no.
I want to do that, but we can't.
Casimir, no. Casimir, no. Casimir, for the love of God, how many people do you feel like interrupting? Wellspring.
Well, that's all I have to say. I'll just bring up the point on an Ethereum application would solve this with public key encryption and stuff. That would be perfect. People should talk about this more.
Yeah, I agree. Brant, did you have any final thoughts? It's like getting to 2:30 in the morning.
No, man, my Liberty boner went away today, and
right.
This last week I was really riding a good high. The crowds have been really great at all events, whether it's a Trump event, Kerry Lake, all the different. I mean, I've watched over 150 hours of debates and back and forths between candidates, and had a lot of optimism, and there's a lot of progress that was made in already red areas, but we can't just make the red redder. We have to start turning the bright blue cities back to more logical thinking, because there's no way you can even have a Congress coexisting if they're so diametrically opposed. And if your strategy is just to make the red places redder, or the effect of your strategy is only making red places redder, then we need to go back to the drawing board, and we need to think logically and figure out what we did wrong here, where we spent too much time, not enough time, our rhetoric, who we chose to endorse us and push us, and the effect of that endorsement versus that endorsement not existing. And that's my only qualms with today. There was a lot of optimistic points. I like JD Vance. I like some of the people that won tonight. I'm rooting for Herschel Walker. But other than that, that's really all I got to say. I wanted to come in here and chop it up with you for a little bit tonight, because I know that today is
glad to have you.
Really pivotal election. Thanks for having me. And
of course.
Yeah, man, I hope that our conversation between everybody else in here was nice and fruitful, and I didn't come off as a dick or anything. It's all about getting to solutions and finding a common ground, and as much freedom as we can provide with as little government. That's what I'm about. So I'm gonna hop out of here, but thank you for having me. Nice meeting everybody in here. I'll come back around sometime. I'm pretty sure we'll have more shenanigans coming up as the challenges and stuff happen. Y'all take it easy though.
For sure.
Peace, y'all.
Peace. All right, both of you hop out of here. We're gonna say goodbye. Bye, guys. Love you.
Deuces.
You just watched a clip from our Twitch channel, Fabian Liberty. If you like content like this, please like and subscribe here on YouTube, or go ahead and give us a follow on twitch.tv/Fabian Liberty.